performance max. So Google Ads.
After one of the worst documentaries came out about YouTuber EDP445, you would think that he would be who the internet is calling the villain. But the internet is turning their sights onto somebody else that was a part of catching EDP445, claiming he's actually the biggest villain of them all.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim of Gideon.
YouTuber Gideon claimed for years that he didn't know exactly the full story behind the whole EDP445 situation, but he did claim that there was going to be a documentary that would come out that would reveal all and make his name look so much better.
I think the documentary the documentary is going to tell all.
But now that the documentary is out and claims are being made on his name, even some of his biggest fans and supporters are starting to turn their back on Gideon.
I am a huge fan of Gideon's content. I watch almost every single one of his videos, but after watching the EDP445 documentary and seeing all the details that was released on how he and Skeeter Gene watched the EDP445 situation that they had, and the way that he treated the victim, Kayla Hoskins, it really is starting to make me question if Gideon is really a good person.
And even though Gideon has come out making a video with receipts proving that everything that Kayla said wasn't 100% factual and that she's actually targeting him, there are still fans that are coming for his head because they're not really questioning Gideon's involvement in the contents of it all when it comes to the EDP445 catch. They're asking themselves, has Gideon really changed and banned his old ways as a content creator for the better of him and society? If you're this and you haven't already, that subscribe button is going to go a long way. We're like really close to 185. I think we actually might get it today with this upload. You gotta be a part of that group that does hit that subscribe button. Now, back into the video. Look, I and other YouTubers have discussed the disgusting nature of the documentary that came out covering EDP445. Not necessarily because of how EDP445's actions were, albeit we can all agree that those were disgusting in and of itself, but the nature as to how they went about doing the documentary and the things that we discovered behind closed doors that got them to even catching EDP445. And this is where Gideon enters the situation. Gideon was a part of one of the first catches, or at least attempts to catch EDP445 in the act of texting underage people, but how he did it was very, and I do mean very, questionable based off of this documentary.
I think I was mainly a victim of Gideon. I feel like I was his puppet because I was just like kind of doing the things he demanded me to do. He encouraged me to keep talking to him, whatever.
This is Kayla, the 15-year-old decoy who was actually a 15-year-old in real life that was used in order to catch EDP445 in an investigation about texting a minor. Now, what most people don't know is you can't do that. You can't use somebody that's actually a 15-year-old, somebody who's actually underage, in order to try to get them, the person that is being involved in this underage act, caught up. They use a decoy. Like, that's a pretty common thing in this situation. People started questioning the morals and ethics of the different things that Gideon and Skeeter Gene would do in order to set up EDP445 before they decided to roll up on it. The documentary raises tons of questions about how Kayla, her mother, the evidence, and the police were all handled by the dynamic YouTube content creation duo, all for the sake of the content. Hell, even Skeeter Gene himself even says that they prioritize the content of it all, which would ultimately lead to a non-arrest of EDP445.
I think there possibly maybe could have been different results in this case if me and Gideon did not confront EDP or take the situation into our hands at all. You know, that way obviously there's no content there, so it's like,
And so while people were watching a documentary about a disgusting human being, they started to lay down the evidence, lay down the decision making, lay down what brought these two to this point about how they would go about making this content. And it seems as though they found another villain in Gideon in a movie that was supposed to be about a villain EDP445. The strange part about all of this is that it is not just people who consume this documentary that know nothing about Gideon who are agreeing to this. Some of these people are actual fans. These are the people that actually give him the benefit of the doubt in these different situations. Yet they are wanting to have questions answered about the decision making and the choices that were made about this whole investigation that him and Skeeter Gene had. What really made me want to look into the story because Gideon actually does come out and respond to all of the allegations that happened. But in that response, you have a certain subsection of people who are still looking at him as if he is crazy. This tweet from Twitter user says, one of these children was predicted to look like Gideon instead of Carlos.
بطن هذا الأحمق. Just a moment.
The reason why I gladly took the blame for EDP
Did we?
in my Discord, because at the time, I truly believed that's how
Was
you
he?
found her, and I wanted to
Was
take
he?
accountability for my role in this
I
occurrence.
thought you were
But,
dead.
as it turns out, Kayla herself in
I
the
feared the
documentary
same.
stated that she had already been
What are you
messaging
doing
EDP
here?
before I had even ever added him in my own
You?
Discord.
He also clears up the conversation
close.
about how the
You are one
communication
of
went
them
down,
now.
and more
How?
importantly, who played
The
a
hidden
role in
one.
continuing it,
Under
and how they
Roshan's
did that.
guidance.
Now, fast forward to when I found out about this whole situation. When I first got on the call with her, I let her know I didn't feel comfortable with her talking
This
with
is
her
all
girl
too
with her
much.
being underage. So I came up with
But I
some
did not
clever
find you
ideas
among
where
the
we
dead.
could switch off.
I hope
I
that
could take over
somehow you had
communication, and she
escaped.
wouldn't have to. Here's one of
I
those examples that I
spent
gave.
many
Maybe
nights
we could say
praying
something
for you,
like,
my
okay,
praying
switch
that you
providers,
found
and I can
safety.
get my number, so this is my new one,
Today,
and then give me
Allah
a
has
number that we
answered
can
me.
text through. And
I'm
granted,
not
that call
worthy
is
of your prayers. What happened that night was not your doing. It was the doing of evil men. You know this. It is why you have chosen to walk this path.
But she never gave
It is
over
why
communication
I have found
to
my
me
way to
nor Steven.
Baghdad.
Now, the thing that I would say to Gideon,
Ali
and
ibn
this is speaking to
Muhammad
his
is
past
brash
self, which
and
in
sees
later
himself a
videos,
great
he
hero of
understood
prophecy.
and would not do this
I
going forward.
loathe
That
the
at that
man,
moment,
but
granted,
we fight a
he
common
is
enemy.
talking to a
One
15-year-old,
I must
but
help
you
defeat
have
if my
to figure out a
soul
way
is
to
to
wipe your
one day
hands clean
rest.
with this situation.
So
Clearly,
it is
this
true.
is a 15-year-old
You
who
are the
has
rebel
some sort of
merchant who
fandom
is helping
towards
Noor.
you, a fandom towards
What
the
has become
community,
of
all
him?
these different things.
He clings to
And
life,
how they're going about
but he
this
is safe among
ultimately
our
not
people.
going to be beneficial for him.
I am to
For sure,
continue
the type
his
of
work
clips you use in it
and
as
hunt
well,
Baghdad's
you was exposed
oppressors.
to a YouTube
Ali
audience
was
with
helping Noor
more
get
ethical
closer to one
questions
such
come
man.
into play. And to be
But
honest
as you
with
may
you,
know,
rightfully so
he has
in some
since
regards, but
disappeared.
I just would have
He
moved
hasn't
away from her
disappeared.
totally and then set up
He
a
has been
separate sting
captured,
option
a
for
fate
two
shared by
people
many
or
rebels
five
of
in a way
late.
that was done
Do you know
properly,
where he
as
is
opposed
being
to
held?
continue to play
He was
around
taken to the
or
Khurasan
use
Gate
a
guardhouse.
15-year-old that is not
But
cooperating
that was
with you.
weeks ago.
Otherwise, we end up in a situation where we're ending up in where there's no actual legal
To
action,
even
and
be
now
like
she
this.
is, again, I don't think this is right, calling you out for what
It is
you've
good
done.
to
The
see
last
you
two big
again.
takeaways from this to me was that
Just
Gideon
watch yourself.
disputes
You
any
may be in
sort
better
of
hands,
non-involvement
but I'm
with
still a
police.
nagging
He says
old
that
man.
he wanted to get the police
Ambassador,
involved, tried to get the police
if
involved, got the
ever
police
you are
involved
feeling
to
a
some
little
extent, but it just didn't go the way that he
peevish,
thought it would go.
come see
Kayla
me.
gave me case
I
numbers
could
and
use your
detective
help.
numbers to call. I called
For
the
a good
detective
cause.
number and it was disconnected. And it took me like till 3 years later to finally find out what police station she went to and everything. And she really doesn't have all the updates and everything, but luckily, since I knew what police so much, kind of figured it out and figured out where to look. And I can confirm that there is a case number associated with the account, meaning that there wasn't a report made. And also, not only was there a report made, but I confirmed with the police station that this case is currently with the FBI. Now, granted, even though it's with the FBI, I don't know if they're still actively investigating it, and I don't know if they'll do anything with all of this, to be personal.
Now he's in a situation where he's totally out of the loop as to what's going on as opposed to being part of the investigation. But arguably the most damning thing that he needs to clear up he did when he went out and disputed the claim about him forcing Kayla to be the bait in the whole EDP sting operation. He actually breaks it down about it being her idea to volunteer herself as tribute.
When I realized something was wrong, I spoke to a moderator in Gideon's Discord server. I explained the situation, and soon everyone in the voice call started asking questions. Someone told Insight about what happened, and he ended up joining the voice call as well to ask me if I wanted to be bait.
You guys remember that BC call that I had showed you guys earlier? That's the BC call that she's alluding to. And the people in the BC were coming up with ideas to get EDP to come out in person. And then Kayla decided to give herself up as tribute.
Get learned to a hotel, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I don't mind doing it, and I don't think my parents would mind.
Again, 15-year-old girl, I don't expect much. So now that Gideon has set his side with receipts and everything like that, it makes the situation look less black and white. Ultimately, it is a good thing that he had cleared his name of, especially like the decoy allegations and things like that. But a lot of the internet is still raising questions about his involvement, the morals and ethics behind the whole sting operation and why he would do the things that he did. So you force a teenage girl to keep interacting with a pred, potentially traumatizing her, so you could get your content, dress up like a cupcake and go viral catching it, and the fat bag is still free.
A wise man
Gideon
takes
did
care
this
of
2
his
years
game.
after Alex Rosen's sting, and 3 months months before his own sting operation on EDP. Gideon knew what he was doing at the time. This wasn't an accident. After that documentary, no one should even be trying to defend Gideon. Dude's a larker. And that's where the criticism becomes bigger than just Caleb. For what it's worth, threat catching is still content. You want the big reveal, you want the allegations, you want the dramatization, you want all of these viral moments. But what people have to understand is that's different than an investigation. And it's quite clear that based off of the actions, that's exactly what Gideon wanted. Less of an actual investigation, but more of a viral moment. Remember, Peter Jean even acknowledged that, you know, there wasn't any content if we didn't get involved, even if we fumbled the bag. For what it's worth, I do think that Gideon wanted EDP to be caught. But I do think that Gideon decided that, hey, the content is going to come first. When you involve content in these serious matters, sometimes you throw away your morals and your ethics because there is a viral video, a clip, or a banger to follow. Now, normally people would chalk this up to this being years ago, but that's not the case this time either. Literally last month, Gideon admitted that sometimes that content can get in front of my decision-making and judgment calls, and ultimately the end result is worse than it had to be.
You're yelling. You're under arrest for being freedom of speech. You can yell on the sidewalk. Then you're causing a scene. On the sidewalk, officer. How fast do you think this is gonna get dropped? Do you really think this charge is gonna get dropped? Do you want to waste the DA's time? Call Jake and have him get my lawyer.
Now, I've already covered the situation where Gideon got arrested last month while dealing with Skeeter Jean's grandmother. And I won't go back into that. If you want to watch the video and, you know, it'll all connect there. But ultimately, the story of the arrest isn't the biggest story in and of it all. It's his reaction to the aftermath of the whole situation that is actually very interesting.
Except on a lot of just like inward reflection, and I just kind of came to realize, you know, what I was doing wrong. And also came to realize that truly your boy was spiraling, you know. I was genuinely losing the plot. I had to pay 6+ figures for my lawyer fees. That money could have been used for the betterment of society, but now it's being used in the legal system. I come to realize that, you know, genuinely streaming makes me the worst me. You know,
I think that's a very insightful revelation about Gideon and how the impacts of streaming and streaming culture can make content creators push things to a different boundary. A conversation that I think a lot of streamers and content creators should be having to themselves. In that same conversation, Gideon talks about how seeing a chat say that a stream is boring or unentertaining can make him push things to a different level and go further than it needs to be. And I think that's ultimately something that plagues a lot of streamers and content creators. Bear with me for a second. If you've ever noticed in any of the streamer clips or videos or moments that are going viral, you will see that they will do something, and then immediately after doing something outrageous or saying something outrageous, what is the first thing that they do? They go and they pick up their phone and they look at their phone for a second and they're quiet. The reason why they're quiet is because they are taking in how chat is reacting to said moment. And further down the line, if you notice, they'll do one of two things. They'll see a chat that's positive and say, hey, this is the lane that I should continue to go down, or they'll see a chat that's negative and they'll try to switch up. And normally their switch up is push a little bit further. That's exactly what Gideon is suffering from, and what I think he's been suffering from for a long time. If you look at Gideon's prankster career, he has made a living and a name for himself, pushing the boundary over and over and over and over. And after a situation that got pushed to the extreme limits of somebody that he was pranking getting fired at Target, Gideon decided to turn down that old lifestyle and turn to a Christian route. He wanted to ditch the prankster content and pick up a Bible. And I'm not questioning that pathway that he went down. I think it's actually very admirable that he decided to put that lifestyle away. But ultimately, maybe it was due to chat, maybe it was because there was this good thing in catching these people that text underage people that he thought was going to be good for him. The extreme content ultimately crept back into his life. Instead of messing with strangers, he decided that he was going to expose these people who are doing these acts. And again, while that is admirable, there's still an element of confrontation, conflict, and other things that still calls for a push to the act. But ultimately, in the lane of content field, there are some levels of danger that are involved in it that I don't think Gideon or these other people really realize. You see, a prank video can get Gideon kicked out of a grocery store or, you know, a public facility or whatever the case may be. But a prank catch can involve way too many people on serious things and serious allegations. And if the fumble is not done properly, you can ultimately end up in a situation where you've done all this work. Maybe you've got the public embarrassment of it all. But ultimately, you just have one more pred walking the streets, not necessarily facing the justice that they should be facing. So when Kayla's allegations came out right after Gideon himself admitted that content can make him situations further. People started connecting the dots. The content changed. The intentions of it all changed. But people are really questioning whether Gideon's instincts to push the content further ever did change. And that's why Gideon can have a reasonable response to things that he was involved in with the documentary, and people still not want him back. For what it's worth, Gideon's response to the whole situation does clear up a lot of different things. He said that he would take over communication. He said that he didn't push her to the point of, being the decoy. He didn't place this 15-year-old in front of EDP as a means to use her as some sort of bait. And for what it's worth, I think that context matters and it should be spoken about. So this isn't about saying Gideon secretly never changed or that his intentions with EDP were evil. That's not why people are turning on him. They're seeing a pattern. Gideon became famous by pushing situations further for content. Vincent tried leaving that behind through Christianity. Then Craig Ketchum gave him a reason to make extreme content. And now we're seeing what happens when the same instincts exist in situations where the consequences are much, much more serious. Skeeter Jean can admit how the content of it all affected their confrontation and approach to EDP. Hell, Gideon wore a full-on cupcake outfit for the confrontation. If that's not screaming content, then I don't know what is. The 15-year-old decoy, Kayla felt as if she was used by the whole process. And just weeks before the whole documentary was released, Gideon admitted that entertaining an audience, reading that chat, can get him to do things that he would normally not ever do. Put those morals and ethics away for the content that's supposed to live today. So maybe Gideon did genuinely learn and grow as a person, but now people are questioning whether he learned when that camera needs to be turned off.
The world is ready. What will you do with your future? At the Los Angeles Recording School, a division of the LA Film School, you can study for a degree in either audio or music production, either at our Hollywood campus or 100% online. Wherever you see yourself, at the LA Recording School, it's all about you. Your creations, your sounds, your future. The world is waiting for you. Go for it. Learn more. Visit larecordingschool.com.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know what your developers have installed? Some things are worth protecting. Your devices are among them. Learn more at internet website aikido.dev/10pm.
That one looks like a scribe. I'll ring for help.
Someone is going to pray for this.
Turn and face me.
When I touch the horse on, blood will flow. Freebie! This will bend me.
Someone is going to pay for it!
I will hold on to that for you. This looks like a scribe's quarters. A prison, all paired with different marks.
Being an unlikely, lovable companion, we didn't get along. Should you wear a helmet on an alien planet, or just freeball it? What happened to my mustache? These are all questions that the Alien franchise proposes, and in a good 9 movies and multiple directors, these questions have been answered in different ways and to varying degrees of success. Welcome back to my Alien franchise retrospective, where I'm reviewing all of the Alien films in depth. In the first part, we went over the Ripley saga, aka the first 4 Alien movies,
side
all
by
starring
side,
Sigourney
we
Weaver.
stand.
Today, I'm looking at the next
And should
era
one man
of
fall,
Alien,
it is
namely
the
the
one
Ridley
beside
Scott prequel duology,
picks him up.
2012's
He has
Prometheus
been
and
cut
2017's Alien Covenant. And I'll finish this off with the third part next month, going over Alien
so long
Romulus,
as we
Alien
draw
Earth,
breath,
and the 2014
this fight
video game
will
Alien
continue.
Isolation. But
So
let's
wet
focus
your
on the
blades.
fun at hand, because when
Pray
it comes
to
to
Allah
these
for
2
his
movies,
guiding
there is
hand.
a lot to talk about. So let's get right into it. Grab a glass of
victory on the
milk
horizon.
and a handful of jujubes, and let's drop it.
Are you Bashir? I am with you. You knew him, yes?
I knew him. Last I saw, he was being chased from the city. Does he live?
Barely, but he is safe.
Stubborn bastard. What do I call you?
Bassett.
Very well, Bassett. Have you a blade other than that butter knife you carry? You may fancy yourself something bigger just now.
For what? Are you setting off to find Ali?
Not quite yet. These here are only half my men. The rest are being held at the harbor, further up the road.
There may be too few of us to wage an attack. If you want to save your men, our approach should be a cautious one. I will go quietly. Have these men lie in wait and escort those we free.
Your kind all think the same way, but it is a sound
50
plan.
states that have in-network booking with over 150,000 providers. Whether you're looking to
see someone in person or just a video visit, ZocDoc offers over 200 specialties. Easily build a character that's right for your specific symptom. I'm someone who tends to obsess over their health, and I recently moved to a new city, so if I wanted to get someone checked out, it was at least stressful to figure out where to start. Luckily, I was able to just easily discover what I read with availability in my area with ZocDoc. Making an appointment is so easy because you can view actual patient reviews, availability, and book right on the website. No phone calls, no waiting around. And that's huge because for a lot of us, it's not that we don't want to go to the doctor. It's that the process feels like a hassle. Calling opposite, being on hold, not knowing if the doctor's even the right fit. It's enough to make you avoid it altogether. Appointments made through ZocDoc typically happen fast, often within 24 to 72 hours. And sometimes even the same day. I care about you guys. I want you to focus on your health without all the added stress of making an appointment. So some of you have been putting off getting checked. You can finally check that off your list. And this is a simple way to take that step. Head to ZocDoc.com/code and find a doctor that's right for you. You deserve the care, and it's time to prioritize you. Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video and for helping us all take better care of our health. Now back to the video. Following the disaster that was Alien Resurrection, this franchise was on shaky ground. So what better way could you possibly conceive of to get this train back on the tracks and to have both Ridley Scott and James Cameron come back to collaborate on a fifth Alien movie? Doesn't that sound like a goddamn dream project? Well, at one point in time, it could have been a reality. So what did the genius executives at Fox do? They canned this project so they can make room for Alien vs. Predator. Are you serious, dude? After this, James Cameron was completely turned off from ever working on this property ever again. It has since referred to it as trampled ground. You can't really blame him. So it wasn't until 15 years later that we get a proper return to the Alien universe with 2012's Prometheus. Now, this film might be the most divisive in the entire franchise. Some people worship it as a masterpiece. Some more people think it's alien from an alien planet, but if you're like me, you both absolutely love it and kind of hate it at the same time. Now, when it comes to the modern Alien, Ridley Scott era movies, I'm what you might call a Prometheus Covenant truther, so if you were hoping to see me just tear these movies apart, you might be a little disappointed. That these films don't have I do hope for anyone who watched Prometheus maybe around the time that it came out and just went with the internet's take that it was stupid and then moved on, and I can make the case that it's actually a pretty cool film that's worth revisiting. So in broad strokes, Prometheus takes place 30 years before Alien. We follow archaeologist Elizabeth Shaw and her boyfriend, this guy who's not really a character. And at different digs around the world that discover the same pictogram of giants and a constellation pattern, all from different primitive civilizations that should have had no contact with one another. Using this, they find that it matches up with a real star system that contains a possibly life-sustaining exoplanet. So if one into a Wayland corporation, they travel there to meet the creators of the companion. Doesn't this sound like an incredible premise for a sci-fi horror movie? That's because it is. This is also where we meet Michael Fassbender's David. And if there's anything that this era of Alien absolutely slam dunk, it is the creation of this character and the performance by Fassbender. These films are worth watching for him alone. Like, I don't think his presence can be overstated. David is the best character in the franchise that is Alien, second only to Sigourney Weaver's Ripley. David was built by Peter Wayland himself and is viewed by Wayland as his only son, which becomes an interesting point of contention later on. You find out that Charlize Theron's character is actually Wayland's daughter, who seems to have been disowned or at the very least disregarded. One thing I love about this film is the design of everything. The ship is extremely high-tech and glossy while retaining that alien feel. This is a great contrast to the more lived-in Nostromo, as that ship is just a low-level hauler, and the Prometheus is the type of ship that corporate overlords like Wayland himself would use. It really highlights the wealth disparity and the capitalist dystopia of the alien universe. It's a great moment where we get a pre-recorded video of Wayland played by Guy Pearce, which
Look no further than our guru, the man only spoken of and never seen.
What can you tell me about him?
He takes enemies of the Caliphate and makes them dig in the desert. Prisoners, rebels, laborers, in search of what? I do not know. These men were captured with Ali weeks ago and were destined to perish. beneath the sands.
Not Ali. He's been taken elsewhere. They marked and separated us. Ali was in another group. They wanted to question him about you and your friends.
Can you show me this marking?
What are you thinking?
Ali and Noor got close enough to Al Ghul that he took notice. If we find Ali, he can lead us to Al Ghul.
It is but one path. There may be another. I will go where these men were being sent to dig, and pose as a captive.
Are you mad?
Only stubborn. Here, take this.
What do I do with it?
It is a Hidma token. Those who understand its value will do what is in their power to help. I will send these men to regroup at the watermill on the northern outskirts. A rebel stronghold. You are welcome.
The two scientists from the big penthouse room on the ship. This is where we're also introduced to the Pauling med pod, which is great setup for something that happens later. Let's talk about the crew of the Prometheus. Alongside the characters I've mentioned, we have the captain played by Idris Elba. His character is like the salt of the earth guy. I am not that jump. He just cares about his ship and his crew. He also uses this hilarious Southern American accent. Maybe it's just drawing to me because I know him as the most British sounding guy of all the British sounding guys. Almost every movie he's in. But the accent is just not working, dude. It's so funny.
Hey, what?
Fuck with you.
Huh? Could be a ruse. Keep your eyes open.
We also have two other scientists along to the mission, a geologist and a biologist named Byfield and Hilbert. Byfield is the guy who plays Solomon Lane in Mission Impossible. Cool boys.
Where are you? Not here, are you?
This film, the Ridley Scott prequel movies have a really bad habit of making the characters act like drooling morons in order for the core plot beats to happen. Once they actually land on LV-223, not to be confused with LV-426, the moon from the original Alien, they discover an ancient alien temple. I cannot emphasize how good the effects in this film look. This seems to be one of, if not the most impressive vision of science fiction ever put to screen. 14 years later, it's hard for me to think of anything that even touches this besides like the Denis Villeneuve Dune movie. I can't believe they gave Ridley Scott.
If I were in Ali's position, I would do the same. An army is only as powerful as its weakest soldier.
Assalamu alaikum, Bassam.
Wa alaikum assalam, Ahmed. How was your journey?
I am Abu Jafar.
Right, my apologies. Is there a problem?
Not yet, but we've discovered Ali was brokering a deal with Noor to supply the rebels with resources in exchange for his help.
The Order is a thorn in his side, yes, but Ali has his sights set on the Khilafah. He will want us to honor this deal.
What news do you bring?
Our target is Al Ghul. He uses prisoners and laborers to dig around Baghdad. Ali and some of his men were captured and marked. With Bashir's help, I freed them, but Ali had been taken elsewhere for questioning. One of the rebels showed me his mark. If this list of captives is correct, Ali was sent to the Damascus Gate prison.
Where are these rebels now?
A watermill, on the northern outskirts.
I will meet with them. See what more I can learn about this deal. Find Ali.
The Damascus Gate prison is the most well-guarded prison in Baghdad. This will prove to be no small challenge, I can tell you. I will scout ahead. Meet me near the prison's front gate.
A moment of your time before you go, Basim. I have some useful thoughts to share.
You have my ears.
First, I have fashioned a board with information brought to us by our spies around the city. Consult it at your leisure. Second, these lands are ripe with materials to improve your weapons. See the blacksmith Jawar nearby. He could help you. And lastly, I am your man for any tool enhancement. Bring me materials, and you will see what mastery I can provide.
Design of this film, but things are just like a little bit too clean, you know? The derelict in the original Alien was just like everything was wet. I don't know. I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. So what do our genius scientists do the second they enter the alien temple? They take off their helmets. So well, the air is reading as breathable, so it should be fine. This is such a big pet peeve of mine when it comes to science fiction. It doesn't matter if the air is breathable. When you're on an alien planet, there are bound to be billions of little microorganisms on the air in every surface that you can, and you don't know how that will affect your body. Maybe you've heard of a little event called the Columbian Exchange. Something like that turns a million. Even one of the crew members from the ship brings this up later on in the film. We are really sorry. This is actually a recurring thing in this film where the random civilian crewmates show 10 times more rational thinking skills than the so-called scientists. But we explore the alien ruins, and this is some of the coolest stuff in the film. They even discover what appears to be a depiction of the xenomorph on the wall. This is definitely one of the most mysterious things in Prometheus, as many people thought this was a prequel film about the creation of the xenomorph, which is impossible considering this carving. They find this room with the head of an engineer surrounded by jars of black goo. And the Prometheus black goo is this film's biggest contribution to the franchise lore-wise. Goo is a sort of alien bioweapon that hijacks the DNA of anything it gets into and mutates it and makes it extremely aggressive. And in this room with the jars, we see these little wormies on the ground. Little side note, little tangent. This has always been strange to me because it's unclear where these worms came from. It would kind of make more sense if they were worms brought with the scientists from Earth, like by accident or something. It doesn't seem like that's what happened. It seems like they're just indigenous to this moon. I guess you could argue that the engineers are very similar to humans, so maybe the bug life is also similar. I'm probably overthinking it, but every time I watch this, I'm just like, where the worms come from? But we see what this goo does to these worms later on. We also see in the very opening of the film an engineer on Earth in like the pre-Cambrian era drink the yummy goo and turn to dust, dropping his body into the water and assumedly creating the building blocks that led to life on Earth. But there are theories about whether this goo and this goo are the same.
Suzanne has gone ahead to scout the way to the Damascus Gate prison. I should find him, but before I do, it may serve me well to seek out this black goo. Any improvements he could offer would prove useful.
Murals above them because their presence affects the atmosphere of the room. Like, yeah, it's hard wearing your helmet, so just that converting oxygen and carbon dioxide. It's funny because, like, the crew of the Nostromo, like, workers who had no business inspecting an alien ruin were way more responsible than the scientists in this Prometheus. And because of that, they might have utterly ruined the most significant find in human history. So they get out of there, but make sure to take one of the engineer heads with them for study. As a superstorm encroaches on the ship, leading to a mad dash to get back. This is where they get split up from the other two bozos and now have to spend the night in the temple by themselves. So in a way, this movie is really a tale of two halves. On one hand, you have a sci-fi creation myth with themes about fate and what it would mean to meet your maker. And on the other hand, you have utter horror camp. So these guys get spooked by a signal that Idris Elba picks up that there might be an alien life form down there in the temperature.
There it is, as cruel and unforgiving as I remember.
You were once imprisoned here.
Oh no, I have never been inside. In fact, I have never stood closer than this very place. It was from here that I would fly my kite high over these prison walls. It had a unique pattern, you see. One I stitched together with my father when I was just a boy. So here I came day after day, hoping for a gust that would take it high enough so that he would see it and know that I was here. I do not know if he ever did.
I know this pain, and I am sorry for yours.
I am not. Such pains forge our past. Remind us of who we are, who we can be.
Speaking of paths, I see only one, and it is not inviting.
No, we need to find a way to get you inside without being seen.
Could this help?
Where did you get that?
Beshi. He told me these tokens command a high value among the common folk.
Indeed. You could perhaps bribe the guards to look the other way, or enlist the help of some merchants.
I shall see what flavor best suits me.
I will take my leave and return to the bureau. Faqakallah.
And then there's a little moment where David asks Charlie what he do to get the answers he's looking for, to which he replies, David basically uses this as consent to do what he's about to do. In this movie, that's the song. Elizabeth is wondering what happened to the engineers, and she says, Elizabeth, was there an upgrade here? Shaw, ladies and gentlemen, then Charlie shows up and they get busy sexual style, and the captain and Vickers also get busy sexual style. And I have to say, Idris Elba has won me over with his funny southern accent. Can't hate on this dude, he's one of the best parts of the movie.
Materials, introductions, and
Right. Go. This time.
Now, what's going on?
Would be real dumb.
What's this? Smoke? Dust? Right. Back we go.
Almost shot myself.
Hey, you. Hold a moment.
The next day, Charlie has a worm growing in his hand. Hey, that's no problem. They decide to go check on what happened to the missing scientist. Idris Elba keeps saying that one of the probes is intermittently picking up the light, and he calls it a glitch. A glitch? Insane. Would you shrug off your probe picking up an alien life form? It's as a glitch. But they find their dead bodies, and Charlie's not feeling so good, so they head back to the ship. Victor says, oh my god, some actual sense. So he gets himself onto the plane. David is off on his phone. He finds a control room with the engineer still alive in some sort of cryostasis. And using a flute and some egg buttons, he discovers that before they were all killed by whatever killed them, they were intending to come to her. It's so cool. Every scene with David is so cool. Shaw awakens to find out that she's pregnant, which she thought was impossible. It's a miracle. The baby has also developed 3 months in 10 hours. Atheist understands alien innocence. This leads to the best scene in the movie and one of the best scenes in the entire franchise. They want to put Shaw in stasis, but she wants to. So she escapes and gets to the colon bed. From C-section to pull a
Give resistance!
He's literally the gray one that the hunter turns into at the end. After this, they wake up Peter Whalen, who's secretly still alive. He's the last living engineer. And this is what makes me laugh. I've said this like 2 different movies. Whalen is going to be an ancient alien god, the host of asking questions about why they created humanity, accompanied by his own the synthetic android David. And at the same time, an insane zombie man is attacking the ship and bashing people's heads in while they shoot at it with a flamethrower. The engineer strange happens. David says something to it, and it rips off his head and then kills everyone. And I kind of love this. Whether the engineers offended that they made a synthetic version, an image of humanity, and that's what set them off in this moment, we don't know for sure. It's also clear that their true intention was to take this goo to humanity and kill everyone. For some reason, they created humans, and then they changed their mind. And it's so interesting to me. The engineer tries to finish this plan, but Idris Elba is alive with the alien ship to stop him and save the Earth. This leads to Sean and Vickers running away from the alien ship.
Lord, you are shrewd men of
It's
business.
really stupid.
Care to hear a proposition?
So long as it is an attractive one, my friend. What is it?
I need to get into the prison. Unnoticed. I thought perhaps you could let me pose as one of your aides.
Possibly. And in exchange?
Was able to drive the alien ship.
Let me...
And together they chart a course to the engineer's homeworld so Shaw can get some answers. And we end on a chest burster coming out of the engineer and an ancestral version of the xenomorph called the Deacon. The ending of this film gets at a sequel that we really never got, but okay. I don't think that every question that this movie poses needs to be answered. And I think
We were.
all this
But it has been weeks since we have seen him, and the rebels have all but disbanded.
That is only temporary. Ali is being held in this prison.
Ali? Here? I feared him dead.
I was free, but I need your help to get me inside.
And who are you? We want nothing more than to see our leader return. How do I know you can be trusted?
Years later, we did get a sequel to Prometheus, and in a lot of
Pesci
ways,
told me I could exchange
that anyone was expecting.
Wait, what? Taste this! That is right, What? Hey!
Alright, so I know that I said my take on aliens back in part 1 would be the most controversial part of this video, but I think my take on Covenant might actually be what out of this whole thing. This film is widely regarded to be Ridley Scott's worst alien movie. You know, a lot of re-entry with the franchise. I just can't agree. Not only do I love this film, but I think it might actually be my single favorite alien sequel to this day. Oh, the hose are not going that one. Please let me explain. This film starts with a scene of Peter Whalen after just creating David. They have a conversation about creation and the ultimate answers to the question. We're still focused on the same themes from Prometheus. There's a great moment where David declares the mortality, which Loki is not man's David in order to be. It's like a petty little attempt to prove who's in control. To a colonization vessel headed for a planet called Origai 6. This is about 10 years after Prometheus, and the crew are awakened after disaster strikes on their ship in the form of a naturally occurring neutrino burst. This leads to the captain getting cooked alive in his cryopods. As we find out later in this time video, the captain is James Franco. Why would they cast James Franco as a character who died before the movie even starts? It's so weird. It's so funny. Yes, Ridley Scott really makes James Franco. This film has a great cast besides that. Even got Danny McBride in this, who I absolutely love. I feel like stuff, and I'd like to see him take on more challenging roles. Unfortunately, he's pretty underutilized here. Like, he's kind of just guy number one. They don't give him like any unique characteristics to play up, so he's a bit boring, but he does a fine job. It's like he may be ostracized by the others because he's a man of faith, and that seems to be less of the norm here in the sci-fi future. This theme of faith in the face of space travel and aliens and the cosmic scale is obviously a huge motif in both of these movies. On the crew is also familiar synthetic. This is Walter. He's the same model as David, except like a newer version. He's also American. AKA normal. Why is Ripley British? Hold on. It's just normal South American. Unlike David, why not just give him a Walter is the type of guy that you trust to watch over your drink at the bar when you go to the bathroom. David, on the other hand, is like the pledge master of the crap that got kicked off campus.
Good one! Time for the kill! Stay grounded!
There's also Andrews, who's the final person in this movie. She was James Franco's partner. She's the most main character out of all of them.
None will let me!
She's not really centered off the main character. She spent a lot more time with other characters like David and Walter. These characters also added to the script later on as in the studio notes. This is an alien This is also because they had to fill the void of Elizabeth Trump, who was killed off-screen between movies. The perception of weightlessness, there's a bit of a course correction here. People didn't like the centering of the xenomorphs and focus on the engineers and doing stuff like that. So in the sequel, they pivoted and pushed the engineers onto the road. More xenomorph-style horror, and lifted most people's favorite part about Prometheus, David, to the forefront. And these decisions were controversial for some, and a lot of people wish we got the originally planned sequel to Prometheus, which was called, I think, Alien Paradise Lost. In my opinion, I don't know if this is blasphemous to say. I think the pivot to a more David/Alien heavy movie was the right choice. It made for a better film than we would have done. I say this because I think what held back Prometheus in the first place was its connection to the Alien franchise. I feel like they had all these ideas for a cosmic horror creation map, but felt pressured to somehow bring xenomorphs into the mix. Even though it wasn't about that, that's why I think Alien Covenant is kind of the perfect merger. More on their creation lore stuff of Prometheus and the sci-fi horror monster movie stuff of Alien. Of course, most people don't seem to feel that way considering the film's reception, but I like it. They pick up a road transmission that sounds like Country Roads by John Denver. And after tracking it, they find an exoplanet in the habitable zone that is extremely close by. Like, some people with the idea of getting back in the pods. They decide to check out this planet instead with the hopes that it'll be an even better fit for their colonization missions.
Where is it?
Hold on! Chase the road transmission.
Yeah, personally, I after seeing James Franco get actually cooked inside the pods, they would be willing to at least check this place. Can't buy though is that they would walk out onto the surface of this alien planet wearing nothing but their Sunday best. And in even worse events than in the scene of Prometheus where they take their helmets off here, they crack their helmets and what the alien microbes make their way into their exposed orifices. I think it's funny that in this movie, instead of like trying to lampshade it by being like suits, they just don't even mention respect that. Like it never occurs to anyone that they should wear suits. So like in the world of the film, wearing suits was never even an option. The same way that they don't wear suits in James Cameron's Alien, even though the soldiers don't know what killed the colonists. The only difference is that's not the kind of science fiction where alien microbes fly into your ear. and this hits. The thing is, the idea that fauna on an alien planet will spit out tiny microbes that fly into your ears or eyes or nose that infects you with an alien parasite is wonderfully horrific stuff, and the kind of thing that I want to see in my sci-fi horror. It's just such a shame that Ridley Scott and his team can't be bothered to get us there without making the characters realistically stupid. Okay, with that tangent over, on exploring a planet that realizes everything's slightly or no animals. And then they find Shaw and they shit that they landed with. What was that? But again, this is not LC-466. While exploring, two of the crew members get infected by the mysterious alien. This one guy claims that he's smoking a piss, but instead he just sits down for a smoke break and it flies into his ear. This is gonna sound really gross. But when I almost wish he did take a pee and he got infected because it went up his Easter. It really sounds really bad at the same time. I would suggest that. Just think about how horrifying it would be if you could have found all the guys squirming in their seat. I just think that would have been really memorable and right in line with the kind of horror that Alien has built. And there's my freaky suggestion of the net. So once this guy starts feeling sick, they try to bring him back to the ship and everything goes wrong. Everything. This character Maggie has what I can only describe as the worst performance in a panic situation of all. She locks the other girl in with the infected guy to contain the possible spread of infection, though she already has his blood on her face. Then after he births an alien creature on his back, which looks incredible afterwards, she then opens the door to try to kill him, which only serves to let it out. And finally, she shoots explosive material on the ship while trying to get a shot on the alien, leading to the destruction of the shuttle, ruining everybody on this planet. Truly the least valuable player I've ever seen. This makes it a bad scene. I think someone completely giving up as opposed to rising to the occasion in an emergency situation is not that unrealistic. When the other crew members show up, just as either take it out of there, exploding, and another guy birthing a second alien, this time out of his mouth. Just love how horrible this situation is. He genuinely went from sunshine and rainbows to nightmare hell times a million in the span of 5 minutes. It's not such a bad thing, so after all, I'll give the house. It's right over there. It's off our company right here. She's following it.
It's like, yeah, you know what it does. Some things are protecting you with the prices. The internet website, Aikido.dev/10 p.m.
Damn it, not again.
And you are?
Basim, friend to Noor. Let us save the details for another time. We need to get you out of here.
Slow yourself, ya Azizi. We cannot leave, not yet. I need to get into the guards' quarters.
What for?
It is Al Ghul you are after, is it not? The guards of this prison serve him. They take shifts escorting groups of prisoners to dig sites under the cover of night. If we can find their orders, we may know where Al Ghul is going next. Is that reason enough?
Stay close to me. Stay low. And do not...
Oh, come, Basim. I know how to defend myself.
Really? What with?
Let's try not to get in each other's way.
Around the tall grass at like 50 miles per hour, it's just fun. This is where our boy David
Tell me, Basim, because I must know. Just how did you make it down here?
Easy. I sucked in my belly and went through the cracks.
Take it as a compliment. I know your kind like to call it a dark,
this is what's left over of the engineered civilization. Throughout the film, you find out that David
Ali, one day I will tell you all about my past. Then you will understand.
Such a tease.
And that he also killed Shaw in order to use her body in his experiments. His God has grown to an unbelievable level. And when they tell him that they're part of a colonization mission, he lights up in the most heinous way. He is such a scary villain. He also takes an extreme interest in Walter in some of the best scenes in this movie and in the franchise as a whole are these scenes of Michael Fassbender from these two synthetics interacting with each other. It's so good, and I love how weird they get. They have this sexual, borderline incestuous undertone, and they even kiss because David views himself as superior, and the only thing he could actually ever love is another version of him. But that fully this time, and something about this design actually manages to get under my skin. It's just very human. In this scene in particular, where it's like breathing heaven, is the best alien imagery we've got in here. David then tries to interact with it, and one of the most chilling moments in the entire film is the amount of emotion David shows when the captain shoots it. Just getting himself onto that restricted captain, following him and using him as a character. I love this moment because we all know exactly what we get the alien face hugger and the birth of the Predator, which is still quite not the Xeno, but as close as we've gotten so far. And this little moment of him standing up and David standing over like a proud father is so great. I love it so much. It's low-key really cute. I love its little arms. David has another conversation with Walter has no intention of hurting his fellow humans in order
We will not have much time.
So David,
break it down!
Ali!
I heard you!
This effect is so
over there! By the armor!
The reset button sees when it looks indistinguishable from a human just being like,
I have it!
Take it to Roxanne, my master. She is with your rebels at the water with front. I will throw the guards.
Imagery that's never seen before. Moments like this are something that only this genre of science fiction horror can produce. Daniel's mother shows up and she feels what's going on. And this right here is the scariest line.
Damn, you're sick! I'm going for
Luckily, the Walter is
Again! Won't outrun me!
It's David replacing himself with the end of the fight happens on screen to provide a hint of mystery about himself. The biggest criticism I hear about this film is that this is beautiful characters ever.
Yeah! Nice hit! You're out of save! Thank you! I'll hack you to bits!
Hints of this cage, so I absolutely hate this criticism. It's so obvious because you're supposed to know. Despite not showing us what happened at the end of the fight, he is asking us to question whether this Walter or Davis are not knowing, but suspecting that it's probably David creates suspense and dramatic irony until the end where it's revealed for the characters and confirmed for the audience that it is David. I just don't think it's a real twist if it's not really meant to be a twist. It's set up that Walter self-heals. David can't do that, so he needs to be stapled up. You're supposed to figure this out, or at the very least question it. I'm not saying that it's perfect. There's still a lot of stupid stuff in this ending. I just think that the twist was predictable. It's not a valid criticism of this movie. Introducing my clock, the best way to run open clock. No terminal, no server config, no API keys to hunt down. Pick a plan, start using. That's it. Full table. There's a button. You're already working. Set the task. Wake up to results.
Why don't
Your
we always
computer
get
sleeps.
to the
My clock doesn't. My clock, the #1 open clock host.
So much for staying hidden.
I'll nail you. No, big stop.
This film
You look familiar.
video game boss battle.
You're a terrorist!
And there are this flying cargo dog while fighting the carnivores. It's a really fun set piece for the stew. And we then get back to the ship for the classic one. Demon! What is that? Embryo inside him and the chest bursts, leading to the another iconic alien moment where two people at quite literally their most intimate moment are attacked.
God is with
It's dread. They knock this thing on the airlock as per usual. Daniels lays down in her private pod. It's just beginning. As she realizes that's Scott Spencer, that's David. It's David having snuck base under embryos on board and has access to 2,000 sleeping wholeness experiment. Incredible. This also sets up the third and final film of Ridley Scott's prequel trilogy, a film called Alien Awakening, a film we never got to see in
This ain't the shit.
this film that is the people understand that it's praised as bootleg and reception of the studios. Just giving it entirely is sort of you. The thing you can't say that the Ridley Scott movies lack is creativity. He was actually trying to do something different with this franchise, other than retreading old ground over and over. And I know these aren't perfect movies, but I commend that so much more than just doing the same shtick again, or just doing nostalgia reference more.
Until I change that, I should not reconcile that.
Yeah, you know, the Alien Covenant is getting 8.5 out of 10 from me. This may just be my favorite follow-up to that 1979 Alien film. That's 7 years later, the Alien mantle was picked up by someone. And with the franchise being in such an uncertain place, everyone waited with bated breath to see what this movie would be. Which we'll talk about next time. Thank you so much for watching my video. Look out for part 3 next month, where we'll talk about Alien Romulus, the FX show Alien Earth, and also Alien Isolation. I hope you guys are enjoying having fun with the Alien retrospective, because I sure am. Thanks again to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and thank you so much to my patrons. My Patreon is in the description if you want to support me and get these videos a day early. That's it for today. So, good night.
Wait, what? Hey, please, Ron.
If he is that man, do you think his wife
The guards will be ever vigilant.
Travelers! Are you fresh from the bazaar? Are you laden with
I
goods?
should find Ali and see what we can learn about Al-Ghul. The Shurta keep getting underfoot. Could you help clear my path?
Given it in space, no one can hear you scream. But at the movie theater, everyone can hear you scream. Whether it's in the horror of the alien creatures or in the horror of the money you spend to see a movie, it's bad. Either way, it doesn't matter because there's only one sound that 20th Century Fox cares about. It sounds a little like this. 1979 director Ridley Scott working alongside Swiss pervert genius H.R. Giger on a once-in-a-lifetime vision of science fiction horror to life. Since then, there have been 7 Alien movies, or 9 if you're counting the Alien vs. Predator movies, as well as a recent TV show. And in this video retrospective, I'm going to review all of them in depth. Looking at anything that interests me from original concepts and lore to obviously the content of the movies themselves, and even to the often tumultuous production that went with the fantasy. Big thoughts. Studio are also this is a big project, so I'm probably going to have to split this up into parts. In this video, I'm going to focus on the first 4 movies released in this franchise, ending with Alien Resurrection in 1997, or also what we'll refer to as the Ripley Saga. And then in the next video, we'll go over previous Alien.
Hold on, die now!
Alien. And I also want to take a look at the video game Alien Isolation, because I mean that's a pretty important piece of the puzzle. And then if you guys really want, maybe I'll do a bonus video going over the 2 Alien vs. Predator films. So if you can stand the sound of my voice, sit back, relax, throw some popcorn, and maybe some jujubes, and let's
That's about my LLC. What's this all against? I'm getting a hand from legal stuff. They handle my legal stuff, so I can handle my books.
But why? There's so many smart influencers who give advice.
You need an LLC and passports. Every business is different. Legal stuff helps you figure out the best way to start
It looks like this lady. Now where is the alley?
All credit where it is due, for this man came to my aid at my darkest hour. And from what I have heard, I am not the only one. I will pay great tribute to you in a chronicle of our exploits. But we must first write the end of it. Come.
One super low price, no increase in revenue, 2 minute care, no wait, and 3 major networks for your best 5G coverage. Switch Red 5. Ridley Scott's Alien from 1979.
I see you two have met.
Only briefly. But the night is young and there is much to discuss. About what you can procure for me.
Our means are limited. But rest assured, I will listen to your needs, Ali. Later. Share what you know about Al Ghul, so that Basim may do what he's come here to do.
Yes. Your affairs before mine. But just this once. Al Ghul sends orders to the prison guards detailing where to dig around Baghdad. But it's not just prisoners he's using.
There is a promissory note for workers here. It looks like Al Ghul arranges to purchase migrant laborers as well.
Who in Baghdad could make these sorts of arrangements without raising suspicion?
There is but one man, Masoud al-Yaqub. He runs Baghdad's soap mills, finds paying work for foreign settlers, most of them Persian.
So he forces these laborers into working his dig sites, all under the guise of providing them with a livelihood.
Beshi! He tracked down one of Al Ghul's dig sites, posed as a prisoner. What happened?
The search turned up nothing. But that did not stop the guards from trying to silence us. I cracked one skull and fled. I doubt the others were as lucky.
A foolish thing to do with nothing to show for it.
Not nothing. Al Ghul will be at the Caravanserai. I overheard the guards talking.
Of course. Merchants from all over stop there to rest. If Masoud is buying migrant workers, it is likely the Caravanserai is where he conducts his affairs. What does he look like?
He is a large man, favors adornments like jewels and silks from the east.
Then he will be hard to miss. It is time, Basim.
What is your plan?
That will be for Basim to decide.
Basim? Alone? No. Let me gather some men.
Allow for foolish spectacle. Your day to display your prowess will come. But this day belongs to Basim. Consider it part of our agreement. Basim?
Down to the little, desk toy knickknacks, like the thing that, drinks water, the bird that drinks water. The interior is designed by Ron Cobb and Chris Voss, and Nostromo's not like a sleek, futuristic sci-fi ship. It's like a
I need a moment to reflect.
It's not pretty, it's functional. It's all more like a towering piece of construction equipment than anything close to what people were used to seeing in spaceship and sci-fi designs like the USS Enterprise from Star Trek. And then when they get together at their table where they all have meals together and they all smoke and complain about everything except the coffee, it all feels so tangible and lived in. I also like how it's not immediately obvious that Ripley is the main character. She's just kind of one of the crew for a lot of the movie. She's not completely predictable that she's gonna be the final girl until if you haven't seen it before. The true underlying villain and the reason they risk their lives to go and look at this signal in the first place is the company, also known as Wayland Yutani. As Ash explains, by not following procedure and orders from Mother, they could be looking at a complete forfeiture of their shares. Then they'd have spent years of their life hauling forward through space for nothing. The focus on anti-capitalist themes like corporate greed and worker exploitation is inseparable from this film and the franchise as a whole. Once they set down on the moon, we see Captain Dallas, Kane, and Lambert go on foot to check out the ship. In some of the wide shots, they even had some of the production's kids wearing tiny space suits to really sell the ginormity. Can I say that word? Ginormity of the sets. Basically making the sets look twice as big as they would have otherwise. It's kind of one of those things that once someone points it out to you, you can't unsee it. You see the POV cam of the ship, and Ash is like, I've never seen that before. Neither have I, to be honest. There are two wide shots that really stuck out to me when rewatching this. They incorporated these matte paintings, and they're just jaw-dropping to me. I mean, talk about Lovecraftian. I just love the scale of everything. And then they discover the space jockey, also designed by H.R. Giger. And incorporating the space jockey is sort of emblematic of something that's missing from all of the other sequels post this one. No one gets as creative with their ideas in any subsequent movies except arguably Prometheus. Other movies are way too focused on the iconography of the xenomorph, or the xenomorph but bigger. But when you come back to this, it's like there's a much larger and more mysterious universe out there that's only hinted at. And to continue glazing all of the production design and model work, I mean, this actually looks like a fossil. It's so convincing. And when they find the alien egg inside, they used real sheep and cow organs to give it that actual disgusting organic feeling. A feeling that none of the sequels live up to, in my opinion. When they're later dissecting the facehugger, this looks like a real alien to me. It looks like this is a real alien creature. So Kane here does the brilliant thing that people seem to do in sci-fi horror movies, where he leans his face up into the open alien egg. I give him more of a pass than most because he's not a scientist or anything. He's not equipped for this situation. Either way, when that alien egg opened up, he should have been out of there. Where is your fight or flight instinct? I want to point out how patient this movie is with its world building and just setting up atmosphere, rather than just rushing to the scary part. We don't get to the facehugger until 35 minutes in, and then not even to the chest burster. That's the halfway mark. But they bring Kane back to the ship, and Ripley actually refuses to let him in at first, showing some actual level-headedness. She knows damn well that bringing that in puts them all at risk. Oh, my hatch. Let it in the ship. But she's overridden by Ash, who of course has the directive to bring the alien home by any means necessary. There's some really great hints early on that Ash has his own motives and is in fact a robot. We see him constantly butting heads with Ripley, suggesting things to the crew just to cause chaos or just to see what will happen. There's even a shot where you can see him drinking
the milk substance that he uses as his blood. They try to remove it by cutting one of the finger joints or introduced to the acid blood. They immediately freak out and track down even that little bit of acid to make sure that it doesn't go all the way and eat through the whole of the ship. I feel like that fear is completely dropped in later movies. They spill buckets of acid blood and it never seems to be that big of an issue unless it lands on someone. Then the facehugger seems to die of its own accord and Kane feels completely fine. They all return to the dinner table and laugh it off. When something he ate is seeming not to agree with him. I love how you can see the horror on the actor's face when he realizes something's wrong. And then we get the chest burster moment. I mean, is there anything even for me to say? I know it's iconic. You know it's iconic. I love that little moment where Ash screams. You could argue their only hope for survival would have been to kill it right then and there. Armed with cattle prods and motion sensors, the Crypt and Nostromo try to hunt this thing down. Or is it that's hunting them?
We actually tripled our sales revenue from Google Ads when we incorporated performance max. So Google Ads allowed us to find that audience at scale and build awareness with people who were ready to make a change.
It's them, yeah. Do you know where your developers have installed?
Some things are worth protecting. Your devices are among them. Learn more at the internet website aikido.dev/10pm.
Yeah, like the tagline of every conversation. When exploring the ship, we get, in my opinion, the most famous fake-out cat jump scare of all time. This is the
Novice discipline and assassin. Novice discipline assassin.
I got that wrong at a bar trivia, and I'll never forget it. Brett then goes off on his own to find the cat separating him from the others. He finds the snakeskin condom of the alien, implying that it's been growing. And here's where we get the reveal of the alien's third evolution, aka the Big Check. This is the design that would quite literally feed Fox for generations. A design so good and so memorable, it built an entire franchise on its back, consisting of over 9 movies and a TV show. It's an endless slew of video games. And a design they're still profiting off of to this day. The suit was worn by Nigerian actor Balaji Videjo, who was perfect for the role. He was extremely tall and elegant. He even attended Tai Chi classes to try to get this graceful, otherworldly movement down. He really brought this thing to life. This suit was worked on and built and rebuilt over months and months. Originally, H.R. Eager wanted a more translucent alien design, but due to budget and time constraints, he had to make certain compromises on the alien. But what we got is still basically unparalleled in sci-fi horror creature design. The head of the alien has a real human skull built into it. Yeah, with a transparent dome piece covering like the brain area and hiding any expressive features like eyes. This is what gives it its otherworldly alien appearance. And I think the removal of the smooth dome in sequel movies is absolute bogus. James. We'll talk about those movies when we get to getting ahead of myself. It also gives the head of the alien its iconic and important penis shape. And I'm really not kidding here. If you think I'm joking, I'm not. No, the alien has a giant dick for a head. That's the design. HRT style is extremely sexual. His nightmarish biochemical designs usually invoke genitalia or have a lot of phallic shapes, which are central to the themes of his work and also to the themes of this movie. I think it's pretty clear that the film deals heavily in themes of assault and violence and forced birth. I mean, this is a series of horror movies usually about a final girl running away from an alien with a giant dick for a head. For some reason, I found that a lot of people find that controversial to say, that you're just reading into it, bro, and it's just a movie about aliens in space. I think you're being purposely obtuse here to say that. Screenwriter Dan O'Bannon clearly had these things in mind. He also said he didn't want to let the male audience off the hook from this fear and imagery, which is probably why he had the alien implants an embryo in a male host. And I'm sorry, I know that all of this is an extremely uncomfortable topic, but at its heart, Alien is a body horror concept. And to try and divorce it from those themes, I think would be just to
dumb it down and commercialize it. Anyways, talk about Kansas City, USA. So the alien kills Brent. One of the most interesting choices that Ridley Scott made in the edit was the decision to barely show the creature, and I mean barely, especially after finding out how much blood, sweat, and tears was shed in order to get the costume to work. But I definitely think this decision paid off. I think only seeing it in the background or a little out of focus or a little out of frame, brief glimpses, make sure that it never loses its believability. Ridley Scott, when he signed onto this project, said that he didn't want to make a movie about a guy in a rubber suit, and I think he succeeded. How many dollars is the next to go as he enters the air vents and tries to direct the alien towards the airlock with a flamethrower? I think they're still treating it like an animal at this point instead of the intelligent, perfect organism we know it to be. I think this is a great scare. It actually got me on my rewatch, even though I knew it was coming. And the gloves only look slightly silly, and that's only really when you pause the movie and go frame by frame. But at this point in the movie, Ripley really enters her role as the main character. She talks to Mother and finds out that Ash has his own objective: to bring the alien specimen home. Crew expendable. When she confronts him, it leads to a moment where Ash tries to strangle her with a rolled-up magazine in what I can only describe as the ship's food corner. Did someone on the Nostromo set aside a corner of the ship solely for masturbation purposes? And then Parker is able to knock Ash's head off, and we're able to get some answers out of this guy. And in 1979, they were able to create a broken robot effect that will never age.
You should not disturb me, and you should find something to do. Check the board.
Be my guest.
Yet most recently, in 2025, we have to look at this bulge. Dude, what are we doing here? Anyways, Ian Holm as Ash here is magnificent. Ash has nothing but
Is that it?
the creature that is killing the crew one by one, and I love this moment where Ripley just punches him. He says it. Sounds like a Redditor. Ripley goes off the side of the shuttle while Carter and Lambert went for Hectorsley. They get killed by the alien. Ripley begins the self-destruct sequence of the Nostromo and then escapes on the shuttle alone. Breaks down to her underwear when she's the most vulnerable. It's a little blood crack shout. Only to find that the alien has snuck aboard and is on the shuttle. This is a great moment. I know there are different ideas on why the alien is sort of docile here, but I do like to think of it as being such a pet. It has the intelligence to just sort of know not to kill Ripley right away here, because it knows that it will potentially ruin itself in space forever, but instead decides to just let her go wherever she's going and to just tag along wherever that is. So she has to blow it out of the airlock and then blow it off again when it tries to curl up into the engine. And with that, Ripley signing. This movie is a 10 out of 10, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
I have a gift for that.
It is so well realized, and the horror is so effective. There's so many great scenes where the characters are just exploring this nightmare of a ship, which is accompanied by nothing but minimal sound design. And the tension just builds up your spine until you can't take it anymore.
I can give it a second life.
Your phone most of the time. Probably just the most boring movie ever made. 7
Nothing
years
yet.
later, Alien would get a sequel directed by up-and-coming hotshot director James Cameron, and he decided to take the series in a different direction, to say the least.
The Khalifa, may God bless him with good fortune. Seems to be having trouble quieting both the court and Samara.
Good to see you. You never know when these will come in handy. Souls never leave home without some.
Change is in the air. And if you're 50 or older with
Thank you for your preference.
or over 75,
The tools of the trade.
to get an RSV vaccine. Because some adults
Have a gear improvement project in mind?
hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription treatments for RSV. So help protect yourself
Nothing
with
yet.
just one dose of a vaccine. Ask your
Be
doctor
well,
if
Sahib.
you're eligible. In minutes, says the doctor.
Peace, friend.
Be welcome here. Lots of choice. A strong layer of protection. Always prudent.
This is going to be the most controversial part of this video. Now, depending on who you might ask, you might hear that Aliens is one of the greatest film sequels of all time, and maybe even the best film.
Nothing more today?
And I 100% see why a lot of people feel that way. Cameron expanded on what
Yet fit to turn most any blade.
think he improved on it. But I don't have my own love for this movie, or at least some positive memories watching it, especially growing up. But if you couldn't already tell, nowadays I definitely am more of an Alien 1 guy. So this is kind of awkward for me because this is obviously a great, extremely well-made movie. And I'm obviously nobody does any business knowing James Cameron, but I think he would have done wrong, especially when the final product is such an incredible achievement. It's so beloved and so crowd-pleasing. My problem is that, you know, this isn't a James Cameron original concept. This isn't a movie called Colonial Marines. It's called Alien. And that's not to say I'm going to give this movie a bad review by any means. It's just that as my appreciation for Alien 1 has grown, and my feelings towards Aliens have only waned. Like, I don't know, imagine if they made a sequel to The Babadook called The Babadooks, and the tagline was, "This time, you can get rid of the Babadook." Anyways, I understand that not everyone agrees with me. There is definitely something to be said about different directors exploring different genres and visions inside the same universe, making for like a really cool idea for a franchise. It just can't help my feeling of disappointment, going from the cosmic body horror of Alien to the popcorn 80s action of Alien, especially because they're making use of HR geekers, once-in-a-lifetime perfect organism, and turning them into machine gun fodder. This vision kind of simplifies and streamlines the xenomorph, turning them more into animals that much. This is the kind of science fiction where gun-toting Marines walk around an alien moon in tank tops and shred through groups of the perfect organism with bullets, all shouting, and some. That's not to say that this is all bad, per se. I'm just trying to like paint a picture of the differences here in town. They cocoon people, they act in accordance with an egg-laying queen. Basically, Cameron, I feel, turned them into ants. I just find it's a film that has more in common with Starship Troopers than Alien. But you can even took off one of the most striking aspects of the design, the transparent dome.
Got what you needed.
And gave them this sort of ridged, shell-like head. Again, making them more like bugs. Whether he liked the simplified design better, or if it was just out of necessity to have, you know, more simpler costumes that are easier to move around and everything. It ironically looks cheaper. HR geekers not brought back to work on this movie, and I think it completely shows. They definitely the design. Cameron did it himself. I don't think the design that he did for the Queen is bad at all. I actually think it's really good. I just do think it's very expected, though. It's just always been more evocative of like a dinosaur or something than like an alien. So this movie begins only moments after the original film from Ripley's point of view. She finds out she's been in stasis for 57 years and was only picked up by a deep space salvage vessel as a stroke of luck. And being debriefed by her company, Weyland-Yutani, she realizes she doesn't recognize the world or her place in it anymore. Especially after learning that her daughter that she left behind on Earth not only grew up, but passed away in her absence.
Be my eyes.
Depending on the cut you're watching, more than likely you're watching the basic theatrical cut unless you went out of your way to seek out the other version. This scene has been entirely cut from the movie, and Ripley's arc kind of just kneecapped as a result. Due to money-hungry executives at Fox who wanted extensive cuts to the runtime so that they could play the movie 4 times in a single day, James Cameron had to cut this from the film. Pretty ironic considering the actual content of the movie.
I don't know which species it was. You don't see them each other for a goddamn percentage.
Anyways, I do love the setup. Ripley is lost and having constant nightmares. Living alone with
have you
James
gathered yourself?
on a cargo dock running loaders.
Then
It's a great setup for
come,
later. She's had her
Basil.
flight license revoked. Kirk, the company man, shows up to ask her to return to the moon. The moon with a group of Marines They lost contact with the colonists they had on the moon. She agrees to the condition that they're going to destroy the aliens and not study. The Marines are some hoorahs. They fly to LP-426 on a ship that is shaped like a gun.
Unlike those before and those yet to come, Al-Ghul's death will be just. This is a man who plays off the desperate and the disadvantaged. And such atrocities will only continue. For Al-Ghul is but a cog in a larger wheel, one that spins destructively. So long as it does, we hidden ones will make it our mission to slow it to a stop. Today, you will lend your hand, your blade, to that very mission. And while Al-Ghul is your first target, he will not be your last. I have great belief in that. And through all my stoicism, my harsh lessons, note that you have impressed me, Basim. Yours is presence in Baghdad and beyond. Rests in shifting sands, so long as you remain at the tip of our spear.
And that is where I intend to remain. Beholden to your guidance.
Where all the environments were so memorable and so iconic in the first film. Here, everything feels just a lot more like your standard sci-fi fare. Another great addition to this film is the character of Bishop. I love that Cameron turned the evil robot thing on its head. He gave it to us sort of in reverse. Ripley doesn't trust Bishop at first, so Ripley comes to trust the genuinely well-intentioned robot by the end. Only for, you know. Anyway, they land down on the moon, and there's a giant atmosphere processor because the colonists were terraforming, which gives Cameron an excuse to forego any spacesuits on any of the characters. And visually, a lot of this movie visually is very reminiscent of the Terminator. And when they come across the colony, it's kind of just made me laugh. Like having a muddy street with a neon sign that's large. It just shows how different it is. And really Scott's priorities were when it comes to the kind of science fiction story that they're telling. Like when they land on LB,
Caravans from all walks. And I thought Anbar's market was disorderly.
Where there is disorder, there is chaos. And chaos can bring opportunity.
There's a really great little moment of
see what avenues present themselves. Be reactive, but patient, and trust your instincts.
This movie actually got Sigourney Weaver an Oscar nomination for playing Ripley, which I think is definitely deserved. It makes me really happy. I think she is best out of the 4 movies in this culture. But then they hear something before they even see what it is. The soldiers just start dumping. What do they? Ice Age. It's almost turned this
wetted with the blood of the slain. I will find you when it is over.
To becomes Ripley's surrogate daughter. Because it was clearly written that Ripley had a daughter who
you think your cruelty is well hidden, Al-Ghul. For you chose those with little voice, whose cries you knew would go unheard. They dug at your bidding, died at your hand, and were cast away like so much refuse. All to scour the desert for some artifact. Even now you haggle for flesh, safe in the Caravanserai. You prefer your victims chained and starved. It is time you faced a man unbound.
Come, the stage is yours. I will be watching.
Go.
Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction.
The stage is yours.
Projects, enterprise grade systems. Everything is built in and ready for production.
What is the delay?
What delays your departure, friend?
Someone by the name of Mas'ud saw fit to inspect my wares. And so here I wait. Who does he think he is?
What is it?
Would you do it?
Red,
I am not
if I can get that merchant to leave,
poking
his
around
abrupt departure may lure Al-Ghul out.
So the lieutenant is terrified by fears, so it's help to save the surviving Marines. And some of them are able to use the Xeno as like a balloon with their machine gun fire. It seems a little selective when it is and isn't hidden. As they escape,
You there! Stay! Oh, God! Get the gun!
One of them is under the fire. One is where it really starts to steam up the perfect organism. They call the shuttle to go pick them up, and unfortunately, the Xeno have made it onto that ship as well.
Wow, waiting.
Mentioning yet about Bill tax, it's also amazing in this film. I've heard people say that I have the same accent.
إذا حدث غير قسم جيد فعلماء الرياضيات المعترفون الصراحة التي أجريتها على حسابات
How little contingency they had if they were to go forward. Like, why did every single soul that down on the moon?
Perhaps I can use this to my advantage.
Company man is the about the alien ship, even purposely sent the colonists out there leading to this whole disaster. In order to try to bring a specimen home, he lets two facehuggers out in the which leads to one of the best scenes. The bishop goes to send a shuttle to the rest of our band of swords as the Xenomorphs. A lot of great build-up of just anticlimactic. The Xenomorphs are so easily killed by executing gunfire. The slugging work until off screen, which is really playing the conflict.
Wait, just a...
Please, absolutely there you are! She's obviously killed him. Just kidding, the Xenomorph takes her hostage and takes her to the nest alive so that Ripley can save her and it's just it's so convenient and like movie-like. I know it's a movie, but since Ripley then goes to save her and faces off with it.
Might be playful with
the egg dispensing thing and returns all the eggs and escapes only to discover that the queen has hitched a ride. More like in the first one, we get that absolutely iconic it's so good, so well executed, and all the mentions they then have a pretty clunky scene fight in the Ripley below this one over the airlock test. We get a pretty happy ending where Ripley, Duke, and Hicks all survive and lay down for the return trip and they live. They never no, actually, sorry, I forgot. Somehow there's an alien on board which leads up to crash land on a prison planet where Hicks gets skewered and drowns to death. And the next time Ripley wakes up, she finds that she is once again the sole survivor. I honestly cannot take this ending seriously anymore just because of the dramatic irony. It's just so absurd. I can't believe that. But that is actually this movie's fault. So yeah, I know I was hard on this film. I'll still give it 8 out of 10. And also by comparison to what these guys here. 6 years later, we got to see the darkest chapter of Ripley's alien journey. Alien 3, Alien Q, which is a naming convention used in Alien but never in Q movies. David Fincher's debut. And released in 1992. The production for this movie was infamous. Sigourney Weaver said it was a significant lesson on how not to make a movie. And David Fincher has said about Alien 3 that nobody hated it more than me. This was pretty much new to David Fincher launched the project. Apparently they fought him at every turn and constantly worked to understand the actual story for this film. At least 5 to 50 different scripts at different points in time. All 9 different writers with different ideas. Even during filming, extensive rewrites were being done, leading to 2 completely
Citizen,
Be warned! Hard on my ears. Could use some respite.
And refilmed it of it chest first from a dog, a Rottweiler. So adding up the incoherence of the mishmash script and rewrites along with David Fincher being, infamous action in this game, of course, the constant studio interference, eventually had enough.
Nah.
Together an assembly cut, which adds around 30 extra minutes and also uses the Ox chestburster scene as the introduction of the Xenomorph. I think the Ox is one of the more convincing shots that was ever done for this film. I think this cut is looked at much more favorably in the community than the theatrical cut. For my video, we're going to be looking at the theatrical. Just for continuity, we're looking at the theatrical cut for all of the films. Also, the theatrical one is just the one that any average person is much more likely to have seen. Also wanted to make a little note that they also didn't seem to really involve H.R. Giger in this film either. He came up with a design for this new alien and even made a massive sculpture of it in his studio, but apparently no one from the production even bothered to go out to Switzerland to take a look at it. I mean, what Foots did to him is pretty disrespectful if you're asking me. You gotta feel for him. Really, 3 begins with a car crash landing on a mysterious prison planet, and one of the first things we see is Newt's dead screaming face.
Killer! Evil is loose here!
Is that what I think it is?
Is this your crate?
Ah, it is indeed. The guards returned it to you.
In a manner of speaking.
Very good, very good. I must repay you. You seem like a man who enjoys a good meal.
Not.
Your devices are on our internet website, aikido.dev/10pm.
Thank God. They unearth the pod and save Ripley. She wakes to find that everyone else is dead and that she's stuck on a prison planet full of violent male convicts who haven't seen a woman in years. They literally could not devise a more mean-spirited or nightmarish scenario to put Ripley in. That feeling of mean-spiritedness is something that's prevalent throughout the whole film. This is not a fun watch. We get an extended autopsy scene where they graphically open Newt's corpse so that Ripley can have a look inside and make sure that there's no chest burster inside the infant body of her surrogate dog. Then we cut to a really violent and upsetting dog death. One of the inmates has a Rottweiler named Spike, and the dog got infected by the facehugger that was on board the Looking back to back, tonally, it really feels like going from like Raiders of the Lost Ark to like Hereditary. Like, imagine if in the opening scene of The Last Crusade, Short Round had an allergic reaction and got his head knocked off by a telephone pole when he stuck his head out the window of the car.
For you to return often, and I'll sweeten the pot to make it home.
Is Dr. Clemens, played by Charles Dance. He was one of the only characters that actually
Find a better price? Come back and I'll have the Undertrader beaten.
Guys, and they all look the same. A lot of the people on this planet are involved in this religious fervor and have taken a vow of celibacy, which makes sense considering one of the original drafts actually involved a bunch of monks living on a space satellite made of wood. Dude, I wish I could have seen that movie. But it seems Ripley is stuck here for the time being, so she has to shave her head because apparently they have a lice problem. But we get a Sigourney Weaver with a shaved head. Picture.
Mother, help! Killer here!
Her and Simon's relationship becomes a little PG-13, and the alien on the loose starts to pick off some of the inmates. The xenomorph in this movie, having come from a dog, is more quadrupedal. It's nice to see them innovate a bit on the xenomorph design. I also like that there's only one of it in this movie. Ripley goes to the trash heap to find where they jumped Bishop, and we get a horribly uncomfortable scene where Ripley is attacked and nearly luckily, Dylan rescues her and beats her would-be assaulters, but this scene just felt so unnecessary. Like I said, the thematic allegory is already there. It's just felt gratuitous. but after that, she'll be able to talk to Bishop, and I actually think this scene is really chilling. And
Jesus, motherfucker.
On board when they're plot attached from the ship. Then Bishop turns and kill him. Alright, dude, we get it. This is the dark one. This is the dark movie, okay? We get it. I can only imagine what James Cameron thought watching this. It's new ship, and then the first thing they do in the next again, though, this effect of the half-exploded android still holds up a lot more than I can say for a certain recent movie that came out that starts with A and ends with Liam Neeson. In the clinic, we get our first proper look at this new alien, where it suddenly kills Charles Dane, Ripley's only friend in the prison, and frankly, the only new character introduced that I cared about. Great. The size of the new Xenomorph is also unbelievably consistent. In one shot, it appears to be played by a guy in a suit and has a massive presence, massive, like 7-foot silhouette. When it actually approaches Ripley, they switch to the quadruped for using like cosmic in post-production, and then it's no bigger than like this little dog. It's like a little doggy. I mean, we're really expected to accept that this is the same creature. Anyways, strangely, the alien refuses to harm Ripley. We get a fun little moment where Gordon, who's refusing to believe Ripley about the alien, actually just gets sucked up into the ceiling. But now it's up to Ripley and some of her would-be to take this thing down. After a failed attempt to trap it using fire, Ripley realizes she's not feeling so good. So using an ultrasound machine, she realizes that she's actually infected with an alien. When, how, or why that happened, I really don't.
It is our divine will to rule over
them.
Our duty to accept their contribution.
To what?
To what could be. The very knowledge of which lies buried beneath these sands.
And while I think the actual puppet work was really well done, the final product just looks terrible. There are a lot of scenes that look no better than just pure clip art. It has absolutely no presence in the world of the frame.
Me?
I think they knew this and tried to compromise by having all of these alien POV shots, alien vision.
POV? You are an alien.
Which aren't too terrible at first until they keep using them and keep relying on them. It's such a crutch and it becomes so annoying, and this sequence is almost unbearable to watch. And then Dylan distracts the Xenomorph by allowing it to eat him, and you can hear him yelling stuff like, "Come on, that's guts." While it's supposedly tearing him limb from limb, that's how it goes. So Ripley pours 1,000 gallons of molten lead down on it. It's still alive somehow. So Ripley jumps and pulls down a lever to turn on the sprinklers, causing it to harden in its pause. Actually making for a pretty fun shot. But then the company finally shows they're led by the creator of Bishop here, who apparently made the Bishop model in his own image. And so to avoid letting Wayland Yutani have access to the alien queen inside her, Ripley jumps into the lava, sacrificing herself, with the chest burster bursting out of her in midair. Could I roll my eyes any harder, dude? Ripley's sacrifice is a fine moment, and it makes sense for her character. But it's so melodramatic, and the effects are so bad, dude. But that's Alien 3. Talk about a miscarriage. I don't know, I'll give this like a 4, 5 out of 10. Yeah. There's definitely a good movie in there somewhere. But this is a pretty miserable watch. Now, I said that Alien 3 actually made me realize I was being too harsh on Aliens. What if I told you that the next movie made me look back and wonder if I was being too hard on Alien 3? Because that's what happened.
Al Ghul's relentless pursuit at the expense of human lives has come to an end. It is a day of victory, not only for those spared of his cruelty, but for the hidden ones. The Order's grand plot in Baghdad may still be a mystery, but we can at least be certain Al Ghul's role in it has been vanquished.
I believe what he sought to uncover were more strange objects. Like the one I took from the Winter Palace. What does the Order want with these relics of the past? And why guard them with so much effort?
You are beginning to ask the right questions, Basim. We shall find the answers together.
Lately, all I have are questions.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget I said anything.
How am I to guide you if you will not speak openly?
It's about to make a difference. Again, except this. It's different. Alien resurrection.
Struggled with nightmares.
Okay, not to
In
be
these dreams, a genie torments me until I wake up panicked and soaked with sweat. In Alamut, I had nearly forgotten about it. But when I killed Al-Ghul, I felt its presence again. And I am left asking why? Why him? Why now? Why me? Piling questions and no answers. I meant to tell you what.
You were afraid I would think you weak of mind. We are only as weak as we allow ourselves to be. To shed a weakness, you must do what is necessary to mend that which causes you pain.
Will you permit me a brief respite? I wish to seek out an old friend.
Neha? I remember. She is important to you, isn't she?
She is. But last we spoke, I led her to believe otherwise.
This causes you pain. Then go and heal this wound without delay. Find me at the Herbaria Bureau when it is settled.
If that was indeed Nihal, I have not a clue where she went. Back home in Anbar.
Anyways, maybe I'm nitpicking the details, but this film is just ugly to look at. The yellow piss filter from the whole thing in Mexico was freaky. So what they did was splice Ripley's DNA with some alien DNA so that it would be more of the green alien inside of her that they could remove. As far as I understand,
You will be ready to pay.
so that they'd have human test subjects
Guard!
instead of
Guard!
the
Burning, painting us,
group are played by Winona Ryder and Ron Perlman, and they're
Oh.
led by this guy who
Hit
sounds
the
like he
outlaw!
was came
Guard,
out of the
over here! Help!
It's like that, take a man.
I swear, all of that
I have to apprehend thieves myself, apparently.
seems like they're out of a different market, including General Mark Perez.
حسنا سأكون
I also cannot overemphasize that there are no likable characters in this film. The guys are like over-obnoxious caricatures. Just in case you didn't know, they're supposed to be bad. Even when it comes to like the mercenaries, there's just so much of that epic, misogynistic, cosmeted humor. Let's talk about the basketball scene. I feel like if there's anything you've unheard of or seen from this movie, it's this, where a bioengineered Ripley shows off her insane handles in space basketball. It starts out because Ron Perlman sees Ripley and decides he wants to sexually harass her, but after she bounces the ball into his nuts, the other mercenaries attack her. This guy even tries to essentially kill her with a barbell, which is insane. Like, he doesn't know at this point that she's not just a normal person. So I'd say that's attempted murder. Ripley is unfazed, though, and ends the scene by draining a backwards one-handed shot while walking away, which Sigourney Weaver actually hit. I think they had to quickly cut because Ron Perlman started cheering. There's also a lot of fetishistic stuff in this movie. I know that maybe sounds hypocritical when I praise a lot of the psychosexual themes and HRE work. This movie just doesn't really play it. It's like, can't seem to decide if they're playing it comedically or straight. Like the scientist kissing the glass where the xenomorphs are held. What's this supposed to convey except to be kind of gross? gross it.
What do you
There's
see?
some sort of tension between Ripley and Winona Ryder's character. The perverted aspects feel more immature and like B-movie gross in comparison to what the master Creed was trying to convey with his work. We find out that Winona Ryder has her own personal mission to try and kill Ripley. This leads to tensions breaking down between the mercenaries and the soldiers. And what follows is the schlockiest, dumbest shootout I've ever seen in a movie. It starts out with Christie being up these skidded forearm guns, which he somehow got past the metal detectors that we saw him go through earlier in the film. I don't know. We thought the fourth and final Alien movie should be a corny B movie with Matrix-style action sequences, and that's what we got. To escape their confinement, the xenomorphs killed one of their own so that the acid blood will run through the floor. So you're telling me that the medical research facility consisting of scientists who knew how to recreate alien queens through DNA collected from 200 years ago? It's a place for the acid blood of the trying to escape. The general gets attacked by a xeno, and he watches him reaches back. He just pulls out like something right so that he can look at it. He says this. Stop it. Put the pen down, dude. I'm begging. I love how even this guy looks at her like, why did you say that? Also, amongst the survivors is Raymond Cruz, aka Tuco Salamanca. It was nice to see him in something besides Breaking Bad. And he also still has that Tuco Salamanca charisma.
There's only a few, just a guy had it tagged.
One of the only scenes I actually liked in this is when Ripley discovers a room where all the failed Ripley clones are, and there's some great like body horror on display. There's this like terrifying amalgamation on the bed that's just like begging for death. It's good stuff. So Ripley burns them all to crisp with her flamethrower, and one girl named goes, Sweden, I'm begging you to put the pen down and never pick it back up. They find one of the civilians that had a chest burster put in him, and they try to explain to him that he has an alien inside of him. Inside me. Inside of me. What's inside me? What's inside me? What's inside me?
There's gotta be a process.
Inside me. What's inside me?
Reason.
What's inside me? The set piece where they're forced to swim through a section of the ship and are pursued by xenomorphs swimming underwater. It's actually kind of cool. I like the way they move. When they emerge, there are eggs blocking the way. So the character Christie, like, ricochets a rocket off the ceiling to blow them all up. For some reason, this character has this ricochet power, like he's Bullseye or something. It's never explained. And the scientist betrays them by shooting Winona Ryder. Oh, no!
You guys are mad!
Ron Perlman flips upside down on the ladder to shoot the xenomorphs with two pistols as they dodge the bullets like they're in the Matrix. Look, honestly, this is pretty cool for something written by an 8-year-old. But they did a really good job.
Bassem?
How long was Joss Whedon when he wrote this?
It's really you?
Gosh, unfortunately, the Ricochet man is
Yes.
But they're saved at the last minute by Winona Ryder, who's
Say nothing,
revealed to be
Sadiq.
an android.
I am as sorry as you.
You did not cook with that line, Joss Whedon, okay? That shit
I have so much to tell you.
And I you. We will grant each other an audience. But first, I must know something.
What?
Why are you dressed like a peasant?
Perhaps I have less to tell you than I thought.
I think I can surmise what our time apart has been like for you.
And you? You have not been living here, I hope.
Less living, more working.
On what? Why do I know this?
Because you have seen it. On the object we found at the Winter Palace. I have been trying to remember the specifics of its design.
You have spent all this time obsessing over this symbol? Why?
Because I too have seen it before. I know not where or when, only that I have. Whatever it is, it calls to me. I intend to unravel its mystery, and so should you. But of course, duty calls.
Stop. I will bear it in mind if it means you will spend more time outside these musty walls than you do within.
You really do spare a thought for everyone, don't you, Basim?
أراك لاحقا.
Takes away any and all elegance from HRD Dare's design philosophy and just goes for straight gross out.
The order of the ancients are far from defeated.
Escape on their ship.
Master Roshan is certain to have a plan going toward Luton. And perhaps I should look into Nihal's obsession. It seems Nihal is trying to discover the location of a secret chamber.
About it screams in agony. Poor thing. And to stop the military vessel from crash landing on Earth and releasing the Xenos, they speed up its descent so that when it crashes, everything aboard will be vaporized. So the size of the explosion genuinely made me burst out laughing. I get that they didn't want the Xenos to survive, so instead they cause an explosion that's at least 5 times bigger than the meteor impact that killed the dinosaurs. And that was Alien Resurrection. Sir, this movie has its fans. Personally, though, almost nothing in this movie worked for me. And like I said, it even made me look back at Alien 3 with fondness in comparison to this. Getting a 2 out of 10 from me. That's the end of part 1 of the Alien series retrospective. We truly looked at the highest highs and the lowest lows. Please join me next time. We'll look at Prometheus, Alien Covenant, Alien Romulus, Alien Earth, and Alien Isolation. I want to give a massive shout out to my patrons. I love you guys so much. If you want to support me, it's in the description. And that's all I got for now. So bye-bye, safe, and sweet dreams. So I'm going to say Geiger this whole time. Eager. That's the Predator. You know him, you love him. He's an unstoppable alien hunter that can take down a team of glistening bodybuilders in the jungle one.
You will rot in the cell. Yes, you will.
Camouflage, the infrared vision, the twin arm lens, the 3 laser guns. The Predator as a creature and concept is a valuable IP that will always have box office draw. And I think it just comes down to the strength of that first movie. Welcome back to the J. Cote channel. If you don't know, I started off this year with my Alien franchise retrospective, over 3 videos, and after this, it'll all culminate in 1 video on the 2 Alien vs. Predator movies. Unlike Alien, I realized outside that first Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, I had actually never sat down and watched most of the Predator standalone films that exist. So I'm sure, like some of you, the insane directions this franchise goes in will be completely new to me, for better and for worse. But I think that's enough for you, right? Creed, and of course, some YouTube views, and let's drop it. Over here, you can see that I've got my agent website right. You can see the event histories and the interview films, the
No decency these days.
The agent has determined it has enough information to run its first film. Let's confirm it, and it will work. So I'm going to ask it to add a couple of days either side so I can enjoy Auckland a little more. It has added a couple of days either side, and it knows I want to go to Auckland from
There,
LA.
one of the Sahadim members. I should investigate.
Now, this tool is actually using the real Stripe API. So if I go and click on that invoice, you see Stripe. My invoice is the right amount of money. Click into that invoice, you can see the flight details there. And that is my AI agent. You can find the agent source code here on GitHub. And the tool proof of concept has inspired others into building AI agents using Temporal.
I, for one, will not judge. Perhaps he's an innocent man in a cruel world.
In 1987, Arnold Schwarzenegger ruled the world. He was an action star in a way that there aren't really action stars anymore, unless you count Tom Cruise, of course, which I do. It didn't matter what the movie was, or what it was called, or what character he was playing in it. All you needed was a poster with him on it holding a gun, and everyone would flock to the movie theaters. These old posters
The
kind of
short
crack
will
me
deal
out.
with
They
him
kind of
soon
remind
enough.
me of how they sell Stephen King books nowadays, where it's just his name twice as big as the book's actual name, because the name of the book just doesn't matter. The name of the movie doesn't matter. All you need to see is Schwarzenegger. This movie begins with Arnold showing up to the military base in Central America, where he meets up with Carl Weathers. And we get possibly the most iconic shot of the franchise.
You will be made to pay.
Dutch and Dylan grasp each other's hands and flex their sweaty biceps as a competition of strength. This film is wholeheartedly an over-the-top satire of the hyper-masculinity of the 80s. It's so campy and it's so fun and funny.
The CIA got to pushing too many pencils.
But that also doesn't make it any less genuinely badass.
Repent, or you will know God's wrath.
And him saying, "You son of a bitch."
Son of a bitch.
Is one of the greatest line reads of all time. This film is that a cabinet minister was shot down and kidnapped in the jungle, and Dutch and his team are sent out to rescue them. The team is a crack squad of specialists and muscle-bound jugheads with miniguns. Jesse Ventura is here in a cowboy hat, and he's just utterly insane.
Where's the shorta when you need them? Call out the shorta!
All these characters, and you learn like one little thing about them just from how they
Can't
speak
fool
to each
me!
other, but after
That's
they
the
land, they
outlaw!
come across
God,
what I can
get
only
over
describe
here!
as some jelly man.
Fetch the patrol! This is the criminal they see! Hurry!
Bodies of his prey. And I do want to say that the jungle and atmosphere in this film is they shot this on location in the Mexican jungle near Puerto Vallarta, and I know they didn't exactly have a volume in the 80s, so filming on location was basically a necessity, but to say that it paid off,
you will be made to pay.
This is Head and Shoulders the best looking Predator movie that has ever been made, and I don't think any of the others even really come close. Everything is so tactile and immersive. You feel the heat of the jungle and the insects biting you.
The shorta will deal with him soon
And
enough.
it's so full of color. The jungle is
The silver spent on these watchmen is wasted.
what happened to color. But if this exact movie was remade in 2026, you know it would look like this. Just washed out blue red. You know, just that Netflix color palette. This paramilitary squad might be getting hunted down and abused by a brutal creature in the forest, but you're getting abused by something even more dastardly as we speak. Web browser design. Opera is the most useful
You
browser for
will
video
rot in a
streaming.
cell.
Have your
Yes,
favorite
you will.
YouTube and Twitch content right at your fingertips, with content viewable directly in the sidebar. Or use the pop-out feature to detach and move the video anywhere you want, even outside the browser. Now you can multitask by watching content and browsing the web at the same time. With Opera, you can also
the
boost the
outlaw!
speed of music
Guard,
and videos up
over
to
here!
500%. I hate being relegated to bad audio when a video is
Guard!
posted with a low
Guard!
saying,
There is
I'm just
burning,
using my
tainting
old
our
laptop
streets.
with bad speakers. That keeps yelling at me that the volume I'm listening at is
Go the watch! You will be made to pay.
Opera gives you the full freedom of audio options that I couldn't get with my old browser.
Have to
One of my
apprehend
favorite
thieves
features
myself,
of Opera
apparently.
is the dark mode. Dark modes eliminate eye strain, which is something necessary for people like me that spend every waking moment of every single day staring at my computer screen.
Can't
They
fool
also
me.
have adjustable
That's the
UI
outlaw.
colors and
God,
keyboards,
get
so you
over
can
here.
totally customize the browser to your own personal styles.
Fetch the patrol! This is the criminal they see!
Today by
Hurry!
clicking the link in the description below. Thank you so much to Opera for sponsoring
You don't
this
show
video.
your face! Call out the shorta!
We get to the village where the hostages are being held. We get our first action scene. And the only way I can describe the action in this film is that it's full-blown maximalism. Every structure must be exploded. Every person must be shot. Not one,
I, for one,
but
will not judge.
600 times.
Perhaps he's an
And then
innocent man in a cruel
explode.
world.
At the end of the scene, Arnold goes, sorry. If there was another hostage, they would have been atomized by now. Dead. Every single square inch of it.
He's the outlaw! Guard, over here! Help!
Things aren't what they seem to be when Dutch finds out that his
There is
team
vermin
was set.
tainting our streets!
We give flowers to Carl Weathers, who was really great in this movie.
Go to watch! You will be made to pay!
Sincerity and gravitas.
The silver spent on these watchmen is wasted.
For stuff like this, is so funny, but somehow it just works. We don't actually get our first encounter with the Predator until 45 minutes into the movie, which I love. Show some patience and some confidence in your movie, and make us wait for it, so that when it happens, it feels so much more significant. In one fell swoop, the Predator takes down two of our characters and then disappears again. And we see those traditional symbols of masculinity.
Where's the shooter when you need him?
Massive guns are no match and are just the wrong approach for dealing with this creature. I love when one character is spraying bullets into the woods, so Arnold and the other guy show up and just start spraying bullets too, no questions asked. They nailed everything about the Predator design from the first movie. They did the classic silhouette with the mask, the alien face with the mandibles underneath the mask, the twin legs, and the
Guard, over here! Help!
Iterated on this at all since its first movie. I also enjoyed the addition of the character
You will be made to pay!
She's the only female character in the movie, and she makes it out because she never carries a weapon, and thus the Predator
You'd only chase after a meal.
She also has a great monologue about the demon that stalks the jungle during the Protestant summer. They attempt to set up traps and take this thing down. As we go, each of Dutch's team members gets systematically taken out until it's only Arnold and Anna. He tells her to. And Arnold makes his last stand after leaping off like a 60-foot cliff. This stunt is amazing to me. And this is just great stuff. This is such a simple movie,
you will know
they just give the
God,
audience everything you could possibly want from a movie like this. But this leads to Arnold getting covered in mud and realizing that this makes him invisible
There is
to the
vermin
infrared
tainting our
vision of the
streets.
Predator. Is this a little ridiculous? I mean, of course. It's a little layer
Go to watch.
that's really going
You
to
will be
make
made
him
to pay.
invisible. Like, he doesn't even have anyone there to do his bags. I mean, yeah, you can clown on
Have to
it,
apprehend
you can
thieves
say
myself,
that you're
apparently.
wrong, and I think this works perfectly fine for the rules set up within the film. And I'm willing to suspend my disbelief. It is pretty funny, though, to me later on. He is making his traps and working by firelight. Like, this wouldn't draw the Predator to him, but whatever. So he tries a new approach to taking down this creature, and that's becoming Tarzan. He uses strategy and Home Alone methods to eventually outsmart the Predator. And this sequence is amazing. I love how even though it's a night scene, you can still see everything. And one of my absolute favorite shots is when everything is completely in silhouette except for Arnold's eyes.
Over
It's
here!
so good. Apparently to film this sequence, he spent 3 weeks covered in mud
Go
and
to
swimming
watch.
around in
You will
cold
be made to
water,
pay.
while Kevin Peter Hall, the actor who wore the Predator costume, was wading
silver
around
spent
in
on these watchmen is
bleach-filled
wasted.
swamp water while wearing a mask he couldn't see out of. Also, the entire cast and crew apparently got diarrhea. And that's how you make a movie, baby. In the end, Dutch defeats the Predator. And with everything we know about the Predator and their customs, I was kind of expecting him to give Dutch like some kind of trophy as a sign of respect for defeating him. But the Predator starts a countdown on a bomb that's meant to take both him and Arnold down with him. He also starts diabolically laughing. One of the coolest details that they actually added in is that earlier in the film, you can see the exact moment the Predator actually recorded the audio of Billy laughing, and then he replays it at the end. I think it's amazing that they added that in and were that detail-oriented with things. This is genuinely an incredible movie. I wish I could say that anything after this really even comes close. I mean, we'll see.
Fetch the
but,
patrol!
Well,
This
let's
is the
find
criminal
out
they
with
seek!
our next
Hurry!
film, the 1990 follow-up, Predator 2.
Can't fool me! That's the outlaw! Guard, get over here! You don't show your face!
You
Call
will
out
rot
the
in your
short
cell.
arm!
Yes, you will.
Amateur. The thieves are too clever by far for these lackeys. I, for one, will not judge. Perhaps he's an innocent man in a cruel world.
Help! Fiend! Come to watch! You will be made to pay! Guard! Guard! There is vermin tainting our streets! That guardsman, so fat. He'd only chase after a meal.
لا يبدو ذلك آمنا.
Predator 2 is one of the most insane movies I've ever seen in my life. In only the second film of this franchise, they decided to take the Predator from the jungles of Central America to the streets of Los Angeles. It's also a war-torn, almost dystopian version of LA, where drug lords and gangs just run around shooting each other at all times of the day. It took the Friday the 13th franchise 8 movies to Jason Ted. But here they went for the urban mix-up.
The silver spent on these watchmen is wasted.
We followed Danny Glover as a detective who doesn't quite do things by the book. He plays by his own rules, but damn it, he gets results. And when I tell you that Danny Glover never stops yelling in this movie, I really am not exaggerating. He yelled all of his lines in the opening scene, and then in the next scene, he begins whispering his because I genuinely think he lost his voice from shouting at his lines the entire first 10 minutes of the movie. In the opening of the film, Danny Glover and the LAPD take down El Scorpio, and the Predator is there, sizing him up as worthy threat. After this, the feds show up. It's really just the sunglasses, blue shirt, black jacket, khakis gang. And they show up to take over the case. You know they're the federal agents.
Soldier are determined to say my name. Accept this as proof of my innocence.
Missionary group or something. Danny Glover does not take kindly to the federal task force, and he makes it very known. That brings me to the dialogue in this movie. There are some of the most baffling one-liners ever put to page in this script. A couple other notable members of this cast are Bill Paxton, who is in top form, and Gary Busey, who's playing the leader of the federal task force, Peter Keyes. Who's Peter Keyes, you might ask? Best person in the world, he was. The Predator is still active in the city, though, and his first hunt is in this high-rise penthouse, where he takes down the feared Jamaican voodoo posse.
One reason I didn't catch, but it might be the Jamaican voodoo posse.
One thing this movie actually excels at is the look of LA, especially at night. There are beautifully lit shots in the city that place you there in the dingy streets during a California heat wave. And there's some pretty creative editing at times. But despite all that, it can't help but feel like an amateurish B-movie, but some of the time, there are so many awkward line reads and ADR added after the fact that some moments genuinely feel comparable to The Room. Hey, don't worry, Lieutenant. Surveillance is special. It just one moment that I can't stop thinking about is this wonderful shot where the Predator has just killed Bill Paxton's character, and he is holding up the spine trophy in a subway tunnel, and it's just striking image. Only for Danny Glover to run in screaming again at the top of his fucking lungs. For this moment where he's at over his friend and colleague, and the Predator is there, laughing in the trees, so Danny Glover looks around as the camera whip pans, and they play the same sound effect 20 times. And I hope you know I'm not saying all of this just to talk down on Danny Glover's performance. He is so campy and insane in this movie. I think it makes it a 10 times more entertaining watch than it otherwise would have been.
And
The only way to describe this movie, for better or for worse, which is more or less in line with the first movie, here it feels way less intense.
I still can't believe you might have called you that.
Towards the end of the movie, Gary Busey and his team attempt to take down the Predator by wearing radiation suits and trying to freeze him with liquid nitrogen.
Working with Yahya or one of the others?
Not the wisest
I
course.
can't figure him out. It's above my humble station.
أيها المجنون هيا
Citizens, please note that a musical competition will be held tomorrow evening and be open to the public. Artist featured will include the students of...
Why couldn't we be posted to the souk? Protect the merchants for a little extra silver. I'm going to go hunting with Jawad. You're welcome to join us if you want. He's got a new falcon.
Save your strength, my friend. I will need to call upon you soon. God see you, my friend. I need your eyes, my friend.
We got barbecue. There's that brisket number. Paranormal Activity is a franchise that I feel like has been largely forgotten. Despite the latest entry only being released a few years ago, this has quietly been a franchise to kind of just go away from the public view, which is honestly very strange and very rare in this day and age. With just about every iconic horror franchise getting remakes, reboots, and sequels seemingly every year, this once viral hit of a franchise that produced 7 movies has just slipped away from everybody's minds. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this. Most of them the franchise brought upon itself, middle and high school. Okay, maybe not dates plural, but I definitely went to go and see one of these movies on a date. I remember everybody discussing whether or not it was real, which is ridiculous to think of now. Okay, maybe it wasn't like officially a date that I went on, but I did go and see one of these movies. But the series at one point leaned very heavily into this. Is it real? Is it fake? With things like, okay, I went to go see this movie with my mom. It was rated R, and I needed her to get into the movie anyway. Are you guys happy now? Jeez. Like these openings that thank the police department for the footage, but I hadn't actually seen any of these movies since I first watched them, and I eventually lost interest and had no idea just how many Paranormal Activity movies there really are. So when I first started writing this video, I was just going to do like a review of all the movies, but what I didn't expect was for the series to have a pretty complex lore and history to it. I would have never guessed that this series would actually be telling an overarching story. I mean, there's so much more than I remember, and if you're just a casual viewer, only seeing the story. So I'm going to be going over each movie, but then I'm going to include the timeline of the story and how each movie connects or doesn't, diving deep into the world of Paranormal Activity. Blair Witch Project, and this movie was really seen as the spiritual successor to the Blair Witch Project when it first came out. There's this message at the beginning of Paramount thanking the families and the police department for the footage, that yes, this is only a movie, but I think that confirmation fell on deaf ears for a lot of people. Like it was some conspiracy that all of this actually did happen, they just have to say it was fake so that way they can put it in theaters. This movie is fairly straightforward. It's about a couple named Mika and Katie, each one of whom had certain experiences. And the events start getting more and more paranormal. So it's basically the most basic premise of a horror movie ever, but this one is found footage, so it feels more real. One thing I like about the story of this movie is how it kind of just jumps right in. The camera is rolling because they're already concerned with some paranormal events happening. It's just like the camera was already there, and then something happened that they just happened to catch. Katie says some weird things about happening, so Mika buys the camera, and we can just kind of fill out all the information ourselves. It just adds to that realness that this movie is selling, and I like that. There's an actual reason for why he has the camera, and it's something that this franchise loses as it goes on. This movie, being the first one in the series, is obviously more self-contained, but there are hints to the future movies. The psychic comes in and Katie talks about how this has happened since she was a child, to both her and her sister. The psychic also says that he specializes with ghosts, but what she could be dealing with is something non-human. This paranormal activity is something demonic. They also do their own research on what separates a ghost from a demon, and demons are real, nasty son of bitches, so of course, that's what they say is after Katie. The most iconic part of this movie, and really all these movies, are the time-lapse night shots when they're asleep. You see each night get progressively more and more paranormal, right around the...
What do you fear, Enkidu?
Another notch of the realism this movie has, that it doesn't happen every night. You see a total of 21 nights play out, but sometimes nights are skipped, and the scares increase with each one that we see, and through these nights we get more of the story unfolding. The demon entity gets angrier, it doesn't like Mika at all, has some sort of fixation on Katie, and clearly is the same entity that has followed her since she was a child. To top it all off, the objects that are actually combating this thing are extremely limited, although I still feel like there's more stuff that they would have tried. Maybe go to a church, at least try to go somewhere else, like in the middle of the night, just drive around if you want to. Go to a hotel sooner. I feel like there were more things that at the very least they could try. It's said that this entity would follow them anywhere because it's not like her or anything else. I would have liked to actually see that play out on the screen, but I also think that's part of what this movie does so successfully. It's not the house that's haunted, it's the person, and that alone makes this whole situation far scarier than most other horror movies. Mika actually makes a really great point to her in the movies, like, this stuff's been happening since you were 8, but you didn't feel like telling me about it until after we moved in. Which is fair, yeah, I'd probably be pretty pissed about that too. At least prepare me for what I'm going to be dealing with so I can take notes watching Supernaturals. Also, Mika really sucks. The psychic specifically says let's antagonize this entity. So what does he do? Then Katie says that she doesn't really want to aggravate this thing even further and forbids him from buying a Ouija board, but he does it anyway, and then she gets mad, and he's wondering that she's mad at him for doing that. When they make up, he's still like... So this dude is a pretty shitty boyfriend. Maybe his heart is in the right place, trying to figure all this out for his girlfriend, but he goes about it terrible. He also has either balls of steel, or is just incredibly stupid, because he'll walk around the house with the lights on after hearing some demon growling. He goes into the attic when there's clearly a demon in the house with them, so either good for him, or he just really needs to get some common sense. The ending of the movie is ridiculous, and it's on a cheap jump scare, telling us that Katie's whereabouts are still unknown. But then right after it, it says that the events of this movie are fictitious. Maybe this was added after a while and wasn't there when it first came out, but there's no end credits whatsoever, so it just immediately jumps to, yeah, by the way, this movie isn't real at all. So rating these movies, it's kind of difficult because most of the movies in this franchise are terrible, so I'm going to be doing a scale ranking here, judging these movies solely on each other. So I'd say that this movie is really like a 7 or 7.5 in reality, but compared to all the other films in this franchise, this movie is a 10 out of 10. No matter what, you have to give this movie credit, as it was once the most successful movie of all time, making $193 million on a $15,000 budget. After hearing that, it's very easy to see why so many of these movies were made, starting off with a sequel the very next year, of course, titled of this movie follows Katie's sister Christy and her family when they bring home a new baby boy. His family experiences some similar paranormal activity that Katie and Mika faced, so this family gets some cameras and we get to watch the events unfold. The reason for the camera this time around feels a little forced in some scenes. They're filming the baby, that makes sense for some movies and stuff like that. But then when the daughter and mother take the camera around, they're just recording people talking, it feels a bit strange. But this is where the movie actually does something clever, and it's an aspect that and that's the unique styles of found footage. In this movie, it seems like the camera's home wasn't broken into, so they install a bunch of security cameras in like every room, which actually feels more reasonable and offers up a lot more scares than the first one did, because we get to see things happening from all over the house, not just one specific room. I actually like the family and their dynamic presented in this movie. They all seem really in ways this dynamic just feels more real and not as scripted as the first one. There's just small moments at the beginning of the film that make you actually care for these people. I gave credit to the first one for jumping right into the story, but this one actually gives some time to fix the development, and because of that, I actually care more about this family. This is a half prequel, half sequel, so we get some scenes of Katie and Mika with this family and sisters talking about their strange childhood, quite a bit in this film. We get some additional info on this demon targeting the family, and it says that it needs the firstborn son, which makes this story. However, I don't think this one is paced very well with the scares. Sure, there's more nights and more scares, but they're so tame, and a large portion of the second act is just, I'm scared, strange stuff is happening, and then it continues on and on with each character and each action night. And that sucks, because this story actually complements the events of the first one pretty well. But I feel like that's really the only main draw of the movie. There's all these setups for scares with the pool, the basement, the window in the baby's room, but all of the scares in this film are pretty mediocre at best. I feel like they came up with a pretty good prequel idea and started mapping out a larger universe, but didn't spend a good amount of time with the actual scariness of this movie. So I like the story they're telling, and I enjoyed some aspects of the movie, but overall, I'm going to go with a scale ranking of 7 out of 10. This movie made $177 million on a $3 million budget, which is just absolutely insane. These movies were so cheap and easy to make that it was basically like
I am grateful for our bond, Enkidu. You are a true friend. Show me everything.
Free money for the studio. So what's next? You guessed it. In some ways, this movie really feels like the main event. We've been hearing so much about their former childhood and multiple previous movies that it only makes sense this movie would be a prequel explaining how all of this started in the first place. With this being set in the 80s, that places some more difficulty with the whole filming aspect. In the beginning, they're doing some home movie videotaping for bigger life events like birthdays, picture day, and other stuff. But then the dad finds something weird on camera and wants to set up a few cameras around the house, even though they only record for the maximum of 6 hours. So unless he's going to wake up at like 3 a.m. switch the tapes. This kind of seems a little pointless. And we never actually see him switch the tapes at all. So these cameras are just apparently running during the 6 hours that they would be asleep. So let's say they go to sleep at 9. That would mean 3 a.m. is the cutoff point. But 3 a.m. is when all the crazy stuff actually happens. Maybe this is just a nitpick, but I feel like if you're going to go with this time period, you kind of have to commit to it. I feel like that could have been a really great scene of this ghostly presence making its way towards them in the middle of the night. He wakes up to change the tapes, and when the tape resumes, he's been scratched or something. I just feel like that's a missed opportunity for some clever scares involving the time period and working with what they have. This thing, if this is the 80s and this isn't being recorded on actual film, which it isn't, the quality of these videos wouldn't be nearly as good as it is. I understand that nobody would really want to watch a movie with 80s style camera quality, but it's just something I have to point out. So like I said, this movie centers on the start of those strange events that happened during Katie and Christy's childhood. We get to see the beginning of it all, and also get some more answers as to why all of this started happening, with their mom and stepfather as the two central characters of this one. First off, their stepfather, Dennis, really looks like Mika, and that would be strange. And Katie and Christy's mom is a total lie. Discount Thomas Middleditch even agrees with her. Basically the same as it was in the first movie, although now there's more cameras. There's nothing to be in this trailer. It's a big fan, and they take full advantage of this in the really scenes. It's probably the best use of suspense in all 3 movies so far, so I'll give credit where it's due. This movie also very heavily relies on jump scares, but I think the first 2
How I love being posted to that case. The endless tide of traders yelling at me that their business is being crippled by the tolls, as if I were personally responsible.
See these movies?
Can you explain to me what happened with the Vizier? No, not the new Vizier, I mean the old Vizier. But not the long time old Vizier, the one after the... Never mind.
It's the terraforming, starting to get
I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose.
What do you think about being old? I mean, too old to do this? My knees are already aching. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Got that one on the side from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. Big ambush in the hills west of Brazil.
In terms of the actual movie, it's like the 6. In terms of these scale reviews, this is an 8.5. This movie made $200 million on a $5 million budget. It also had like $50 million of its opening weekend, which by today's standard is basically unheard of. This is a pretty good situation.
Found out what caused the riot by the Durta last month. The Christians drinking got out of hand. Men dressed as women were dancing and spilled out into the streets where some Sufis were passing by. You can imagine the rest.
Oh, message from Waleed. We're on Hiram Gate duty tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear Kabiha today. If the news leave it open a crack. You ever try Harisha at the Ham's brother? He's over by Del Somalo. So good. Yeah. He won't tell me what spices he uses, but the meat just pops when you bite into it. Like one of Ahmed's fries, you know? No, not like that.
Never mind. That's the most far-fetched reason for filming, but also, in this movie, they had done away completely with trying to maintain any sense of realism. There's no more thanks in the beginning. It's
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful, pious culture for generations. Off with you, go on! I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
I guess you could say, oh, it's because they're teenagers and they just like filming. Yes, I think I did something like this when I was their age. I was literally Catherine Newton's age when this movie came out. Also, side note, good for her. She's definitely the most
About the races, you go on ahead. I think I'll have a quiet night here. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days.
Cannot wait to be done here. Going to go to the conduct here.
That may be boring here, but the exciting posts tend to get you killed more often.
Screen, so much so, I almost wondered Xbox.
The Khalifa's mother was at the eunuchs again? She was so mad she was yelling in Sicilian Greek for a good while. She may still be.
But I think this is also really great. This is the movie they really solidified their audience, and they knew that only teenagers going on dates were going to go and see this movie, so they really centered the film on the teenagers with the story of the overarching narrative.
Have you put on weight?
The scares are at an all-time cheap factor, and the structure of this film is the exact same as all the others. You need to set up cameras to capture what's going on. Oh my god, strange stuff is happening. Let's do some research online to find out what this could mean. Wow, we found the answers. How do we stop it from happening? Oh,
Remember my Uncle Karim, the perfume seller? He got ambushed by bandits right by Masjid Burata. Uncle Mamali is still alive. Amazing how bold those fellows are, coming all the way into town like that.
Movies outside the final act, all the raised stakes are just used for scares that don't really go on to mean anything at all. For example, in this
Do the Qasr Hassani duty next week. It's going to be far more pleasant than some postings. Though it's about as far from our barracks as you can go.
Does in a later scene when the dad is on the computer, but it just misses him. He's freaked out, and that's the scene. That's it. The ending makes next to no sense. I understand there's a coven of witches, but where the fuck did all these people come from? Who was the other little boy? Where did he even go? He just disappears halfway through the film, and we never get any sort of...
Don't block the path!
Who he is, why he's with Katie. This one's bad. Even in terms of these movies.
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
You hear about this Ali Joker? Just shows up at court, and now he's got fingers in everyone's so weak. I smell a rat.
I was not excited whatsoever. But thankfully, I ended up being wrong. This movie follows recent high school graduate Jesse and his
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal. Nothing much ever happens here.
The Golden Bull A-class president seems to be wrapped up in some not so great things with the witch who lives underneath our central character.
You know, I never did find that Leatherman you mentioned.
Mystery is
In the date palm court by the Dar Mamlaka, right?
I think this movie shows
You'll have to point him out next time we're posted
very dynamic. I tried researching how much they let the actors improvise. I couldn't really find anything, but I have to imagine that it's a decent amount. Particularly in the beginning parts of the movie, I feel like they probably let a lot of these actors improvise their lines just to make it seem and flow more realistically. I think all these
I finally heard Lady Arib singing. I was posted just outside the gate when she sang for the Amir of Barda. Never have I heard such a voice. But sure yet, it was as though a spell was cast upon me.
It did so in this film. Instead of Jesse
How I love being posted to that gate. The endless tide of traders yelling at me that their business is being crippled by the tolls. As if I were personally responsible.
This movie was more so focused on just scaring you with jump scares and having the overarching story take place in the background. This movie balances the story they're telling with continuing the story of what's come before. And I actually think that they do a pretty good job at handling both.
I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Got to the job, really, but it's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own.
On screen, which is odd. Quite honestly, I feel like these movies should have done.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me.
And just use it.
He was too busy pissing himself.
But not necessarily have every scene on camera. The style could have been a filmmaking tool, but not a vice they're being controlled by. They have a story to review here, and this movie is, I guess, technically the culmination of everything that's come before it, so it would have been cool to just tell the story they wanted to tell without the limitations.
I'll teach you my shoulder fence. They always fall through. Saved my backside too many times to count. That's how I killed Khurramdin's street guard back in 23.
You ever been down to Abdullah? You'd like it there. You got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, a harissa nearby for water. The house needs work, though.
And overall, this movie just really jumps the shark. When they find the old family camera, there's at least an effect that makes it real.
I've taken one. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
Needed innovation for this franchise. Apparently in theaters there was this like 3D aspect. You can see where that wasn't here, but any 3D aspects in movies now just looks
It's boring here, but the exciting post seem to get you killed more often. Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince district. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe him, but it's a bit of excitement.
Oh, message from Walid. We're on Haram Gate duty tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear Kabiha play. If they're willing to leave it open a crack.
As much as some of the other movies, I don't know if it's the acting, but a lot of the comedic scenes just don't really hit for me, and in a lot of ways, this one just feels really, really scripted. If there was any sort of...
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the riot. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself.
These don't really feel like characters. They kind of just feel like people from here. So
nothing much ever happens here.
The rest of the story. I think it would have been much cooler if it's follow Allie, considering we only got one scene of her in the last movie. But her character seems to have been on a really interesting journey, and she has more reason than anybody to want to get to the bottom of everything. But instead, this is 3 movies in a row with...
You know, I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding you.
You know, I never did find that leather man you mentioned. In the date palm court by the door of Mamlaka, right? You'll have to point him out next time we're posted in the area.
But then there's one like this, and even though we actually see Toby, we get some sort of resolution with emerging storyline. I really don't care about these characters, and this one turns the subtle horror of all the previous films into a cheap CGI film.
I've been watching the Amir's Age, the cocky kid from Merv.
And
yes, his earwork is really good.
I feel like
I think it picked up a thing or two.
if you want to actually follow along with the overarching story of the films, because if you don't know a thing about Toby or the witch cult, this movie probably doesn't make any goddamn sense. But even if you do know, it's terrible. So this is the movie that actually got me interested in making this video, because I was scrolling through a while back and seeing
Muhawa. How I love being posted to that game. The endless tide of traders yelling at me that their business is being crippled by the tolls. As if I were personally responsible.
Hey, did I ask you... Oh, yes, no, I did.
Only to realize that
Never
this
mind.
movie has no connection to the other films. And that's because this is a reboot, and it very much feels like a reboot. Kind of like Resident Evil 7 to all the previous ones, if that makes sense to anybody watching. I think the documentary style of film actually really works.
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's backspring.
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful, pious culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
I can't really decide if it's clever or stupid. think it's clever, but it's also a bit distracting. But that could just be me wrong.
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
Filming series on Margot herself as she attempts to reconnect with her family that she's never met. This brings them to a small community in northern New York. Plus, her family is Amish, or so she thinks. But what they uncover is not at all what they expected to be a documentary about. In a lot of ways, I think the scares in this film are much more nuanced than a lot of the previous films. Sure, there's still a few cheap jump scares, but I think this
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
I finally heard Lady Arib singing. I was posted just outside the gate when she sang for the Emir of Barda.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself. Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince district. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe him, but it's a bit of excitement.
I think what helps is that the monster is an actual person, so it makes the scares
that?
the final act
No.
much better.
Me neither, because there is nothing.
Conclusions in the story that feel well earned. I also think the editing in this movie is really well done throughout the whole movie, but particularly in this final act. There was always a big issue with the series with the way that it was filmed. A lot of the suspense was really just chalked up to terrible camera work. This film, I think, manages to nail the editing better than any of the previous movies. If the camera is rolling, it's for a reason. But if they're just walking around, there will be a clever cut to get to the next scene. I would have liked this film to be even.
Can you explain to me what happened with the vizier? No, not the new vizier, I mean the old vizier. But not the long-time old vizier, the one after the... Never mind. Too confusing. Drew the Qasr al-Hasani duty next week. It's going to be far more pleasant than some postings. Though it's about as far from our barracks as you can get.
Jason Blum says that he actually hates this movie, and I think a lot of people dismissed it because of the title, Paranormal Activity. But I feel like if it wasn't part of this universe, even though it really isn't, people would probably think of this as a clever and cool found footage movie. Really, I don't
Remember my Uncle Karim, the perfume seller? He got ambushed by bandits right by Masjid Burata. Hakamam Ali is still alive. Amazing how bold those fellows are, coming all the way into town like that.
I'm going to go hunting with Jawad. You're welcome to join us if you want. We've got a new falcon to train for the Sahel.
If I could only reach that damned strap. Itching like wildfire. Need to put some cloth to pad it tomorrow. I think... no. It's gone. Hate losing my thoughts like that.
So when all that's said and done, I want to go over the whole timeline of the story.
Found out what caused the riots by the Durta last month. The Christians drinking got out of hand. Men dressed as women were dancing and spilled out into the streets where some Sufis were passing by. You can imagine the rest.
Some strange encounters with Chrissy's imaginary friend, Toby. Their grandma tries to urge their mom to have another child because apparently the mom...
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
I finally heard Lady Arib singing. I was posted just outside the gate when she sang for the Emir of Barda.
I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really. It's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own.
Which is sometime after the training is complete, they have their memories wiped.
Not looking good for my staying awake much longer.
Now the mother to a baby boy named Hunter. Her family set up security cameras around the house after it's broken into.
I'll teach you my shoulder fence. You can always fall for it. Saved my backside too many times to count. That's how I killed Khurramdin's chief guard back in 23.
Hunter is the first boy in the family line since the 1930s. The entity attacking their family then attacks Christy and bites her. After the bite, she starts acting strange, because Christy is now possessed by this demon. Presumably, Toby, the same entity that wants Christy's not so bad. The superstitious housekeeper, Routine, tells the dad about some sort of ritual to transfer the entity to. And Katie is the only relative that Christy has. They both control Katie. Christy seemingly remembers. Katie then tells her sister that some strange things happen in her house. In October 2006, because Katie and Mika start experiencing some strange activity in their bed and possessed. See this, she also starts acting strangely.
I never did find that Leatherman much. In the date palm court by the Dar Mamlaka, right? You'll have to point him out.
About the races, you go on now. I think I'll have a quiet night in. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days.
I was with Iqbal that day, when the wall collapsed. We weren't close enough to hear screaming or anything, but we saw the mess thrown out there. Nasty.
His mom's hospitalized, and strange things start happening to the family. Robbie and the adopted son.
Remember my Uncle Karim, the perfume seller? He got ambushed by bandits right by Masjid Burak. Hakamam Ali is still alive. Amazing how bold those fellows are, coming all the way into town like that.
The symbols is that of witches. Elsewhere, June 2012, we meet Jesse, a recent high school graduate who lives above a witch. This witch gets killed, so they break into her and then find a journal filled with a bunch of ritualistic stuff. There's also an explanation about the door that they can make that opens to the other place. Jesse wakes up the next morning with a bite in his arm. Instead of the bite scarring and possessing him, this bite almost seems to give him some sort of it's whatever is following him.
No. Go. Hate losing my thoughts like that. You ever been down to Abdullah's? You'd like it there. It's got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, Naharissa nearby for water. The house needs work, though.
Jesse finds and goes into a hidden basement and runs into Katie and Christy. Kids, before getting to Hector reaches out to Al, the dog. Christy tells him about
message from Walid. We're on Haram Gate duty tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear Kabiha play. If the eunuchs leave it open a crack.
Researching, trying to find Hector and Marisol find that Jesse is too far back. They enlist the help of Oscar's brother to get back at the witches. They have a bit of a showdown until Hector gets cornered in the house and is forced to the evil place, which puts him in Katie and Mika's house back in 2006. Katie calls for Mika's help.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself.
As Hector runs away, Jesse has followed the evil place and kills him. November in December 2014, a new family moves into Katie and Christy's childhood home and finds a camera that is over 5
The Khalifa's mother was at the eunuchs again? She was so...
Muhawa. How I love being posted to that gate. The endless tide of traders yelling at me that their business is being crippled by the tolls. As if I were personally responsible.
You ever try harissa at Ahmed's Brothers? He's over by Der Somalo. So good. Yeah. He won't tell me what spice is.
If I could only reach that damn strap. Itching like wildfire. Need to put some cloth to pad it tomorrow. Ugh.
Can you explain to me what happened with the vizier? No, not the new vizier. I mean the old vizier, but not the long-time old vizier. The one after the. Never mind it.
You hear that? No? Me neither. Because there is nothing. Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
Each artichoke from Mainstay by Mark Murphy. Look at how creamy and cheesy this is. This is my favorite spinach artichoke dip. It actually tastes like heaven. Next up is my favorite sandwich. It is the fried chicken deluxe by Marcus Samuelson. Also, add hot maple chili sauce on this. It is so crispy and delicious. If you're feeling Thai, I am telling you, you have to get the drunken chicken noodles. This might be my number one. Sweet tree kind of garlic guy, and I know the sweet tree. And I have magnolia bakery.
No, this is
It is so
boring.
creamy. It is so delicious. It's banana pudding with cookie wafer bits in it, and it is the perfect ending to your morning.
Found out what caused the riot by the Durta last month. The Christians drinking got out of hand. Men dressed as women were dancing and spilled out into the streets where some Sufis were passing by. You can imagine the rest.
What? My first thought after all this is that this mean there's two
I've taken one. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
The official paranormal activity wiki, and there's no explanation here. It just says that Toby took two different mystical forms at the end of each movie. So overall,
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful, pious culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
Allie trying to figure out where her brother is. We get to see him in the tapes, but not actually what happened to him or why.
You ever been down to Abdullah? You'd like it there. Got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, Naharissa nearby for water. The house needs work, though.
This story is any form of resolution. There's all these different plot threads selling across the movies with no indication of where it all went or why it even matters. Is Toby going to take over the world? Are we supposed to think of him as some Avengers level threat? Because so far he's just been hunting this one family, and anybody who did it again in a few years. What if the results are exactly the same as the last time he tried to reboot it? Paranormal Activity was an insanely successful franchise of movies overall. There's really no denying that when you look at the numbers, but when it tried to innovate, it seems like it was too late. The series already had a very cheap reputation, but I suspect any further delves into this world will probably be met with the same bias against it. But who knows, maybe we'll end up getting Paranormal Activity next of next.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the riot. It was me.
So those are my
He was
thoughts.
too busy pissing himself. You know, I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose.
Counting flies was the most excitement I had today.
Or James Wan's The Conjuring universe, but after his work in the Saw universe, he started another nightmare-inducing universe.
You ever think about being old? I mean, too old to do this. My knees are already aching.
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. Greek ambush in the hills west of Nasrin.
Each movie, give you all the information you need to know, as well as my review. Before I get into more everything events, if you just want to check out that portion of the video, it's time for so feel free. You might be a little confused.
You ever try Harissa at Ahmed's brothers? He's over by Del Somalo. So good.
I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really. It's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own. Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince district. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe him, but it's a bit of excitement. You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rider. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself. Oh, not looking good for my staying awake much longer.
So our first movie more or less starts off as other horror movies do. A new family moves into a house that turns out to be haunted. The wife starts experiencing some paranormal activity, and the husband isn't too quick to believe her. And this seems like pretty generic horror movie that I've seen in time before. But it's the nuances and the blend of genres and tropes that make Insidious stand apart. Pretty early on, there's some Dalton gets put into a coma. We don't exactly know why that is. Doctors can't seem to figure it out. We just know that he encountered whatever kind of monster.
Message from Waleed. We're on Hiram Gate duty tomorrow. Maybe we're here to be Haplay. If the eunuchs leave it open a crack.
That's exactly what they do, but the hauntings don't stop there. As a last resort and almost desperation at this point, the Lambert family calls on paranormal expert Elise Rayner. The introduction to Elise is a very pivotal point in the franchise, but also what makes this movie stand apart. Elise explains that their son Dalton is a gifted astral projectionalist, meaning that when he's sleeping,
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off. Muhawa. How I love being posted to that gate. The endless tide of traders yelling at me, and their business is being crippled by the tolls. As if I were personally responsible.
I'll teach you my shoulder fence. They always fall for it. Saved my backside too many times to count. It's how I killed Khurramdin's chief guard back in 23.
Now, this movie is a James Bond film. It pays respect to the genre itself, but also takes a lot of the tropes and spins them on their head. This is a very typical horror movie at first glance, but the deeper the story goes, the more different it gets.
I finally heard Lady Arif singing. I was posted just...
I've taken one. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
I think it's pretty cool to mix in your typical adventure storyline with a horror movie. On multiple rewatches, you start to notice small things like how Josh has many family photos.
Nothing much ever happens here.
And Josh's mom says that she's surprised her dad got him to stand still for a single.
I was with Iqbal that day, when the wall collapsed. We weren't close enough to hear screaming or anything, but we saw the mess soon after. Nasty.
The music in this film is nothing less than...
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. Greek ambush in the hills west of Nasrin.
Doesn't sound like it would be good.
Why couldn't we be posted to the souk? Protect the merchants for a little extra silver.
Speaking of scares, I think that this movie has like the best jump scare of all time. For test audiences, I think that this jump scare of the demon mom.
The Khalifa's mother was at the eunuchs again. She was so mad. She was yelling in Sicilian Greek for a good while.
Have you heard that Ali speak? Comes out of nowhere, slips right into the court. He's got fire in his eyes. A dangerous tongue, if you ask me.
Ghost hunters, the one who can see the evil spirits.
You ever think about being old? I mean, too old to do this? My knees are already aching. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself.
It's only like 1 or 2 or 3 scenes, so it's not that bad.
About the races, you go on ahead. I think I'll have a quiet night in. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days.
Can you explain to me what happened with the vizier? No, not the new vizier, I mean the old vizier, but not the long-time old vizier, the one after the... Never mind, it's too confusing.
You don't have to wait, because there's Insidious Chapter 2. I give the first Insidious movie an 8.5 out of 10.
Oh, hey, have you been, seeing, I'm not sure how to describe them, but, look, I keep seeing shadowy figures leaping about.
Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince district. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe him, but it's a bit of excitement.
Insidious Part 2 picks up right where the first one left off. While the first one ended on a pretty big cliffhanger, the answer isn't exactly as crazy as it was made out to be. We continue forward after the death of the beast. Renee gives her side of the story to the police, who tell her that their waiting lists and immigrants to see if her husband Josh is the one who killed the beast. Lambert to move on home, but the hunting doesn't stop. It's here where the story lines
Strap. Itching like wildfire. Need to put some cloth to pad it tomorrow.
The Khalifa's mother was at the eunuchs again. She was so mad. She was yelling in Sicilian Greek for a good while. She may still be. Counting flies was the most excitement I had today.
Lorraine gets Renee out of the house while the boys have a plan to save Josh that goes horribly wrong. Carl gets the real Josh and murder with the help of the police and Josh makes it back to his body in time to reunite with his family. He and Dalton forget about her abilities once and for all, and they move on. Just like the ending of the first film, God made them get Ortega somebody knows.
Drew the Castle Hassan duty next week. Going to be fun.
I've taken one. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal. It may be boring here, but the exciting posts tend to get you killed more often. I've been watching the Amir's aide. Cocky kid from there. His skill work is really good. I think I've picked up a thing or two. I think the units are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose. Generations. Come on, we hope the Khalifa. God bless you. It adds a ton of different dimensions to both this story and the Commander story of the universe. I mentioned that not everything makes sense in the film. That's because the actually goes back in time in the further tenses itself. Nothing much ever happens here. This is a very cool scene in the exhibit. Questions about easily the best scene in the film is when Josh in the house from the first movie and it explains.
I'm going to go hunting with Jawad. You're welcome to join us if you want. He's got some new falcons.
Josh goes the door, goes away, comes back to see the door open. Pretty scary stuff. But This film adds so many
About the races, you go on ahead. I think I'll have a quiet night in. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days.
There's also another moment in where Luis comes in to save the day.
Is it just me? Do you ever see shadows out of the corner of your eye? Man-shaped, pale ropes? If I look over my shoulder, there's often a flash of white disappearing around the corner.
We would all like to think that there's some kind
I
of
think...
life, and the further is not exactly the life
No, it's
so
gone.
a single line
I hate
adds
losing my thoughts like that.
first even more questions, but this one might be one of those times where questions don't always need to be answered. While there's no jump scare on all of this one,
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the ride. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself. I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really, but... It's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own.
in this movie there's a moment that I think is even more terrifying.
Not looking good for my staying awake much longer.
Josh, we don't really know what that is until about
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. A great ambush in the hills west of Kinasrin.
But when she confronts Josh about this, he has no idea what this song is, and he kind of just brushes off the conversation. We later see Josh talking to somebody at the piano for a minute before getting up to walk away. There's a quick flash to the further, where we see the real Josh screaming for help and attention while playing that song on the piano. This moment didn't make me jump at all, but it sent shivers down
Can you
my
explain to me what
spine.
happened with the
This was
vizier?
the first
No, not the new vizier, I mean the old vizier. But
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
Is deeply terrifying.
you ever think about being old? I mean, too old to do this?
You show the monster,
My knees are already aching.
it is. That's why
That
the
may
first
be boring
movie
here,
we
but
never showed the
the
monster
exciting
because
posts
your
tend to get you
imagination
killed more
is
often.
far scarier than anything that any filmmaker could ever bring to screen. Same rings true for this scene.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the ride. It was me. He was too busy pissing
This
himself.
scene isn't very scary, and it doesn't quite pack the emotional punch that it does right now. Chapter 2 continues to develop these characters into real people that we can actually root for. Maybe just because it's Patrick Wilson, and I think he's a fantastic and supremely underrated actor. But Josh is a very good character and an easy person to root for. Dalton also gets a moment to shine in a like revenge kind of way, going back into the further to get his. This mirrors the ending of the first film really well. Elise proves to be really popular.
I've been watching the Amir's cocky kid from Nerve.
And for a new character, Carl's
His
also
earwork
really
was really good.
It's very hard
I
to
think
make
I've picked up a thing or two.
good characters, but with both
I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really, but it's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own.
So it seems, and everything gets wrapped up with a nice bow. I almost wish that the storyline itself of Josh being trapped in the Upside Down wasn't actually resolved until a third movie. If this movie was about getting the ghost
Oh, a message from Walid. We're on Haram Gate duty tomorrow.
I think that would have been a fantastic
Maybe we'll hear Kabiha play.
I'm almost happier that
If
it's
the eunuchs leave it open a crack.
need to be. This was one story told across 2 movies. That's all that needed to happen. That's clearly a story that James Wan wanted to tell. Because this was his last movie as the this film does
Itching like wildfire. Need to put some cloth to pad it tomorrow.
as the first film. There's also a few aspects that weren't in the first film that are fantastic. All around, I'd say this movie lived up to the expectations of the first film. I'd give it an 8.2 out of 10. But because James Wan
You hear
did such
that?
a masterful job at crafting the character,
Me neither. Because there is nothing.
Insidious movies were such a hit, the third movie was great.
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. Greek ambush in the hills west of Canasville.
Insidious Chapter 3 gives us a prequel, not specifically about Elise, but about a random family that gets Elise back involved in this business, because apparently she left the business sometime after she helped Josh.
The Khalifa's mother was at the eunuchs again. She was so mad. She was yelling in Sicilian Greek for a good while.
Yes,
she may still be.
Gwen some things about her mother, and Gwen tells her that her mom loved folk music, and what's sitting in the background,
You know, I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose. Nothing much ever happens here. I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
This film doesn't do that. This is a very standard movie. All the things that make this a prequel are easily the best parts. In being a prequel, this movie succeeds. We get some good context on Elise, who recently lost her husband, which makes her a lifeline, and part 2, all the more permanent. We see how Specs and Tucker and Elise
I'll teach you my shoulder feint. They always fall for it. Saved my backside too many times to count.
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful and pious culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
He's trying his best to raise 2 kids, a full-time job, and grieve the passing of his wife all at the same time. And the daughter tells her family that she hates her dad, and I just felt bad for the girl. The further it comes back in this film, and it's where Elise gives it that name, and it proves to still be the most interesting aspect of this universe. I feel like in a lot of different horror movies, there's always this like other
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rivals. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself. I think... No, it's gone. Hate losing my thoughts like that.
Really only Insidious films have. Even when we get to see it further, everything about it is explained, and there's always layers of it in each film, and I hope that try to use it doesn't get overly explained, because it doesn't need. This film came out in 2015, and maybe it's because the technology was better, or maybe
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
As much as I think the main plot of the film is pretty generic.
You ever been down to Abdullah? You'd like it there. It's got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, a harissa nearby for water. The house needs work, though.
Questions in terms of the prequel aspects. Oh wait, this is an Insidious film. There needs to be a giant cliffhanger ending. So we'll add in a really weird CGI face even in the first film, because that affects the first film somehow, I guess. This demon wasn't haunting Elise, it was haunting Love, so why would it be in her house? This was clearly just to somehow try and tie these movies together, but it's not really needed. We see Carl talking to Elise about Josh and the woman that was haunting him, and now subsequently her, and that's enough to connect these films together. If anything,
Got that one on the side from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. Greek ambush in the hills west of Canasville. Have to bring the Qadi to the rich district later. Escorting some important documents from the Salib to his scriptorium. Seeing them work.
I've taken one. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
So far, this movie didn't really have any clever way to connect anything. This jump scare didn't make any sense, and it was really just put in to make it go, oh, look, it's the demon from the first movie. folks go home and watch Insidious 1 now. But in terms of the actual story, there's no reason to put this in here. What would have been a good ending? Well, Elise has been talking about
I'll teach you my shoulder fence. They always fall for it. Saved my backside too many times to count. That's how I killed Khurramdin's chief guard back in 23.
And that's when the jump scare happens. But if they kept all of these aspects, take out the jump scare, and then have Elise's face drop in curiosity and then smile, then it could have been the end. That gives you some questions that are open-ended, with a pretty obvious conclusion in your mind, and it also subverts the expectations of the fans of these films, because there's been a pretty needless jump scare and cliffhanger ending in all three of these films now. I think what disappoints me the most about this film is that it's called Insidious Chapter 3. This is very much not Chapter 3. It's more like Chapter 0, because there's absolutely no resolution to the cliffhanger ending of the second film. The ending of the second film is telling us
You ever try harissa at Ahmed's
the
brother?
ending of this movie is the exact
He's over by Del Somalo. So good.
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinfully biased culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
This one takes us back to Elise's childhood, where her abusive father locks her in the basement because he thinks Elise is just trying to scare her.
If I could only reach that damn strap, itching like wildfire. Need to put some cloth to pad it tomorrow.
But after the last movie, before the first one, she gets a call from a man who's now living in her childhood home.
You hear that?
So her
No?
Specs and Tucker take a
Me
drive
neither.
to 5
Because there is nothing.
from the demons of the past. Along the way, she reunites with her estranged brother and faces that didn't know.
I've taken one. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
The last movie was a little too focused on things being prequel and setting up a lot of future events, whereas this one just really centers on
So what do you think? I mean, Ali, fanatic, glory seeker, whatever he is, he's dangerous. Whips crowds into a frenzy with his tongue.
You know, I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose.
This movie succeeds is the twist that happens about halfway through. I won't spoil too much. The story was
Not looking good for my staying awake much longer.
characters like Elise, Specs, and Tucker in the front seat. But when the twist happened, I was thoroughly surprised and made the viewing experience of the movie that much better afterwards. Talking about Specs and Tucker, I've really grown a soft spot for them over the course of the franchise. They each have their own unique quirks, and while they're not like
Why couldn't we be posted to the souk? Protect the merchants for a little extra silver.
But then they tackled Elise on the journey, and I was very happy that they were going to be there. So I didn't really know I was going to miss them until I thought they were going to be gone. As for the story of this film itself, it's weirdly the most supernatural and least grounded movie of the franchise. While every film goes into a strange spirit realm, they all seem to be at least a little bit grounded in regards to being.
Can you explain to me what happened with the vizier? No, not the new vizier, I mean the old vizier, but not the long-time old vizier, the one after the... Never mind.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself.
It did strike me as a bit strange and embarrassing for the last three films, but nothing that really kept me out of the story. The most disappointing thing in this film is that the further takes a back seat. There's maybe like 5 total minutes that they spend in the further, which is by far the least amount of time that they spent there in all the movies. It doesn't really add anything new when it comes to this really interesting other side. There is a weird moment towards the end of the movie where they open a red door and it takes us to where Dalton falls off a ladder in the attic from the first movie, but then they leave and there's no further explanation of this scene. Is this put in just to connect the dots a bit more? So if you remember, this is the
I was
scene
very
where
impressed by the
Dalton
lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really, but it's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own.
otherwise there's no explanation at all.
Have to bring the Qadi to the rich district later.
This film
Escorting some important documents from his lead to his Scatorian.
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
Because the ending of this movie leads directly into the first movie. So the ending to the last movie makes even less sense than it.
She's going to
get you killed more
Unless you're trying to say that the demon was following Elise around and when she opened the door to
often. You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself.
I finally heard Lady Arif singing. I was posted just outside the gate when she sang for the Emir of Barda.
You hear that? No? Me neither. Because there is nothing.
Entries and spin-offs that all connect. When I realized this, I realized that Insidious was trying to do the very same thing with this movie, and possibly some others as well. This is the lowest rated movie of the franchise, but still did very well financially, and honestly, I think 5.7 is a little too low.
You ever been down to Abdullah? You'd like it there. It's got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, Harissa nearby for water. The house needs work, though.
Maybe some of you just looked at it this whole time. If you did, that's fine. Welcome.
Say, do you think the shadows I keep seeing and the bodies we keep finding are related? No, never mind. I must be dreaming them up.
The easiest way to traverse this timeline is to follow Elise right her journey. So we start with her trial. Elise lived in 5 Keys, New Mexico. Prison, down the road, something happened. She was incredibly gifted at
anything.
The other side, her the age, her father didn't like this very much. He abused her and locked her in the basement. And one night, when she was locked in the basement, she communicates with a demon.
Found out what caused the riot by the Durta last month. The Christians drinking got out of hand. Men dressed as women were dancing and spilled out into the streets where some Sufis were passing by. You can imagine the rest.
Got that one on the fly from Talal's backpoint. We boxed in. Complete ambush in the hills west of California.
She runs out of the house and runs away. Sometime later, I think it's not gone. She gets all
no, it's gone. I hate losing my thoughts like that.
Haunted by a demon and a wedding dress. Elise helps work with the demon and making Josh forget that he's a
never did find that Leatherman you mentioned. In the date palm court by the Dar Mamlaka, right?
I've been watching the Amir's age. Cocky kid from there. His spear work is really good. I think I've picked up a thing or two. Remember my Uncle Karim, the perfume seller? He got ambushed by bandits right by Masjid Burata. Hakam Ali is still alive. Amazing how bold those fellows are, coming all the way into town like that.
Tucker and Specs on this journey, while Elise successfully helps Quinn get rid of the demon in the black dress continues to follow Elise, giving her a glimpse at her ultimate demise. After Quinn's case, Elise suspects that Tucker and a fully fledged team.
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
I'm going to go hunting with Jawad. You're welcome to join us if you want. He's just new falcons with me. Through the Coastal Hassani duty next week. Going to be far more pleasant than some postings. Though it's about as far from our barracks as we can get.
Nieces that also share her abilities. Elise goes into the further to help one of her nieces. She gets trapped there, forcing the other niece to travel into the further to get them both out. On their way out, they go into one of the red doors.
Muhawa. How I love being posted to that gate. The endless tide of traders yelling at me that their business is being crippled by the tolls. As if I were personally responsible.
counting flies was the most exciting we had today.
Just like his father was, and because of this, Dalton notices something at least.
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive. Though it took all winter to heal.
She's seen things that no one can see at the time. Maybe supposed to help Dalton explain to Josh that they've already met.
Can you explain to me what happened with the Vizier? No, not the new Vizier, I mean the old Vizier. But not the long-time old Vizier, the one after that. Never mind.
I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really, but... It's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own. Remember my Uncle Karim, the perfume seller? He got ambushed by bandits right by Masjid Burata. Hakam Ali is still alive. Amazing how bold those fellows are, coming all the way into town like that.
It's not really him up there. Tucker inspects and with the help of Lisa's old colleague, as well as Josh's mom, uncover what's going on with Josh and the dress really is. We uncover that the woman in the black dress is not really a woman at all. A man named Parker Creed.
Message from Walid. We're on Haram Gate duty tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear Kabiha play. If the eunuchs leave it open a crack.
$200.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself. About the races, you go on ahead. I think I'll have a quiet night in. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days.
When Parker realizes his compromise, he retaliates. Doing what his mother tells him to do, he killed her family. Dalton goes back to him further to bring his father back this time. With the help of police, who has
I was with Iqbal that day, when the wall collapsed. We weren't close enough to hear screaming or anything, but we saw the mess soon after. Nasty. I finally heard Lady Arib singing. I was posted just like...
Not looking good for my staying awake much longer. You know, I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose.
Druda Kastel Hassani duty next week. Going to be far more pleasant than some postings. Though it's about as far from our barracks as you can get.
Maybe it's out by the time you're watching this. We're going to Insidious 5 or Insidious in the Dark. Pretty sure. The latest entry in the Insidious franchise.
Cannot wait to be done here. Going to go to the Sandak Tahir, eat some fish. Best to get them right by the navigation before they put the case to the funnels.
Soon, there's not much information on this project. It seems pretty heavily guarded, but there are some set photos that were taken in the cemetery.
If I could only reach that damn strap. Itching like wildfire. I need to put some cloth to pad it tomorrow.
These kids one takes place in 10 years, and 2, this would be a very long My guess is that this could actually be Josh's mom, Lorraine. I haven't seen her in any of these set photos, unless this is part of her, but I don't think it is. The blog description tells us that Dalton is going to be getting married, but that's about it. I'm very happy to see the Lambert family coming back.
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful, impious culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
Studio sees this film as kind of whatever, since it hasn't been an Insidious movie in 5 years. If it does well, great. If it doesn't, then it doesn't really matter. Personally, I like a really solid story set in place, something so great that Patrick Wilson wanted to take the reins over completely as a first-time director. Patrick Wilson is very close friends with James Wan, so I think we'll be seeing some of James's influence on Patrick's style, so really, really great things. But do people really want more Insidious movies. It's been 5 years.
Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince district. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe it, but it's a bit of excitement.
You ever think about being old? I mean, too old to do this? My knees are already aching. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Crossover movie was in the works, but there hasn't been any information on that yet. I think that this movie, Insidious 5, is going to be the make or break it movie for this franchise. And personally, I think and hope that Patrick Wilson is going to fill in because he's well. Those are all my thoughts on the Insidious franchise. Let me know your thoughts and which one is your favorite movie. Also, let me know if I missed anything on how
I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive, though it took all winter to heal.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure to check out my video on the franchise right here. If you do, then I'll see you in the next one.
The Khalifa's mother was at the eunuchs again? She was so mad she was...
Hey, remember when I said Wajdi wants us for the escort detail? Turns out the master is sitting tight, besotted with a new concubine. So we may get the time off.
This is boring.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the rioters. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself. About the races, you go on now. I think I'll have a quiet night in. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days. Found out what caused the riot by the Turta last month. The Christians drinking got out of hand. Men dressed as women were dancing and spilled out into the streets where some Sufis were passing by. You can imagine the rest.
Something happened. I couldn't agree. Anything.
You'll also realize that I never did videos on seasons 10 and 11, so if you've seen the rest of the seasons, the rest of the videos, feel free to skip ahead and check out those 2 final seasons. But for everybody else,
boring here, but the exciting posts tend to get you killed more often.
incredibly strong video on your hands, so go ahead and grab some snacks, drinks, get yourselves all nice.
I'm going to go hunting with Jawad. You're welcome to join us if you want.
Series retrospective.
He's got some new falcons to train inside.
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful, pious culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it. I've taken worse. Fighting with the Amir of Barda back in 38. Got a spear in the back. Lucky I'm alive, though it took all winter to heal.
Starts us with season 1, episode 2. There's not much I can say about Days Gone By that hasn't been said.
Muhawa. How I love being posted to that gate. The endless tide of traders yelling at me that their business is being crippled by the tolls. As if I were personally responsible.
This episode works almost like it's the first movie of the series, and everything that we see is so carefully crafted and written to complete perfection. We get to see everything unfold in front of us, and we are told very little, which is one of the unique things about screenwriting.
You know, I never did find that Leatherman you mentioned. In the date palm course by the Dar Mamlaka, right? You'll have to point him out next time we're posted. Oh, hey, have you been, seeing, I'm just trying to describe him, but, look, I keep seeing shadowy figures leaping about. Got that one on the thigh from Talal's background.
Right here is an example
We're both
of exposition.
big ambush in the hills wasn't...
Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince District. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe him, but it's a bit of excitement.
Anybody else was in this situation right here, you'd probably be thinking the exact same thing. So when Morgan is explaining what's happened to Rick, he calls the dead walkers.
I think...
the audience learning things
No, he's gone. I hate losing my thoughts like that.
Exposition is when characters explaining.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the ride. It was me. He was too busy pissing himself.
I mean, you might as well just look at the camera and speak directly to the audience. I think one of the reasons why this episode stands out in particular
I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose.
I'll teach you my shoulder fence. They always fall for it. Saved my backside too many times to count. That's how I killed Khurramdin's chief guard back in 23.
Yet people became so attached to the character of Morgan, and they wanted him back. That's because Morgan had his own character arc in this single episode, and he was written to be such a likable dude. There's plenty of examples of great characters that only appear in a single episode.
What do you think about being old?
Morgan doesn't
Too old to do this. My knees are already aching. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
In that time that he was in the category. This episode does what all pilots should do. Set up. This episode sets up the characters, their relation to each other.
You ever been down to Abdullah? You'd like it there. It's got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, a harissa nearby for water. The house needs work.
See why The Walking Dead became such a hit with this episode here. So episode 2, titled Guts, introduces us to a whole new cast of characters who would go on to become the beginning of our group of survivors. Glenn is immediately the favorite
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's backswing. We were boxed in. Big ambush in the hills west of Canafrin.
The everyday pizza delivery boy, nerdy, and still sees the bright side of life despite the situation they're in. There's also characters like Andrea, T-Dog, and Merle.
I was very impressed by the lecture on medicine Master Al-Kindi gave the court. I'm a bit of a leech handler myself. Part of the job, really, but it's like he's in a whole new leech farming world of his own.
And you can really feel that tension and that struggle. You feel so captivated in their survival, and even after watching this show many, many times over, and knowing that they're going to get out, it doesn't make this episode feel any less.
I've been watching the Amir's Age, cocky kid from Man. His spearwork is really good. I think I've picked up a thing or two.
Rarely is there a scene that has as great tension and build-up as this one does. Now, there's a number of reasons for that. The show couldn't sustain the amount of tension for every single walker horde encounter, so they differentiated them from here on out, but it doesn't take anything away from this episode and this escape. In episode 3, The Frogs, we shift away from the survival horror of the show.
You know, I never did find that Leatherman you mentioned. In the date palm court by the Dar Mamlaka, right? You'll have to point him out next time I post it in the area. Oh, message from Walid. We're on Haram Gateway tomorrow. Maybe we'll make a bihaplay.
If you ask me, the Khalifa's harem is depraved. Arib and her ilk have nurtured a sinful, pious culture for generations now. I only hope the Khalifa, may God bless him and grant him long life, is untainted by it.
I'm going to go hunting with Jawaz. You're welcome to join us if you want. He's got some new falcons to bring to the Sahel.
Goes to show how great these characters are written because we truly care about things going on in their lives outside of just what
It may be boring here, but the exciting posts tend to get you killed more often.
Jane is the one who's more or less in charge of everything. Dale is the old wise mentor. Daryl is the hopeless and abused housewife. And we also meet this new guy, Daryl Dixon. This guy seems like he's going to be a problem. I hope he's not.
The Khalifa's mother was at the units again. She was so mad. She was yelling in Sicilian Greek for a good while. She may still be.
And then Rick steps up because he thinks that it's his responsibility to tell him. This is already changing the dynamic of the group, because while Shane steps in because he thinks he can soon, Rick steps up because it's the right thing to do. So with Rick entering this group, the whole dynamic shifts. He brings the whole mindset into the new world.
Remember my Uncle Karim, the perfume seller? He got ambushed by bandits right by Masjid Burak. Uncle Ali is still alive. Amazing how bold those fellows are, coming all the way into town like that.
Even though he's just to his wife and kids, he takes on the responsibility of somebody else's life, even if it means risking his own.
You ever been down to Abdullah? You like it, yeah? You've got a nice bit of land off the Kufar Road. Date palms for shade, Laharisha nearby for water. The house needs work, though.
As well for one person in particular, and that's Shane. The dynamic between Rick and Shane is really at the core of the story for the remainder of the season and the entire.
You know, it wasn't Sajjad that led the charge into the riot. It was me. He was too busy himself.
So many different levels that you can see in the world. So he's also the star of the aspect that I feel is super underrated in the show. It's the different opinions of audience.
Got that one on the thigh from Talal's accent.
Found out what caused the riot by the Durta last month. The Christians drinking got out of hand. Men dressed as women were dancing and spilled out into the streets where some Sufis were passing by. You can imagine the rest.
Please, God, something happened. Cat in a tree, anything.
Every indication that Rick was dead, and he was even being a good, like, surrogate father for Carl. These difference in opinions between the audience was my absolute favorite part of watching this show as it went on. Particularly in the seasons like 5 to 6 era, almost every episode gave the audience something to debate, and I remember being in those conversations online, even having it with my friends and family, what was right, what wasn't, and it all really stems from the character drama that was presented in this episode. I also have to highlight the writing, not only of this episode, but of the season in general, whether it be quick and witty remarks, some survival between the characters.
About the racism, you'll go on. I think I'll have a quiet night in. Catch up on some sleep. Always feeling tired these days.
Need you to care more than character speaking. This is certainly something the show loses as the seasons go on, and more characters are introduced. They just either weren't as impactful as
Me neither,
characters that
because there is nothing.
here, or the writing for them wasn't as captivating. Now, of course, it's always great to see Shane beat the ever-living crap out of Ed. Regardless of everybody's opinions on Shane, we can all root for him here in this moment. In episode 4, she goes we left off in the last episode.
You ever try harissa at Ahmed Bawi? He's over by Del Samalo. So good. Yeah. He won't tell me what spices he uses, but the meat just pops when you bite into it.
Are you going to go to the camel races? I have a friend, lives by the Prince district. He trains camels. He promises he will pick me a winner. I don't really believe him, but it's a bit of excitement.
One of the best episodes of the season. We also get to see the first group outside of the one that
I finally heard Lady Arif singing. I was posted just outside the gate when she sang for the Emiras Barga. Never have I heard such a voice. Mature yet,
I think the eunuchs are up to something. Ever since the trouble started, they have become very closed-mouthed. I think Sadiq is avoiding me on purpose.
Hey, did I ask you? Oh, yeah,
And
you
we
did.
find out it's the exact opposite. These people are actually just keeping so they eventually see eye to eye. On one hand, this misdirection is really great and makes sense that there would still be some good people left in the world to care for others, but on the other hand, I feel like this card was played too early. Getting to see a nastier side of the world when it comes to humans would be a great introduction to what the world is like now, and we're told that there's been some plunderers that the Vatos have run into, but so far, every single human that we've seen is basically nothing but a good person, maybe outside of Merle. I almost wish that this misdirection of an enemy group of people was saved for later, but as it stands, this is still a great episode. Back at the camp, we also see that being in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods, is actually not a great place to hold out, and the group now has to find a new home after an attack that leads to the end of a lot of people's lives. This is also the first time that we see the group full-on fight off a group of walkers. They've only really run away from them before this, and this is also, of course, a trend that would continue in the years to come. In episode 5, Wildfire, it shows us the aftermath of what the attack does to our group mentally, the full change in group dynamics between Rick and Shane, and the conversations regarding where they should go next. This is another episode that highly focuses on the group dynamic and the different personalities clashing in the zombie apocalypse. Things like Rick suggesting that they go to the CDC to get the cure, Glenn yelling that they bury their dead, they don't burn them, and Jim trying to hide his bite from everybody, hoping that it'll just get better. These different conversations and even storylines in the show are clear signs that this is the first season of the show. Bites don't just get better, not everybody is able to get buried, and there is no cure. This episode is really focused on furthering the development of our characters, see how this adversity affects each and every member of the group. People like Andrea absolutely crumble at the death of a loved one, while Carol is not too deeply affected. This is also the first ever scene between Daryl and Carol, which turns out to be a very important friendship that's continued on into present day. In this episode, the group fully embraces Rick's ideology, and the torch is unwillingly passed from Shane to Rick. Shane wanted to go to the military base, Fort Benning, away from the city in hopes that a military base would still have all the supplies that they need, whereas Rick wants to go to the CDC in hopes that it's still up and running and they can get a cure for Jim. I think these two choices perfectly reflect the characters of Rick and Shane at this time in the show. Shane is a realist. He wants to do what's best for them right now, in that moment, the people who are still alive, and go to a place that's proven to have more weapons and fortification. Rick is an idealist. He still has hope that maybe the CDC is up and running and they'll have a cure for this thing, even if that's just a long shot. Ultimately, hope wins out, even with some skepticism from Lori, who maybe thinks that Shane is correct, and this is also set up for how big of a wrench Lori throws in between Rick and Shane in Season 2. But the group goes to the CDC, drops off Jim on the way, and we meet Dr. Edwin Jenner. In the season finale, TS-19, we see the group enter the CDC, and I've done a more in-depth analysis of this episode in the past, so if you want to hear my full thoughts on that, I'll leave the link up for it in the corner right now, but I have a lot of mixed feelings on this episode. For one, as a season closer, I do think that it was the right direction to go in. The CDC seems like the ultimate best place to be, especially with how it's depicted in this episode, but as an episode that ends a season of a show that would go on for over a decade, I feel like this was too early. Finding out more about the virus, that there's no cure, that there really is no hope in the world, it all seems like territory that could have and should have been covered in later seasons. But as I say that, hindsight is 2020. They had no idea how big of a hit that the show would be, that it would last as long as it has, and I think that the show got progressively better over the next few seasons, so changing all of seasons 2 to 6 just so that way they can go and visit the CDC is not really something that I would have wanted. But later than that, seasons 9 to 11 could have been interesting if it wasn't an avenue that they already visited. On its own, this is still a great episode. What sticks out to me here is the structure of the episode. The first half of the episode is all about bringing this place up. We walk in, see how great this place potentially is. They all have hot showers, a nice dinner with lots of wine. Even Glenn with a hangover here is better than being out in the world. But at around the halfway mark, we learn more about the virus, test subject 19 being Jenner's wife, and the second half of the episode is all about bringing this place down. The electricity runs out, they're out of fuel, and ultimately leads to the CDC literally exploding and leaving our group on the road. It's a real shame, too, because if not for this doomsday counter and fuel being a finite resource, the CDC would absolutely be the best place to live in the zombie apocalypse. The season introduces us to our group, establishes the world and the rules that it follows, and sets up a lot of plot lines for the future of the show. If this series had not done well and this was the only season we got, it wouldn't even be close to a complete story. I mean, I still don't think we have a complete story even all these years later, But with the storylines introduced here, we wouldn't have gotten any semblance of conclusion. So now I think it's a good time to talk about a few of the things in this season that don't really hold up when looking at it in retrospect. For one, I obviously have to talk about the zombies themselves. These walkers aren't even really walkers at all. They have the capability to run at you, to try and climb ladders, and even some of their memory. After the first episode and the first season in general, the walkers wouldn't do anything like this until the back half of season 11. And even that was just to try and call back to the zombies from the first season. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. I know and understand that completely, but it's still just such a strange choice to have the zombies' behavior change so drastically when it was a big focus in these early episodes. I also find it strange that there's so many different names for the zombies, yet both Morgan and the Atlanta Survivor Camp just so happen to call them walkers. Maybe that was their official name when the news first broke out, but I find it awfully coincidental if it wasn't. Maybe that's a bit nitpicky, but there's also a lot of evidence that the show was setting things up that eventually never happened. There's a scene with Rick and Andrea in the store, and they're kind of doing a bit of flirting, possibly setting them up to eventually get together like in the comics, and this scene would have been pointed to as the first initial setup for it. But this, of course, never came to fruition. But there's also an equal amount of setup that eventually did get payoffs. All the Rick vs. Shane stuff, what Dr. Jenner whispered to Rick, Earl escaping Atlanta, all of this stuff does get brought back up. So while there were some training wheels on for this first season, when the wheels came off, a lot of the stuff that was highlighted did come back for the future. This season, and this show in general, is a character drama disguised as a zombie survival show. It's always been about the characters and how they navigate this world, not about getting food to survive or finding a good base to hold out in. All that stuff is secondary when it comes to The Walking Dead. There might be an episode 2 about getting food, or it might be a plot point leading to some other storyline, but it's never been the main focus, which I feel like turns some people off when it becomes the soap opera with zombies, as some people so lovingly refer to it as. While the season had a higher emphasis on the survival against the zombies, it's still about the characters. Seeing Rick say things like, "We don't kill the living," or Carol apologize to Ed after he's the one who hit her, and Daryl being really antagonistic towards Rick Grimes, all goes to show where these characters start and eventually where they end up and who they end up becoming. That being said, the season did have an emphasis on two things that the show would later lose: survival and horror. The survival aspects come from the conversations of where to go for safety, traversing the world, and getting rid of the walkers, and the horror, of course, comes from the walkers themselves. While the show would never completely shed these aspects from the story, they wouldn't be nearly as relevant. But that's also not a bad thing. People eventually grew tired of the constant moving from place to place and the cheap jump scares from the walkers, so the show needed to grow in order to maintain its audience. So the show did grow, in some areas better than others, and that leads us to Season 2. The first season of The Walking Dead does just about everything right upon first viewing, but in retrospect, it does have some flaws. So because of that, it's hard to give this season a rating. When I first saw it, it was a pure 10 out of 10, but as this video is a retrospective, I have to take the nostalgia out of it, so I'm going to go with the final score of a 9 out of 10. One of the things about Season 2 that stuck out to me immediately was how big of a threat the walkers were. The herd passing through in episode 1 was genuinely nerve-wracking and such a tense and excellent scene. One walker was a tall task for Andrea to handle. Rick tells Sophia to stay put so he can take out two walkers, which ends up being a very bad idea. But at this point in the show, two walkers really did seem like a tall task. Now, there's also the sense that our group is still new to this game. They aren't leveled up enough to take these things on with confidence, and getting comfortable and skilled at killing walkers all becomes part of their individual character growth, but there's still the Frank Darabont factor with these walkers. They were still monsters at this point, not just obstacles in the way. The dialogue is all around far superior than the first season. They fully lean into the character drama, which puts some people off because it wasn't the parts of the first season that they liked, but when it comes to the character arcs of this season, it's very clear this was the direction the show was always going to go in. Binge watching this season makes it not at all boring, but I feel like more compelling because the pacing is so much better. From this season onward, The Walking Dead feels like a streaming show, meaning it feels like a show that all of the episodes were released at once and it was meant to be binge watched. In a lot of ways, I feel like this season in particular was really ahead of its time. There's a few characters who get an increased role this season, one of which is Daryl. The way they utilize Daryl in this season is excellent, and it's easy to see why Daryl started becoming the standout character and fan favorite. It's super impressive writing because they gave Daryl the only storyline that really worked for him to have, and that's to find Sophia. In the comics, Sophia never goes missing, and there's no such thing as Daryl. So to have such a big deviation from the comics this early on only worked if the audience cared about what's going on, and having this side character we didn't have the greatest opinion of at first go out of his way to search for this girl that really doesn't mean anything to him, means everything to the audience. Daryl doesn't have a ton of lines, doesn't do a lot of talking, but his actions are far louder than anything he could possibly say to anyone. Chupacabra is a particular standout episode for Daryl, where he finds Sophia's doll and hallucinates the vision of Merle as he's injured trying to get back to the farm. He still does some, I'll say, uniquely Daryl things.
He's wearing ears.
But ultimately becomes a very likable character. As the season goes on in the second half, Daryl is used as another wedge between Rick and Shane, because Rick goes to look at Daryl as his right-hand man instead of Shane. Less is more with Daryl. It always has been, always will be, and they really understood that in this season. Carl also has an increased role, playing the annoying kid who wants to grow up too fast, and for that role, I think that he plays it well. His injury is really what sets the season in motion, the reason for them staying at the farm, Shane's derailment, and basically everything else that happens because our characters are forced to stay at the farm. He's a naive kid who doesn't have either one of his parents keep a close eye on him, so this eventually leads him to do what kids do, mess shit up. But honestly, watching this season, I had a lot of sympathy for Carl. He loses his only friend in the world and then wants to grow up to help out the others, but they don't really want him to, so he goes and does his own thing. I think this season sets up Carl to go on a nice character arc of his own in a few years. The seeds were all being planted here, even though they eventually took the character in a completely different direction, but I'll go over that when that time comes. Glenn gets an increased role because of his storyline with Maggie. There's winners and losers in the zombie apocalypse, people who end up better off than they were before, and people who can't handle the new world, and it eventually literally consumes them. And then there's Glenn, the nerdy pizza delivery boy who ends up getting... Now, a lot has been said about the Glenn and Maggie relationship, about how lucky he is, but those conversations died down over the years because everybody realized that Steven Yeun is a very handsome guy, and Glenn goes on to shed this pizza delivery boy personality. But I need to bring it back up, because back in Season 2, this was not Glenn. This was not Glenn, and this was certainly not Glenn. Glenn was each and every one of the lonely nerds watching this show, a character we could all see ourselves as, and for him to get a girl like Maggie, he was a goddamn hero. So for that, I salute you, Glenn. But there's only one reason why this relationship works, and it is believable as it is, and that's the chemistry between Steven Yeun and Lauren Cohen. These two end up becoming such an unlikely yet beautiful pairing, and it's one of the only breaths of happiness in this season, and really for seasons to come. Talking about Season 2, I obviously have to mention Herschel, played by the late Scott Wilson. Herschel is easily the best character introduced this season. He starts the season off doing everything he can to help our group, being a man of God and still praying for the world. But as the season goes on, his secrets are uncovered, and we learn that Herschel isn't all that aware of how bad the world is. He thinks of the walkers as people still, and that kind of thinking just ends up getting you killed. By the end of the season, Herschel is a changed man, and even though he's changed his mindset in a few ways, he becomes the moral compass and really the dad of the whole group. Scott Wilson was an excellent actor and elevates every single scene that he's in, and I truly cannot give him enough praise. We get to see a few different flashback scenes from before the apocalypse, which is always cool to see our characters before we really met them on screen and how they eventually got where they are. The first one is Shane telling Lori what happened to Rick while she's waiting to pick up Carl from school. Lori's talking to one of her friends about her marriage with Rick and how things aren't going too smooth. It's really the inverse of the opening scene in the pilot of Rick talking to Shane about his marriage with Lori. But this time it's not like seeing two different sides of the argument. What Rick was saying about how Lori said something so cruel in front of Carl and how he'd never say that was exactly what Lori said to her friend and how she was wrong for saying it. Then Shane shows up, tells her about Rick and how he's been shot, and she realizes that the last conversation that she had with her husband was not a great one, and now she has to tell Carl. We also get to see the first bombing of Atlanta, and really how the group all met each other on the highway in the first place. But mostly what these scenes are setting up is Shane's involvement with Rick's family. At the start of the season, there is an internal struggle in Shane. He's in love with Lori, but he also genuinely does care about Rick. A lot of people are under the impression that Season 1 Shane and Season 2 Shane are completely different people, which is true for the most part, but it's not like his character just changes overnight. Well, it is, but it's not like there's not a reason for his change. When he kills Otis to get the supplies back to Carl, his whole mindset changes. I don't think Shane was mentally prepared for the toll this would actually take on him. He talks to Andrea about this, saying that sometimes you have to live with the choices you make and move on from them or else you're gonna die. I think a lot of Shane's characteristics and choices this season stem from how uncomfortable he is about how things went down with Otis. It affects all aspects of his life. It further drives him against Rick, furthers his feelings for Lori, and causes the whole outburst at the barn. He knew this group needed a villain, and he was okay with being that villain because he himself felt like the villain. Maybe you think I'm giving Shane too much credit, that he was just insane from the start, and the whole Otis situation popped the lid off of that. But if you go back and watch those episodes right after Otis's death, Shane is a changed person, a much darker and lonelier person than he was before, and a few episodes later he becomes villain Shane because he just doesn't know how to process his own decisions. With all that being said, when we get to the episode Pretty Much Dead Already, Shane is 100% correct about everything. The way he goes about it, not so much, but if he hadn't had this outburst and forced everyone to kill the walkers, they would have been dead very quickly. Because Rick wasn't changing a damn thing. Rick, while he had differing opinions than Herschel on the walkers still being people, he was going to go along with Herschel, bringing more walkers into the barn until eventually this would be the death of all of them. All it takes is one mistake, one mishap, and the barn full of walkers would have escaped and killed everybody if they weren't ready for it. And Rick absolutely 100% would have let this happen. Rick, in this season, is far too busy trying to please both sides. He wants to be the good guy, the glue that holds everybody together, but Shane realizes that that's not going to work. When he tells Lori that Rick ain't built for this world, he's not wrong. This version of Rick Grimes would have definitely gotten the whole group killed eventually. But when Shane opens the barn, demonstrates how walkers aren't people anymore, it changes the dynamic of the group entirely. The episode Nebraska showcases this perfectly. The group gets split on what Shane did. Some people like Andrea and T-Dog admire him and thank him for what he did because it was for the better, while others are appalled and think that it was the wrong thing of him to do. Regardless of whether Shane was or wasn't right, he starts causing rifts in the group, and once that starts, it takes somebody who's willing to make the hard choices to bring everybody back together. Enter Rick, we don't kill the living, Grimes, making those hard decisions at the bar later that day. The bar scene is absolutely fantastic, mostly because of how subtle everything is. When they run into these guys, it's not painted on their foreheads that they're bad guys like most of the people they run into later are, but there's a few things that they say about how they haven't had a girl in a while, about how they've had to do horrible things just to get by, that gives Rick the indication that something's off, and he makes a decision that if he had made it literally 1 second later, he'd be dead. This is the moment that Rick stops trying to be the good guy. This is the moment that he stops trying to be everybody's friend, because after this, he has no problem sticking up to Shane, making those decisions that are for the best and keeping everybody else alive. In a lot of ways, Rick's killing and Shane's killing of Otis mirror each other. They both change our characters and prove that it's actually Rick who's built for this world, not Shane. Also, side note, when they get attacked at the bar, Herschel ends up killing one of the dudes in their party. Imagine surviving in an apocalypse for a good amount of time just to end up getting taken out by an 80-year-old drunk guy. Don't know why, but that made me laugh. Now I feel like it's time to talk about the elephant in the room. Laurie. A lot has been said about Laurie over the years, and just about all of it is fully warranted, but also a lot of the stuff with Laurie comes from a place of hatred or thinking that the character wasn't all that great, and with that, I disagree. Two things can be true at the same time. Laurie can be a terrible mother, a terrible spouse, manipulative and frustrating to watch, while also still being a great character. Watching this again, I think that Laurie is trying her best to keep everybody happy and be helpful to those around her. She just goes about it in the worst possible way. In a lot of ways, she reminds me of Catelyn Stark, who does the exact same thing, trying to make the best decisions, but actually ends up making the worst decisions. Laurie is a character that actually isn't built for this world. She can't make those tough decisions once she's already in a situation that she got herself into. I truly don't blame Laurie for getting with Shane when she thought Rick was dead. I don't. Was it a little early in the apocalypse to totally forget your husband? Yes, it was. But we also don't have any point of reference to judge her on, because the apocalypse is the apocalypse. You think you're gonna die, like, every second of every day, and Shane was there for them. He took care of them. So it's probably just mentally easier to divert your feelings of grief from your dead husband by clinging on to somebody else, especially somebody that not only reminds you of your husband, but is going out of his way to keep you safe. That all makes sense, and I don't blame Laurie for that at all. But what I do blame Laurie for is trying to please everybody in the second season. Her and Rick are both guilty of this, but Shane says he wants to leave because he can't have Laurie and there's no place for him anymore. But she tells him to stay, giving Shane some sort of hope that there might be a future there. Rick kills those guys in Nebraska because they posed a threat, and Laurie tells Rick that Shane poses a similar threat, so what's he gonna do to protect his family? Laurie thanks Shane for saving her and Carl and says that what they had together wasn't one-sided. Rick kills Shane, fulfilling a request that Laurie basically made, and she can't even look at Rick after that. In one of my earlier videos, I forget which one, I said that Laurie gets a bad rap and doesn't play Rick and Shane against each other, but after watching this season in its entirety again, that's exactly what she does. But I also don't think it's intentional. I think similarly to Shane, Laurie doesn't know how to deal with the consequences of her actions. I think that she was hoping that everything would kind of just go away and all the drama would be dealt with if she kept on playing nice to everybody involved, but that's not how the world works, especially this world. And on top of inciting more rage between Rick and Shane, she can't keep her eyes on Carl if her life depended on it. Laurie getting mad at Rick for killing Shane is hugely hypocritical, but the scene also makes it seem like maybe she's mad at him because Carl is the one who actually had to put him down, when she was the one who was supposed to be watching him. She really just never has any leverage in her arguments, and that's across the whole season. I ultimately think Laurie was a very necessary character, but it felt like the writers kept on flip-flopping on what they wanted her to do and who they wanted her to be, so she ended up being this hypocritical and aggravating character. The second half of the season and the whole Randall situation is written and executed to perfection. It reminds me of the same storyline from Breaking Bad when they have to decide what to do with the guy who survived and their moral dilemma in the whole situation. It's a storyline that only really works in the beginning of the apocalypse because our characters are struggling to preserve the old world and their old moral compass, but also realize that tough decisions need to be made in order to survive in this new world. 18 Miles Out is the culmination of events set up from the very first episode. Things finally come to a head between Rick and Shane. They fight over what to do with Randall after he says that he knows who Maggie is. Shane thinks that they should just kill him, but Rick says they need to go over a new plan, so they start fighting, but the real reason why they're fighting is a bit more obvious. You know, Shane dirtied their new 2011 Hyundai Tucson. But while this is a good episode, it's also incredibly strangely paced with two very different conflicting storylines. But Rick eventually gets his way and they bring Randall back to the farm. The conversation about keeping Randall alive really encapsulates the whole season. The debate about morality in this world and how it's changed in the opinion of the majority, how people who are stuck living in the old world aren't gonna last here in this new one. These are all themes that represent this season, and having it all culminate in this moment, this one conversation about a man's life they're so willing to take and the one person who's against it, shows how different the group is now and the path that they're going down. It's also one of the most beautifully acted scenes by Jeffrey DeMunn, and heartbreaking because of what happens a few minutes later. Dale died knowing that the world he knew was gone. Shane's death comes at the proper moment and obviously signifies a great change in Rick. I remember there being talks of a deleted scene or something along those lines of like how Shane's gun wasn't actually loaded and he wanted Rick to kill him, which would have been cool, but I ultimately don't think that was Shane's true intentions. He definitely was there to kill Rick. Having him come back alive and Carl being the one to finally end it was also a great scene, one that, again, had Lori lose sight of her son despite all of them being confined to the house. The Walker herd attacking the farm shows all of them how brutal the world truly is. How they were really just biding their time staying at the farm in this wide open area with no true fortifications. And then we see just how far Rick progressed this season when he says that they are not a democracy anymore, they are in a Ricktatorship. He's done playing both sides and making everybody happy. It's his way or the highway, and they can either get on board or leave. This is at times great for the group, and other times not so much. But we'll get to see more of that in Season 3. I'm going to give Season 2 of The Walking Dead a solid 8.7 out of 10. There's a lot to love about Season 3, but there's also a lot of questionable things about Season 3. I always thought back on this season really fondly. Watching it again, I still have a lot of really good things to say about it, but it's also not exactly the season I remember for a variety of reasons. So I'll be going over different plot points, character arcs, all sorts of things, but let's start off with the first episode and the very first scene. The opening sequence shows us just how much time has passed since we last saw the group. There's obviously the look of them. Lori is far more pregnant than she was before. Everybody's really dirty and grimy, and Herschel looks far different. They even go to show him last because we're supposed to be like, whoa, Herschel really let himself go. But what I love about this scene is that there's no dialogue. They're clearing this house as a unit. They have this trust in each other that wasn't there before, and they have a clear formula for doing these things now. The group is also far more competent now. Even Carl is clearing rooms and making shots that Rick couldn't do in the first season. Gone are the days where Rick runs away from two walkers. Really, anybody in this group can take down anything that comes their way. They find the prison and come up with a plan to clear the walkers instead of just saying, well, it's overrun, better look elsewhere. And they also take the prison in just a few minutes. If this was a later season, they'd find the prison, take an episode to discuss if they want to take it or not. If they can take it, something would happen to prevent them from doing it. And after 5 or 6 episodes, there'd be a cliffhanger on whether or not they actually did take it. But nope, this was Season 3, and everything in this 16-episode season is paced beautifully. Rick is immediately a more hardened man. He really can't stand Lori, he doesn't take shit from the prisoners, and killing Tomas because he stands in opposition against him really puts that in perspective. This really isn't the same Rick as the first 2 seasons. This is also the season that Rick really starts to become a great character and leader, at least in some episodes. I also think this is when Andrew Lincoln really sets into the role and understands the character. Not that he didn't before, because he always did, but it seems really like he's more comfortable and able to play up smaller scenes and put his own spin on the character. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I feel like the first 2 seasons he was more confined between 2 lines, and now he feels comfortable playing outside those lines, if that makes any sense. Same goes with Carol, who seems to have adapted since we last saw her, learning some of Herschel's tricks about healing and also seeing life the way it is now. She's more confident in herself and her skills and sticks up for herself. She also gets colder and darker as the season goes on, telling Andrea to sleep with the governor so that way she can kill him, and even sticking up to Merle and confronting him about what side he's really on. This is a far cry from the Carol we knew at the beginning of the series, and even at the beginning of the season when the writers were contemplating killing her off. One of the primary characters introduced in this season is, of course, Michonne. Across the first half of the season, Michonne has very few lines. In episode 6, she's one of the featured storylines, but doesn't say a single word. but we also identify with her and support her character because she's the only one who thinks something is wrong with the governor and Woodbury. So the show is really making us support Michonne and go against Andrea. It's easy for an audience to watch a show with all the information and root for Michonne to unravel everything. It's kind of like character 101, but it's also much easier to look at a character making the wrong decisions and root against them, which this season does at every turn they can with Andrea. I have a lot of thoughts on Andrea. I'll get to more of them later, but as it stands, I think Andrea gets a really bad rap. Not because the decisions that she makes are polarizing, she makes every single bad decision possible in this season, but because I think the writers did her so dirty. She was a sacrifice in this show for more drama, but they knew the audience wouldn't side with her or even root for her or even respect her, and I honestly feel really bad for Laurie Holden, but more on that in a bit. Laurie's death episode is great. I have an episode analysis on it. I'll link to it right now. But this episode is literally just a bad day that keeps getting worse and worse. And it obviously changes the trajectory of the show. Daryl steps up when Rick is going insane from Laurie's death. He immediately recognizes that Rick is losing it, goes out on a run to get baby formula, which I feel like they should have had a long time ago, but whatever, and even steps outside his own comfort zone to become a leader for the group. It's stuff like this that made Daryl become the character that he eventually became and a great replacement as protagonist of the show. One thing I need to bring up in regards not only to this season but the entire show is the makeup and practical effects. This season, they got a noticeably bigger budget, and still a lot of that went to the effects. While there's tons of zombie media out there, none of them look nearly as good as The Walking Dead zombies. That goes from season 1 to the end of the show to all the spin-offs. Everything about the makeup, the practical effects in this show, in its entirety is an A+. Insane Rick is probably my least favorite Rick in the show. He's just a selfish asshole. Might be a comparison that only a few of you guys understand, but it kind of reminds me of the Order of the Phoenix book, because Harry is an insufferable asshole for like half of that 800-page book, and it's this character that you really like and connect with, but can't really connect with at the moment. And that's how I feel about Rick in the beginning of this season. Rewatching the show in its entirety has been such a treat because it reminds me of episodes like the mid-season finale, an episode I've probably only seen 1 or 2 times, and it's absolutely excellent. I'm actually surprised I don't have an episode analysis on it yet, but it's going to be one that I do here very shortly. There's so many different layers to the storylines, and the human encounters used to carry so much weight behind what's going on. This was built up from the 3rd episode of the show when the governor was introduced, and the stakes feel so high because of its proper build-up. There's a lot of highlights in this episode, but one of them is the suspense built up between Daryl and Merle fighting on opposite sides. Daryl has the most interesting story this season that he ever gets the whole show. When Daryl leaves with Merle, there's a noticeable emptiness in the prison. The struggle between wanting to help your brother or your family is very interesting, and it takes a toll on every single person at the prison. The second half of season 3 is nowhere near as good as the first half. A lot of it just feels underwhelming because it's supposed to be Rick versus the governor and all the drama surrounding that, but it just doesn't live up to the expectations set up from the first half. There's some great moments and resolutions like Glenn and Maggie getting engaged and Merle's redemption, and even the episode where Rick and the governor meet and the conversations that play out between them and everyone outside is really excellent writing, but a lot of that tension and suspense is lost along the process. I think the best episode in the second half of the season is Clear, which is strange because this is, on all accounts, a bottle episode. But seeing Morgan again after so long and all the dialogue between him and Rick is so interesting. We also got to see Carl bond with Michonne, which is huge for their friendship. This is also kind of like the first family outing, so for a bottle episode, this ends up being pretty important in the context of the future of the show. Rick's speech in the penultimate episode about how this has to be a democracy shows how different he is from the governor and proves thematically how important the threat he posed actually was. It was the perfect time in the show to introduce a human villain because the world had grown, these characters had grown, and it further reinstates that this show is a drama about characters surviving in the apocalypse, not just a zombie survival show. Rick's internal struggle about trading Michonne over to the governor is another really great bit of writing. Michonne has done nothing but help the group since she arrived, but she also doesn't really mean much anything emotionally to anybody, at least not as much as the other people in the prison. On paper, it makes a lot of sense for Rick to trade her, but he can't do that. That's his humanity right there, and it's another thing that separates him from the governor. So Merle takes it upon himself to do it, but even he has a shred of humanity left, and pays for it with his life in what is Daryl's most emotional scene in the entire show. The finale itself is very underwhelming, but also indicative of how the second half of the season went overall. I'd say it's probably my least favorite finale across all seasons. Andrea's whole storyline is just badly executed, and it truly feels like they wrote it to have the audience root against her. She wants to play both sides and expects everybody at the prison to welcome her back with open arms, and after everything she learns about the governor, she still doesn't try to do anything up until it's too late. I felt nothing at her death, and sure, Laurie Holden had a contract up to season 7, but the writers did her so dirty this season that winning the audience's favor back would be too tall a mountain to climb. Andrea takes her sweet-ass time getting the pliers off the ground, having such a difficult time doing it too, and then just kind of sits around when Milton is dying and has absolutely no agency whatsoever. It's infuriating writing, and it's when the audience wants to see your character die. Her death doesn't even make narrative sense. She didn't contribute anything to the war, have them form a truce, absolutely nothing. I think the writers saw an opportunity to kill off a fan least favorite and went for it. Laurie Holden has even spoken out about the writing for her character. She said that it's not the direction that she was told that they were going in, and it's not the direction that she wanted to go in. So overall, I just feel very bad for her. There is an interesting moment in the finale. Michonne asks Rick about why he saved her, if it was just for the baby formula, and he says, "Nah, it must have been something else." Is that some kind of romantic spark between them? I'm probably just going crazy. Them together would be a long shot. It probably wouldn't happen for like at least another 3 seasons. So those are my thoughts on season 3. This is actually a bit shorter than I expected, but I've said everything I need to say, I think. I still think this is a really good season, but it's far from the series' best. The first half of the season is like a straight A+, but the second half I'd say is like a B- or C+. So to round all that out, input the equation, carry the 2, I'd say it's like an 8.5 out of 10. Now we get to see what life is like at the prison with the governor gone. Sorta. As much as I liked season 3, it did have a very underwhelming finale and just an underwhelming second half in general, so having this time jump at the beginning of season 4 feels like a nice reset and cuts ahead of the boring parts that we don't really care to see. The first episode is titled 30 Days Without an Accident, and this show's story is practically based on accidents and incidents, so I feel this time jump is necessary for a number of reasons. We see how different characters are from the last time we saw them, how much the prison has changed and grown, and just from an audience perspective, it feels like time has gone on in this world as it's gone on in our own lives. One thing I'm noticing a lot on this rewatch that for some reason I didn't realize the first time I watched it, yes, even with watching every episode twice a week, is how much setup there is for Rick and Michonne. I'm not sure why, but I remember by the time they do get together, oh, spoiler I guess, I never saw it coming. But even all the way back in season 4, there's plenty of setup. I also love how Michonne tells him that he needs to shave because he's losing the war as a joke. But in the trailer, that line was super serious.
Your face is
The first episode really is a happy beginning. Life seems pretty great, so of course they drop us into the story when shit starts to go bad. Herschel gives Rick a speech about being too far gone, that he came back and we all get to come back. All stuff I've heard a number of times before, but in a different episode. I just never realized that these exact lines were said to Rick back in the first episode. With this small time jump, we get several character changes, but the most noticeable is Farmer Rick. But before I get into him, let's go over everybody else. Beth is incredibly cynical. Her new boyfriend dies, and she quite literally doesn't even shed a tear. She's so used to people dying and having to grieve that she doesn't allow herself to open up to anybody anymore. Michonne, on the other hand, is incredibly open with these people now, specifically Carl and Rick, for some reason. She's honestly a very different character from the person she was in Season 3, not in a bad or jarring way, but she's just more comfortable now, and more fun and witty side of her comes out. Carl is more mature now. Sure, he's still a naive kid, but he almost has a more realistic outlook than even Rick does across the first few episodes. He's ready to pull his end of the weight in this group, and he's actually capable enough, physically and mentally, to do that now. Carol has adapted to the world. After almost dying several times now, she's prepared to make the hard choices that nobody else wants to. Daryl has accepted a leadership role. Reluctantly, but still accepted it. He realizes that people around the prison look up to him and feel safe with him on their side. Same goes for Glenn and Maggie. They're pillars of this community now and make sure to let everybody know that they're there for them, but also make sure that their relationship is stable because, frankly, their relationship is another beacon of hope for everybody around. And then there's Farmer Rick. Farmer Rick makes sense given Carl's dark turn at the end of the last season, but I feel like he almost takes it too far, not even being able to kill walkers until a few episodes into the season. Rick has his own new hero's journey in this season. He's Farmer Rick at first, but then realizes that this place is kind of falling apart without him in a leadership role. So he takes it back on. This does make his storyline a little boring in these opening episodes. Yes, it is necessary for him to kind of come out of his shell again and realize he's still needed by this group of people, but that doesn't stop me from thinking that he's still a little boring in these first couple episodes. But in this lawless world, when a crime is committed, especially amongst a strong community, the law is needed. So Rick dons the detective hat and magnifying glass to try and figure out who killed Karen and David. Of course, he eventually finds out who killed them and goes on to make a decision that only a strong leader can make. The whole sickness plotline feels ahead of its time in a way, and I actually think it's a pretty underrated storyline. It's one of the more grounded aspects of living in the apocalypse and still makes for great drama and character development. I think a lot of the disappointment from the story comes from the misdirection from the trailer. I made a whole video about Walking Dead trailers and their use of misdirection if you want to check that out, but this whole plotline wasn't even hinted at in the trailer. In fact, it was the exact opposite of hinted at. It was hidden. For people that don't like the story, that just binged it and never watched the trailer, well, I don't know, maybe it's just a bad storyline, but I liked it. At the end of the day, it is just a reason to kill off all the red shirt characters in preparation for the second half of the season, but it adds some more layers to this world and creates a good amount of tension between the characters. It was also the perfect storyline to send off Herschel to. Herschel's speech about risking your life is one of the best speeches in the show. It's up there with the best Rick ones, Shane's Barnes speech, and it really speaks to who Herschel is. Yes, he's old, he's very susceptible to getting this disease, but he has the knowledge needed to help out, and he'd rather risk himself going into the sick cell block than his daughters or anybody else he cares about. Herschel doesn't care if this leads to the end for him. In fact, by the end of it, I almost think he wished it was the end for him. He's not able to help or save everybody that he wanted to. He realizes that in this world, his best efforts aren't able to save everyone. And everybody around him that he cares about in this world has somebody else that they care about. Herschel is, in a lot of ways, very much alone. Anyways, somebody have better told Judith about Beth, because that girl literally exclusively has scenes only if she's holding the baby. It was like that in season 3 as well, so Daryl, you better be reading some bedtime stories about the girl that carried her for the first, I don't know, should be like years, but at least the first several months of her life. The first half of this season introduces us to the kids of the prison, specifically Lizzie and Mika. All of the Carol and Lizzie stuff in the beginning of the season really breaks my heart. Carol cares about this young girl and wants to teach her how to survive, but I think what she's teaching her ultimately harms her in the end. I think this is where the writing for Carol differentiates from characters like Lori and Andrea. They had a clear goal in mind with Carol, and although what she's doing is incredibly flawed and ultimately works against her, we can see her reasoning for doing all of this. With Lori and Andrea, we didn't really understand their thoughts because they, quite frankly, didn't make a ton of sense. But Carol wants these kids to be able to take care of themselves, and nobody else is willing to teach them, so she takes that on for herself. While she has the right intentions, it doesn't necessarily make her choices correct in the end. When Daryl, Bob, Michonne, and Tyrese go out on a run, Bob literally almost pulls a gun on Daryl for a bottle of alcohol, and this leads to one of my absolute favorite Daryl moments because Norman plays this scene so well. He's angry and he has every right to be, and he's literally holding himself back from strangling this man. And that's what I mean by Daryl has stepped up to become a leader. I think the Daryl of the first 3 seasons would have killed Bob right here, no hesitation. They're also in a car and they get some sort of signal on the radio. A place that says it's a sanctuary for all, but it kind of cuts in and out. I wonder if that'll ever come back into play. I mentioned it already, but Internment is a great episode and a great send-off to Herschel. Even though there's an additional 2 episodes after this, they're both centered on the governor, and we don't even see our group, so Internment is really Herschel's send-off episode. Walking Dead always does this, highlights a character in an episode that they're either getting killed off in, or the episode right before they're getting killed off in, but this was pretty hidden among some other really obvious character deaths that would come in the later seasons, so it made Herschel's actual death 2 episodes later still very shocking. The governor-centric episodes are great in their own right. I really don't think it needed to be 2 episodes. I think it starts to drag a bit in the second episode, but it's really satisfying to see the governor lose himself and everything around him, and scary to see just how easily he can build it back up again and what he's willing to do in order to get power. One thing these episodes do highlight is how great of an actor David Morrissey is. He was great in season 3, I don't think I mentioned that before, but seeing him lead 2 episodes on his own really gives him the proper time to shine. In the first episode, we think that maybe the governor has turned over a new leaf, and maybe we're going to see some sort of redemption arc. Martinez gives him the benefit of the doubt, and we start to truly believe that the governor is a changed man. But he's not. He's a deranged sociopath, and some things don't ever change. Martinez not outing the governor immediately is honestly up there with some of the stupidest decisions in the entire show. Maybe I understand the benefit of the doubt, maybe, but when he doesn't fit in with anybody around camp and starts looking angry all the time, some red flags have got to be thrown out there, like, come on now, Martinez. In the end, Martinez's trust is betrayed, and it leads to his own death. But if Martinez had been smart and outed the governor right away, we wouldn't have gotten Too Far Gone. Too Far Gone is obviously one of the greatest episodes in the entire show. It really makes up for the lackluster Season 3 finale because up until this point, we really hadn't seen an episode like this in The Walking Dead. Having the governor launch a full-on attack that ultimately ends the prison era was not something I expected when this episode first aired. In some ways, you really do think that Rick is going to convince them to live together, and in some alternate universe out there, that is the plotline that happened, and honestly, that's a really great what-if scenario. But the governor's thirst for revenge comes above the wants of his new people. He ultimately goes to this prison to destroy it, along with everybody who took the precious life he had away from him. He doesn't care about these people, but he certainly acts like he does, and that's the important part. He knew he was losing the moral battle, even with his own people. They were starting to side with Rick, so he had to do something drastic to change people's opinions on the matter. He was reminded of the bloody stump out in the woods that said liar, and then makes a decision that proves he was actually too far gone. Herschel's death is surprising, shocking, gut-wrenching, and the show had never had a death like it. Maybe Dale before this, but deaths like Andrea and Lori or even T-Dog never hit as hard as Herschel's death did. It worked super well here, but also led to some not-so-great shocking deaths down the line. The multiple different point of views at the prison battle are all really great, either ending storylines or setting up new ones. Mostly setting up new ones for our group of characters, but this truly was the perfect, tragic end to the prison era and proved, once again, that this is the zombie apocalypse. It's not your typical family drama. The episode after Too Far Gone, titled After, really felt like a glimpse into the future of the show for a lot of reasons. For one, it only features Rick, Carl, and Michonne, another hint towards this future family. Carl is also very heavily featured over an injured and seemingly dying Rick. kinda hinting at what the show would be like once Rick dies and Carl takes over as the lead. Because surely that's what's gonna happen, right? But this is also an episode where it felt like the writers had a solid direction for Carl. They knew what they were doing with him here and how to write him. It's by far the best episode for Carl in the entire series. I also completely forgot that Michonne had a son. Her backstory is told in a really cool way that's unique to all other backstories that we see in the show. One thing I have to mention is the music, specifically the change of music. Starting this season, the music changed drastically to what we had heard in previous seasons. It became less Western and more synth and ominous piano, and I really like it. While the Western-sounding music worked for the first couple seasons, it does start to feel a little out of place in this season, so I'm glad that they changed it. Some people might not feel the same way, but seasons 4 to 6 had the best music in the show, and they were also the best seasons of the show. Coincidence? I think not! One thing I thought of specifically during these second half episodes was why they didn't have a plan, or at least a meeting place to go to if they all got separated. When the prison fell, there's really no excuse for them not to have a meeting place for this exact scenario. The same exact situation happened back in season 2, and they didn't learn from that. The splitting of the groups and the subsequent drama it invites is some of the best writing in the show. Second half of season 4 might be my favorite stretch of episodes across the entire series. Tyrese escaping with Lizzie, Mika, and Judith and running into Carol is incredible for the drama the situation invites. But honestly, I felt really bad for Tyrese on the road with these 2 little girls and a baby, not to mention one of them is a rabbit-killing psychopath. When he sees Carol, he's so relieved to have somebody else to rely on now, and Carol's kind of taken back because she doesn't really know what he knows. It's a great scene and sets up a great episode down the road. The episode Inmates is such a great paced episode showing multiple different storylines in one episode. Why they ever went away from doing this, I have no idea, because this episode was fantastic. Seeing the different point of views and landmarks that all the characters pass at one point or another but barely miss each other is amazing, and I just love that kind of shit. I also love how cheesy the intro to Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene is. It leads you to think that they might be villains, but when you understand the character of Abraham later on, this intro is hilarious. Glenn saving Tara proves again that he is a man too good for this world, but it ends up doing him great favors in the long run. The way that Glenn finds out about Herschel's death is heartbreaking, and in general, everything that happens in his storyline makes it seem like he's never going to see Maggie again. But this also shows us the strength of Glenn. His determination to find her again, no matter how injured he may be, is one of the many qualities that makes us love Glenn and identify with who he is. Another thing I love about the storyline is Eugene. While he tells the group that he has to get to DC to develop a cure, there's all these hints and clues that make Eugene seem like he's not really in a rush to get there. I wonder why that is. The whole branching storylines and seeing hints and clues of where the others were in different storylines and episodes, and this mystery built up over this Terminus place, there's just something about it that speaks to me, and it's honestly when the show really started gripping me for the first time I ever watched it. The build up to Terminus and how each group gets together, their individual storylines, the Claimers, meeting Abraham, and introducing that whole storyline. Even the Daryl and Beth stuff isn't horrible like everybody makes it out to be. The episodes with multiple point of views honestly remind me of the early Game of Thrones episodes. It progresses the storylines and each scene was meaningful without having any fat. There's a rule in writing called get in late, get out early, which essentially means to cut out any fat from the scenes. For example, Rick wakes up when the Claimers are in the house and leaves when he sees an opening. We don't need to see Rick fall asleep, see the Claimers find the house, go inside, and then have Rick wake up. We get what's going on without having all that set up. When we leave the scene, we see that Rick has an opening to escape and stop Michonne and Carl from getting closer, so he takes it. We don't see him explain how he got his murder jacket or what happened inside. We don't need to. That's obviously what he's going to tell them, but since we just saw it happen, we don't need to hear about it again. And that's how all of these plot lines are structured. See what we have to, and then cut away when we're done. The later seasons started to lose this rule, which is why a lot of people think they're boring. They also go from showing us multiple storylines to one, which is another issue a lot of people have with the episode still. The switch from having multiple different storylines to just one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. While I don't hate the Daryl and Beth episode, a lot of it could have been cut and still kept all of the emotional beats that really make the episode while progressing the other storylines. We haven't seen what Maggie, Sasha, and Bob are up to for quite a while. That could have been included here, along with Carol, Tyrese, and the girls. We don't need to see every single storyline. Episode 10 doesn't have Rick, Michonne, or Carl, but I bet a lot of people didn't even realize that because of the progression of other storylines and how well-paced that episode was. This episode just doesn't feel entirely necessary to have one storyline. If you're going to do that, you better have a damn good reason why. Episode 9 only has Michonne, Rick, and Carl, partly to put the spotlight on Michonne and Carl, but also to keep some suspense about the other people and if they're alive. There's another episode that does only one point of view, but it's given a really great reason for it to only be one storyline. But the other side of this argument for this episode is that Daryl and Beth think that everybody else is dead. They think it's just them, so we're right along there with them. It's just us, Daryl and Beth. It's also much cheaper for an episode to only have one storyline and not pay the other actors and get the other locations, etc. And that's the real reason for why there's only one storyline. The conversations between Daryl and Beth in this episode are all really great and progress both of these characters a lot. The ending is also really fun, brings the themes of the episode together really well, and overall this episode shows us that Daryl can't remotely handle his alcohol. There's a lot that's been said of Daryl and Beth's relationship. Some people think that it's a brother-sister type of friendship. Other people think that they were setting up an actual romantic partnership. And this was also the time when people thought Daryl might be gay. I think there's good evidence enough for actually all of these theories, but to me it really does seem like they were setting up a romantic relationship. I think it's why they dedicated the whole episode to them, and I honestly think that was the plan. It's obviously not how it ended up, so it seems much more like a brother-sister relationship now, and that's fine because it's also believable in that regard. But I don't know, I really feel like it was intended to be something else. He literally sets up a date and carries her through the door. Like, come on. The other episode that only features one storyline is episode 14, The Grove. What I love about The Grove so much, and this whole plot line around Carol and the girls, is we want to root for Carol and what she's saying to these kids to ready them for the world ahead, but we also get to see some insight into Lizzie and her mental state. So we're seeing Carol kind of feed this do-or-die mindset to Lizzie, and it's obviously not helping her, but Carol can't see that because she thinks Lizzie is just getting stronger, and eventually she'll grow out of the whole walkers are still people idea. The Grove is like a film of itself. This could be the plot of an apocalypse movie without all the background layers, and it would still all mostly make sense. But when you have episodes like this in a TV show, an episode that warrants the single storyline because of how it's structured like a movie, you can tell this story in just 45 minutes because it has all these background layers from episodes previous. This is the darkest episode of The Walking Dead, not only because of its subject matter, but because of how well the story had been set up right from the very first episode of the season. It has huge and devastating payoffs, and above all else, shows a darker side of this world that we already knew was very dark. The penultimate episode of the season reunites Glenn and Maggie's groups together, and they march towards Terminus, some magical safe haven that seems strangely empty, but she says we'll make you a plate of food, so that's good. Wait a minute, what does she mean by that? Another thing I have to point out is the dynamic between Michonne and Carl. It's so great, and even though she starts off just being like a friend towards him, Michonne is a far better mother figure than Lori ever was, and I think Carl realizes that. This, among other reasons, is why the finale A is my personal favorite finale of all time. The switch and contrast between Farmer Rick in the past and the present Rick is amazing. It has my favorite Rick Grimes moment ever, and I love how the episode starts off with Rick teaching Carl how to trap things, just to get caught in a trap at the end of the episode.
That being said, screwing with the wrong people is such an incredibly lame line to end the season on. Yes, I understand there's a different version, and the television rules at the time didn't allow any swearing, but if they could have somehow convinced AMC just this once to add it in there, it would have been so much sweeter. And those are my thoughts on Season 4 of The Walking Dead. Future Thrifty here, I just realized I forgot to rate this season. This, like I said, has the best second half of any season in the show, in my opinion. The first half of the season is still good, and it also has one of the best episodes in the entire series. Throw in some of my personal favorite moments in the show, and my personal biases for this season, and I'm going to give it a 9.
What if you could see what's happening inside your body? Prenuvo's whole body scan screens for hundreds of conditions, including many solid tumors as early as stage 1, all in under an hour. And now you can go beyond imaging with 80-plus blood biomarkers that help complete the picture. Proactive health starts here. Book your scan at Prenuvo.com.
So the first thing I obviously have to bring up about this season is the trailer, because back in the day, The Walking Dead would always get these special extended Comic-Con trailers, and it really started with Season 4, but this season they didn't want to spoil how giant the first episode was going to be, so they, well... I'm curious. Let's just say they didn't tell the audience the truth about what was going to happen this season. I made a whole video about this trailer and a couple from the other seasons, but this trailer really went out of its way, so that way it wouldn't spoil anything for the premiere, and I think it's worked out in its favor, because not only is the premiere one of the 3 highest rated episodes of the show that are all tied for first, but this premiere episode was also the most watched episode in the history of the show. Yes, even above the first episode of Season 7. And it's for good reason that so many people watched this episode and it's rated so highly, because this episode is phenomenal. I still think it's crazy just how far they go in the opening minutes. It's a bit jarring when you're binge watching it coming from Season 4, when everything about Terminus was kind of teased. But in the first couple minutes, they go full on, they don't pull any punches in what is definitely up there with some of the darkest scenes in the entire show. I think what is so great about this episode is how there hadn't been a premiere of this level before, both in this show and I'd say most other shows out there. When you compare it to the season opener of the season before, there is a clear winner. Most season openers are in charge of setting up the story of the season, whereas this one was in charge of mostly ending the storyline that was set up in the previous season. Kinda a weird choice. I'm sure it won't be a decision they make again in the future in order to kind of replicate the results of this episode. This episode is almost like if Too Far Gone was the premiere of Season 4. Sure, they just handled the governor, but what if after a time skip he came back and the opener was just the prison getting destroyed? We have no clue where they're going from there, because it's such a wild card of an episode, and especially an episode to open the season on. That's exactly what No Sanctuary is. This episode highlights Carol in a number of ways. We obviously see what she's capable of doing, but there's also a callback to the episode where she was last with the entire group, because this guy is in the lineup at the trough. I think his inclusion in this episode was there to remind Rick of the last time he saw Carol, back when he had things under control and made the decision to leave her behind. So for Carol to save Rick and everybody else, and for him to ask for her forgiveness, just shows how far both of these characters have come since the last time they saw each other. So yeah, it seemed that Terminus was dealt with after a single episode. The trailer straight up lied to us, so where do we go from here? Well, from here, we get the entire group together, and this is far and away the greatest version of the group that the show ever gave us. While I have some issues with the upcoming storyline, this group on screen, their dynamics, their conversations, it makes everything worth it. On this watch, I found myself caring about each and every character. Sure, sometimes they don't do much, or the writers come up with some storylines that seem a little bit contrived, and like they're just adding in stories for characters to give them something to do. But compared to the groups of the later seasons, each of these characters are just so great to watch. Even the lower tier characters like Rosita, Gabriel, and Eugene end up becoming prominent characters in the future, and it's cool to see their origins, especially for Father Gabriel. But this is also the season that Rick Grimes became the best character in the show, and And I know that sounds weird to say with him being the protagonist and all, but Season 5 Rick took absolutely zero risks. He didn't care about who you were, if you did any harm to his family, if you were even a threat to his family, he took you out. He's almost kind of similar to another character now. And speaking of Father Gabriel, he gives off all kinds of red flags after everything the group has been through. This is heightened by the white cross on the car that took Beth and him being a priest. I mentioned this before, and a lot of people were like, oh yeah, I never made that connection. But that was the first thing I thought of when I saw a priest, and especially the car a few episodes later. He seems to be guilty of something, which he is, but fresh off the heels of Terminus, we think there's something far more sinister up his sleeves. This is part of the reason why Four Walls and a Roof is such an excellent episode. We learn more about Gabriel's backstory and how he really is just a guy that's lucky to survive as long as he has. And then we get the conclusion to the termites, see their full intentions, and see Rick follow through on a promise he made to Gareth. It ends a phenomenally paced first 3 episodes, but this also spelled kind of trouble because the storyline that had been marketed to keep people around was now completely over. Which leads me to the Beth portion of the story. I have a lot to say about the Beth storyline, but let's go over the good stuff first. I think there being remnants of a police force trying to maintain their past lives, but also taking advantage of their power is a really great plotline on paper. Beth is an interesting character to be given a full storyline for herself, and I mean that in 2 different ways. She hasn't been given a ton of spotlight in the past, so now seemed as good a time as any to promote her. But that's also interesting because Beth, of all characters, gets put in the spotlight. She gets an entire episode by herself, and when you consider characters like Glenn, Maggie, Michonne, and even Daryl to an extent haven't been given episodes where they're the sole focus, it's just a little bit strange. This felt like the beginning of Beth being given the prominent main character billing in the opening credits, but we all know that's not exactly what happened. So let's go over the bad. Beth wasn't given a bigger role. We spent 3 episodes looking for her, just for her to die when we get to her, making this whole plotline feel like a complete dead end. Did it impact other characters and further their development? Not really. Maggie asked about her sister once, off screen. And Daryl gave an incredibly sad response to her death, but after Coda and like a few episodes later, Beth is never mentioned again. This whole storyline is just a dead end and signified a bigger problem with The Walking Dead, and that's the need to have shocking deaths. The last mid-season finale ended with a shocking death, so this one must have that too. But the shocking death in Too Far Gone wasn't the point of the episode, it was the loss of the prison. The point of Coda was and is Beth's death, and I guess the group having to go back out on the road again, but why? It would be one thing if Noah became an irreplaceable character of the group who would go on to help them in ways that nobody else could, but that's also not what happens, because Noah dies this season too. Outside of a few questionable character arcs like Lori and Andrea, this was the first plotline in the show that truly didn't feel like it was necessary. It was a troubling sign of things to come back when the show truly felt untouchable and had everybody on their heels week after week. I like how the group splits back up after the whole Terminus debacle is dealt with. I like there being multiple different storylines going on at once, but this was also the start of another bad trend. Having so many different storylines at once with only one story per episode. Sure, they also did this in the back half of season 4, so I guess it actually started there, but I don't know, I liked those episodes and how it was done, but one thing is true regardless of when it started, this is a story pacing killer. End of the 3rd episode, there's a cliffhanger of Daryl coming back to the church with some mystery character. Next week, we get to see Beth with another cliffhanger. Week after that, we see the group that's going to Washington. And the week after that, we're finally back with Daryl, but it takes the whole episode for us to see the resolution to the cliffhanger that was set up 3 weeks prior. This also meant that 4 weeks would go by without seeing the main character of the show. Now I know a lot of people don't have that issue now because the show is streaming everywhere, but the show did come out week to week, and this momentum killer style of formatting was in my opinion, what truly led to the show's eventual downfall, and these problems were relevant way back in the golden era of the show, in a season that is a lot of people's favorite. Abraham's backstory is one of the most tragic in the entirety of the show, and doesn't really get brought up enough. He saves his family, but they're so scared of him that they abandon him, and then he finds Eugene, who tells him that he can save the world, so Abraham makes this quest his whole personality so that way he can forget the mistakes and the horror of his past. Mix all this together with a character who has the greatest one-liners and really leans into his corniness, and you have one of the best characters in The Walking Dead. Glenn has always been the level-headed character. He's the only one who can get Rick and Abraham to stop fighting, and he's really there for everybody no matter what. But as for Glenn and Maggie together, in the first half of the season, they're really kind of just there. They obviously have some badass scenes and good moments together, but this was a trend that would somewhat continue. One of them would have a storyline while the other one didn't, and then vice versa, but I don't think either one of them really had a standout storyline during these prime seasons. A lot of their lines come from the unlikely pairing conversations that they have with other group members, or just nice and sweet conversations with each other, but they don't really have anything that makes them stick out. Eugene's lie, and really the build-up of it since the minute he's introduced, is really well done. There's so many different hints and clues to what he's truly trying to do, and it seems really obvious the second time around. I'm not too sure if the first time around I just wasn't as good as picking up on these things, but I didn't realize it. The reveal just absolutely breaks Abraham, and the whole episode is really great. In the episode Consumed, we get to see a lot of Carol flashbacks, some of them from well over a season ago, in locations that The Walking Dead rarely ever revisits, flashbacks or not. This episode also shows us how far the Daryl and Carol friendship has come. They had the reunion in the first episode, their back and forth is incredible, and I also thought that maybe these two could have a romantic moment or two. But ultimately, Daryl doesn't end up with Carol, or Beth, or Connie, or anybody that he's been shipped with, and I think there's something great about a manly man like Daryl, who's ultimately just a soft teddy bear, and is able to have friendships with women without it getting romantic. I like that. Rick and Michonne really are already a team. She talks to Rick like a partner, while everybody else talks to him like he's their boss. She's really the only one who can level his head, but she also supports Rick every step of the way. While their dynamic changes over the next couple seasons, the core of their relationship is their friendship and teamwork, and that's something that's very present here and has been present for like a whole season now. So back to Coda, that episode is the most disappointing episode for me of the entire series. It was the first time the show chose shock value over good storytelling. It also doesn't make any narrative sense. They were trying to give Dawn this like redemption arc, saying she wants to change this place, name Beth as her successor, and for all this development, 5 episodes of it, to end it with Dawn killing Beth, and even Beth trying to kill Dawn, it doesn't make any sense. Is all of their development for the sake of misdirection? I guess, because otherwise it's just bad writing. It feels like 2 different drafts of scripts with different storylines spliced together. It also ends this half of the season on not only a bummer of a note, but a pretty directionless future. I have an analysis of this episode, but people always like to claim that this is a world where anything can happen. But let me remind you, this show is a drama first. This isn't some ultra-realistic apocalypse. Characters wear skinny jeans, they never have to go to the bathroom, they have perfectly white teeth. It's a drama with a ton of good-looking people. It's okay to prioritize the dramatic storytelling over the survival aspects, because this show, hate to break it to you, is a drama first. I always say storytelling is built on coincidence. People don't really know what I mean by that, so let's go over some examples from this show. Actually, just this season. Morgan finding a paper that has Rick's name on it, coincidence. Carol finding and saving the group at the exact moment that they're going to be killed, coincidence. Daryl and Carol meeting Noah, who knows Beth, coincidence. The fire truck arriving the second the walkers are going to get out of the church, coincidence. This group arriving at the hospital right as the other group is bringing Beth out, coincidence. This show, every movie, every story is filled with coincidences. The only way I'd revise this statement is if It was like storytelling is built on luck, because a lot of coincidence and luck do overlap, especially in this show, and there are far more circumstances where the characters are lucky. What happens and what's going on is obviously another really controversial episode. It's also a very strange episode for a mid-season premiere. I remember thinking back when this even came out, I was like, the people who binge this series are going to see Beth's death and then Tyrese's death in back-to-back episodes, and it's going to be quite a downer, and I was correct. My girlfriend said something about how depressing this season has been after watching this episode. But I think the group arriving at the Shire Wilt Estates is a really cool nod to the comics, and I really felt for Noah here. Imagine being away from your family and friends, just thinking every day about getting back to them, just for the place to be completely destroyed. Also, hot take here, but Tyrese this time around is a much less likable character than I remember. Tyrese's whole character is talking about how he lost Karen and how it impacted him. This would be one thing if we cared about Karen, or even Tyrese and Karen, but we saw their relationship in season 4 for one episode, and that was his entire personality afterwards. It doesn't do a great job at making me care for him. Also, he knew Karen for what, like a month? A couple months tops? It doesn't make for a compelling character because I didn't care about the relationship, it wasn't built up enough. Also, if she's so important, why isn't she in this episode? He's seeing a bunch of important dead figures, even the governor for some reason, but not Karen. That being said, I do like Tyrese's death and this episode. I actually wish that we got more main character deaths from walkers. It's by far the most likely death in this world, and even if we got some sort of like copycat episodes like this, with cameos from previous people, a very artistic style of filming and pacing, I'd be fine with it because this is a great episode. I suppose Rick's last episode kind of took the template from this episode, but that was more of a special occasion. This is also an important episode to show us just how vital it is for our group to find a home. The episode, Them, shows us our group at the lowest they've ever been. They have to eat dogs, they walk at a literal snail's pace because they're so devoid of energy, and this episode in particular focuses on 3 characters, that being Maggie, Daryl, and Sasha, aka the people who have lost the most recently. This episode is exhausting. You can feel just how beat down these characters are, and these 3 characters in particular have every reason to give up, but they don't. Rick also has his famous line, "We are the Walking Dead." He said it! He said it! And we get a nice cliffhanger ending where some random guy comes up to them and says he wants to help. Oh boy. The whole Aaron plotline is excellent. We, as an audience, have been conditioned to not trust the people in this world, and Aaron comes across as somebody who's too good to be true in this world. So we're right there with Rick and his mindset. Aaron does come across as strangely untrustworthy, which is odd, because watching it with a new mindset and knowing who Aaron is, you see things differently. But I'm watching this show with my girlfriend, who's never seen it before, and as soon as Aaron popped on screen and knew all about the group, she said that they should just kill him right away. She didn't trust him whatsoever, and it's truly been an amazing experience watching it with her, because that was everything I thought the first time too. There are so many red flags raised. He doesn't tell them the whole truth about Alexandria. There's no pictures of the people, and Aaron ultimately seems too friendly. Episode 11 is all about wanting us to feel anxious and afraid of what could happen, because for a whole technical season of the show, almost nothing good has happened to our group. But this all changes when we see Aaron with Eric. For the first time in a long time, our group has hope, and Rick's expression when they arrive says everything. He couldn't hear anything when they were outside of Terminus, but he can hear, and as they enter Alexandria, we enter a whole new era of The Walking Dead, the modern drama era. Entering Alexandria is so jarring in the best possible way. Even just seeing normal people and normal houses feels so outside The Walking Dead. We center mostly on Rick and Carl and their struggle to cope under these normal conditions in this episode. Rick loses sight of everybody for like 2 seconds, has a full-on panic attack. Carl's hanging out with teenagers and doing normal teenage things, which must be so strange for him because the last time things were normal, he was probably like 8 years old playing with toys. Their struggle to adapt to this new situation is what makes this episode and these next couple episodes so great. I love the interviews and hearing everybody's perspective on this place, how the group stays together at night, and how this episode was basically framed as if Rick or somebody is going to find some sort of crack in the system. And while there's flaws, there's never that big twist that any of them are expecting. This place is truly as it's advertised, which brings on a whole new set of problems. Now I'm going to talk about Carol again. We know Carol is a complete badass by now. We know everything she's been through, and the storyline the writers came up for her is incredible. Remember, Carol wasn't around at this point in the comics, so they chose to have Carol play dumb and act like she didn't single-handedly take out an entire community and save the whole group. I love this decision for her character, and it eventually makes for one of the best episodes in the series. Now, the amount of characters that they have to show and introduce and develop definitely becomes a balancing act. When they were on the road, it was less of an issue, but the introduction to Alexandria and so many new characters having to be introduced and share the screen time means that a lot of people are shoved to the side. There were many times where I'll just forget about a character until they're on screen again, and then I'm like, wait a minute, where have you been this whole time? Spend is a really great episode, kind of. It raises the stakes and kind of brings us back to reality a little bit because of how well everything was going for the past couple episodes. We get to see just how different our group is from the Alexandrians, and now that the dust has settled, and we see very clearly that the Alexandrians' way of doing things just gets people killed, and it won't work. But just like with Beth's death, this episode needed a character to sacrifice, so let's start giving somebody a character arc. Noah asking Reg about how to build up the walls, and then let's kill them off. This is the same recipe that the show uses again, and again, and again, and again, and all of that started in this season. With the final 2 episodes, I have a really in-depth episode analysis on it, but I love the dynamic that Rick and Carol have and why they're so invested in the problems with the Anderson family. Carol has a past history with abuse, Rick has feelings for Jesse, and I think everything about this confrontation is great. Rick talks about the broken window theory and how if the windows stay intact, then everything is fine. And of course, when the windows are broken, everything collapses. Does it feel like a typical storyline that we'd see out of most other drama shows? Yes, it does, but I think that this show elevates it because of how many different layers there are to this situation and this world. I've also gone in depth about this topic before, but there are a ton of parallels this season between who Rick Grimes is now and who Shane was back in Season 2. So if you want to hear a more in-depth explanation on that, check out one of the 2 videos in the top right corner of the video. The season finale is very small scale in comparison to a lot of the other season finales or even mid-season finales, but I think it's very character-focused and has a lot of different point of views that mix together very well. It's a great paced episode, the plot lines are built up suspensefully, and it all comes to a head. We also get a very anticipated reunion between Rick and Morgan, and I love all of Morgan's scenes and glimpses throughout the season. This is a great cliffhanger to end the season on. We're given a lot of new questions about how things will play out, but it ends the story it was telling for this season. I hope that all future cliffhangers will be just as good as this one, but I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
We're here in Hollywood at the LA Film School campus. Let me show you our pro spaces where our students work and learn. So now we're at our main stage. The main stage is one out of the 7 sound stages that we have at the school. Our students have production classes in here. One day you might be the director. The next day you might be a boom operator. We want you to really get your feet wet so you can see what you have a passion for on the film set. Welcome to our chaplain sound stage. We've seen this space be a bar, a club, a little girl's bedroom, so you can definitely get creative with the set design in here. We'll also learn about lighting, like how to change a set from day to night, how to make a set look more moody and dim, just depending on the visual storytelling you're going for. And here we have our master green screen. Mostly our animation and cinematography students collab in the green screen. This is our equipment room, also known as our ER. So this is where film students come to book out camera, lighting, and sound equipment.
Sling AI enters the 3.0 era, the second generation. More creativity for output. The Sling 3.0 model series is officially launched, redefining AI storytelling.
So is season 5 still the golden era of The Walking Dead, or is it not as good as I remember it to be? I've been thinking about that question ever since I was making this video and watching the show again, and I still don't really have a good answer. In some ways, I was really disappointed with this season, and with how some of the storylines played out, but then I think back to the first 3 episodes, everything happening in Alexandria, the Rick and Shane parallels, and how this is some of my favorite Walking Dead of the entire series. But this is also undeniably where the writers started struggling. Things didn't play out to a satisfying degree sometimes. There were questionable character choices and deaths, and the pacing in the first half of the season was what eventually would go on to kill the show. There's a big difference between this season and the later seasons that have all these issues, and it's the simple fact that I care about these characters. I cared about the stuff they were going through, how the situations around them changed them as people, and I have a lot of nostalgia and love for this era of the series when it was on TV. So overall, I'm going to give this season of the show a 9 out of 10. But starting off with episode 1, I really didn't like the whole black and white flashbacks aspect. Starting out real strong here, calling this my favorite season, and immediately going into what I don't like. But especially because this isn't real black and white. Like, they didn't shoot this in black and white film. They just took the scenes and dropped the saturation down to 0 like this. You can tell this is what they did because the trailer has scenes from the season opener that are in color. It just felt a little weird to me that the show didn't think its audience was smart enough to understand the difference between past and present. A little hint towards how this season in particular would treat its audience throughout the whole season. However, the story presented is really solid. We get to see the direct aftermath of Reg's death and how this affects each character, and more of the much-anticipated reunion of Morgan and Rick. There are some nice callback moments these two share in their dialogue, but their reunion is a bit underwhelming. This is something I went over more in my episode analysis, which, upon watching this again, I actually think their reunion makes a lot of sense. These are two very different men at different stages in their life, and yeah, they knew each other at the beginning, but this doesn't necessarily mean they owe each other anything in present day, especially in this kind of world. They don't turn into fast friends, Daryl doesn't get replaced as right-hand man, and for the most part, Morgan and Rick are just kind of around each other for most of this season. Does it make sense? Actually, yeah, it does, but it's still a bit disappointing. And because they didn't form any sort of emotional connection with each other, this spelled certain doom for a plotline down the road, but I'll get there, well, when I get there. Now, the actual main plot with the walkers that carries this entire first half of the season, and an additional episode after that, is one of the reasons why I love this season so much. Everybody always complains about how walkers are never a threat in the later seasons, but here they were still presented as a major threat. In fact, this is the last time that they are treated as a major threat. After this, walkers become obstacles in the road, not something detrimental to their safety in the world, even when walkers, for some reason, learn to climb and fight back. This is still the last true time that the walkers were seen as these horror monsters. I love the actual start, like the opening scene and the whole plan going sideways from the walkthrough of the plan. It proves that most of these people truly weren't ready for this mission, and now there's additional factors that they have to take care of, and I think this is far more interesting for the story rather than everybody being completely ready and the plan just not working. This way adds way more stakes to the story while still treating our characters with respect and not just making it seem like they had a bad plan. They had a great plan, but with the mix of it being too early and some other outside factors beyond their control, it forces them to improvise. When the opening scene came on, my girlfriend was like, how did we get here? Did we somehow skip an episode? Because it definitely feels that way at first glance with this mini time jump and Morgan just being part of the group now. But then, of course, it goes back into the black and white, so that way we know that it takes place in the past. The second episode, JSS, shows us what happens back at home, and this is one of my favorite episodes in the entire show. While the boomerang style of storytelling in seasons 4, 5, and 6 get on some people's nerves, myself included, I think that this episode and this whole storyline with the horde of walkers actually gives a reason for it. Knowing that the A-team is out there dealing with the walkers and the B-team is at home makes it the perfect time for the wolves to strike. Not that they knew that the majority of the fighting force was elsewhere, or maybe they did, but writing-wise, it's perfect time. We see how weak the Alexandrians really are, and how some of them have taken on Rick's philosophy, but we also unleash the wolf in sheep's clothing named Carol. Some people don't like how Carol is able to just do all these amazing feats, and while it does get ridiculous as the show goes on, something like this is just because she's smarter than the enemy she's attacking. She puts on the wolf's clothing and blends in to attack them. She's not just going all John Wick on them. This also sets up the dynamic that she has with Morgan that would go on for the next 3 seasons. This episode just has perfect writing, and the circumstances around it are amazing. In episode 3, we cut back to where we left our characters in the first episode. The horn is blowing, our characters are retreating and panicking, trying to figure out what to do next and what's going on. We also continue the trend of seeing the Alexandrians not ready for a mission like this, and our group having to simultaneously try and fix the plan while saving the others. And Rick understands this. He knows that the Alexandrians aren't all going to make it back. He even tells that to Michonne and Glenn, who don't really want to agree with them, but as the episode goes on, it proves that he was right. The episode starts off with like an entire group of people until they all split up, and a total of 3 people make it back to Alexandria. They try and fix the plan, but in that attempt, the characters make rash and personal decisions, and it doesn't end up fixing anything. We also get the end to the Glenn and Nicholas storyline, a storyline that I actually really like. This whole plotline shows us who Glenn really is at his core. He sees the good in people, and that sort of mindset can ultimately lead to your own demise in this world. Or maybe not. But this gave Glenn something to do in his time at the beginning of Alexandria, his own plotline away from Maggie, and they also kind of do this with Maggie working with Deanna, but she also gets far less screen time than Glenn did. I have a lot of thoughts on this Glenn fake-out death, but I'll get to that a little bit later. The first 3 episodes of this season are what I believe to be the best 3-episode stretch in the entire show. Each episode just builds more suspense, and the stakes just get higher and higher. I love the dynamics between the characters, the differences between our group and the Alexandrians, and how everything just seems to go wrong no matter what. If this had happened even just a month after Rick took over the place, everybody might have been more ready. Everybody would be more in tune with the plan, and all of this might have gone smoother. Even with the wolves attacking, if the Alexandrians were better prepared, I think most, if not everybody, walks out of this mission alive. So I was excited to see this momentum continue and see more of the stakes being raised. But then episode 4 didn't do that. Here's Not Here is a fantastic episode of The Walking Dead. We all wanted answers to the mysteries of Morgan's backstory and how he came to be the way that he is now, and the answers we get are great. Eastman is a fantastic character, but the issue with this episode is where it was placed. This episode is standalone and entirely skippable. I usually do skip it when I'm watching the first half of season 6. Part of me wants to re-edit this first half of the season into one long, like 3 or 4 hour movie, keep the momentum going and not cut away from it, take out Glenn's fake-out death, and maybe one day I'll do that. I'm not sure if I could share it without AMC coming from my head, but I feel like that would be a really fun project, and yes, that is my idea of fun. The 5th episode goes back to our primary storyline, but definitely slows things down. I do love Rick's arrival and his speech at the beginning of the episode. They're gonna be back.
They're gonna be back.
But I can't imagine being somebody at Alexandria and having all these new people arrive and all these crazy, terrible things start happening. Like a week ago, they were living peacefully and had been for like 2 years, and now a ton of their members are dead. They're being forced to fight for their lives when they were seemingly fine until Rick Grimes showed up. In this slowed down episode, we get to see some minor character progress, like the continuation of the feud between Carl and Ron. It's either in this episode or an upcoming one that they fight, and it's truly one of the worst choreographed fights I've ever seen in my life. We catch up with the rest of the Anderson family, and if Jesse is a hairstylist, Why does she give her son the Will Byers haircut? Like, what's the point of your mom being a stylist if you're still just gonna rock with this cut? There's a romance brewing between Rosita and Spencer. At the same time, a romance is forming between Abraham and Sasha. So I wonder if these two will have some sort of mutual understanding and breakup. And honestly, I actually think that Rosita and Spencer look like a nice couple, and she could have actually changed him into becoming a better character. But that didn't happen. Abraham and Rosita don't mutually break up, and this was the start of a trend with really all female characters in this show, but Rosita especially. Where if a woman doesn't have a storyline, just pair them up in a new relationship. This is something I noticed watching the series this time around, and it happens over and over and over again. And the writer's treatment of Rosita is far and away the worst when it comes to this, but that's a rant for a later video. Everything's setting up Rick and Michonne gets shoved way to the sideline in favor of Jesse, which I can see why they did that. I don't think their intention was to have this woman whose husband was just murdered in another love triangle with Rick and Michonne, but their scenes are cut back by so much that it's really noticeable they had to separate them to further explore the Rick and Jesse romance, which might be a hot take here, but I actually really like them. Maybe it's just because I'm a sucker for this reality TV style romance between them, but I thought that they had good chemistry. I liked the character of Jessie and who she was turning into, and I felt like she was going to be the comic Andrea replacement, which is probably exactly what they wanted us to.
I haven't been feeling you recently.
Or later, bait and switch, shocking moment.
If you're a mom, then you know just how expensive it is to feed a house full of kids. Luckily, Prime is at 5% cash back on groceries.
We will be off today.
And feel good knowing I'm getting rewarded for it. Sign up now. You'll thank me later.
So your job expects you to be on time for work every day, but wants you to just wait 2 weeks for your paycheck. If you need $100, sugar daddy. Without the sugar, without the sugar. Sugar daddy. Without the sugar, without thanks. You are not wrong. There's this app that I love called Earn It. And with it, you can get up to $150 a day with a max of $1,000 in between paydays. It's your pay, your pace. You just verify your identity, spin this wheel right here, and you can move the money to your bank account. There's no credit check and no mandatory fees. Get what you need to make your day right. Trust me, your future self will thank you, especially when the stacks run out. Download Earn It and make it payday.
Episode 6, once again, shows us the Scott Gimple boomerang storytelling at its finest, but this episode isn't actually all that bad. In retrospect, we get character development for Sasha and Abraham, we see the Daryl setup with Dwight, Sherry, and the entire Saviors arc, and I don't think that this episode gets enough credit for that. But I remember first watching this episode, I didn't care about any of this. I just wanted to see if Glenn was alive or not, and now that we're going on 3 weeks of this cliffhanger with no answer, I was starting to lose interest entirely. I still thoroughly believe that a lot of these episodes could have been condensed or combined for greater effect, but this episode also kind of brings a character arc full circle for Daryl. He wanted to go out and recruit people, and when he tries to recruit these people, they ultimately end up betraying him. It does make me wonder what would have happened if Dwight just accepted this help in the first place. At the beginning of episode 7, we return to the scene that Glenn died in for some reason. I don't know why they're making us relive this. It was so hard the first time. Oh, wait, it was actually Nicholas on top of Glenn? So Glenn's alive? Glenn's alive. What was this fake out death actually doesn't do anything to the story other than maybe add some more stakes? But it's not like there weren't already sufficient amount of stakes to begin with. Tons of people have died on this mission. We find out that Maggie is pregnant. I guess it's to make us think about how terrible it would have been for Maggie to have to fall out. And now that he's actually alive, we don't have to worry about it. Wait a minute. Episode 7 is all about trying to keep Alex together, literally, but also all the crap starting to form and people are starting to turn on each other, angry with each other, which is pretty symbolic. This place is, as a whole, Episode 8 is probably the most interesting season finale in the entire series. It doesn't have death for the sake of a shocking death. I guess that's Deanna's death is symbolic. Machine Vision died this day right along with him, so it's sort of a cat that goes down with his ship ordeal. But a lot of the plot lines were being set up so they couldn't get the payoffs needed to happen in this episode. We didn't get the payoffs because we spent so many episodes covering only one storyline in the way that was needed, like in JSS. But then we get the first official mention of this new villain guy named Negan. Strange, but this is another reason why this is my favorite season. I think the whole build-up to Negan is excellent. I remember the whole time comic readers were all the different casting reasons for them. I think that the saviors themselves and asked them percentages from the season. They were such wild, really knew what they were going to do or say. Predictability actually made them pretty scary in a way that was lost later on. Now on to the episode No Way Out. Season finale, but they wanted to give and come back after the break, so it wasn't. This is the last of the 3 episodes that are tied for the highest rated of the series, and the more I watch this episode, the more I start to feel like it's overrated. The bulk of this episode is actually having to do with Denise and the Wolf storyline that I feel is alright, but I don't find that the Wolf was a person whatsoever. It's the last 20 minutes or so that make this episode as highly rated as it is. This is done and really well. The Alexandrians coming together to fight is really impressive and symbolic. The fall of the Anderson family is done very well and is very tragic. But I do think this episode is the worst of the highest rated episodes. It's still a great episode. I'm not saying it's bad in any way, but just not as good as the other 2. Also, with this being the last episode that is this highly rated, in some ways it
have arrived from Alamut and set off to El Abyssir and Karh. I will make my way to Sharqiya shortly.
And I will join Rebecca in Karh, where corruption is as common as the arid air. See Abu Ja'far about some things he's been working on. Then come find us.
But you feel me? Like, yeah, there's a reason why when you have to...
Have a look, Bassam. I may have something that is of interest to you.
But you feel me? Like, yeah, there's a reason why when you after we took that break and you came next year.
Yeah, I know that's all downhill from here at this point onwards, which isn't that great considering we're only about halfway done with the show. The next one is a fun episode. There's not a lot of high stakes, and I think it's a good palate cleanser from the previous episode and the whole previous story.
I don't know if you see.
Hold on, is y'all having another Dominican Day parade? Oh, where? Dykeman? Oh, shit. I didn't even know. Hold on, is y'all having another? Yo, why your brother was looking to see who I was? Let me tell you again. Because they were going to see. Why did I say? Because it's. Why you avoiding the truth? No. I'm right here. I said 2K. I never hit those. What? And took a 2K? You never hit it? Yeah, I was in the crib one day, going to play 2K. You know, I never left him in the crib. I left my nephew in the crib while I went to get roll-ups. This nigga had the audacity to go to the crib and tell my nephew I said gave him this game, and I went to and he took one. I'm lying. So why did I swear to God, if you don't fuck her, I'll kill myself. Now, please, now. Fuck her for me. For me. I swear to God, if you don't...
We also meet Jesus, which sets up a whole new world, and seeing more of the Rick and Daryl dynamic is always welcome. This is, of course, the first episode when Rick and Michonne first kiss and other stuff, and after rewatching this, seeing all the hints and clues leading up to it, I think this is a very earned moment. I remember when I first saw this, I thought it came out of nowhere, but I couldn't have been more wrong. The hints are literally there, like, from their first meeting. From an audience perspective, we saw far less of the Rick and Michonne dynamic this season, but we did see that Rick has come far enough emotionally to be ready to see someone else. In Knots Untie, with the amount of focus on Abraham, it almost seemed like this was the episode he was going to die in. And going back to what I was talking about earlier with The Walking Dead and its treatment of female characters, let's talk about Sasha. Sasha just went through a whole storyline about finding a new purpose in life. She lost her last boyfriend and then her brother and wanted it all to end, but she continued on. So what can they do with her character now? Let's just find her a new love interest with Abraham. Oh, Abraham already has a love interest? Well, let's forget about her, and then eventually we'll just find her a new love interest too. The Walking Dead didn't really know what to do with female characters other than make them love interests. I always talk about how I don't like the character of Rosita very much, and it's mainly because of this. But that's kind of what it boils down to. Maggie and Carol are honestly the only ones with a concrete storyline about something else other than being a love interest. Maggie starts to become the leader of the Hilltop, and that changes everything. Carol does become someone's love interest, but it's not her primary storyline, and the reality of everything she's done in this world just comes crashing down on her, which makes for an interesting storyline, I guess. But even Michonne, from this point forward, kind of just gets designated to Rick's love interest. Anyways, in this episode, we hear more about this Negan guy and his group of people called the Saviors. Rick offers to take them out because they seem like an issue, and our group has never really come across another group of people that they can't deal with, so why not? But they've also never really gone on the offensive before. And this leads me to my absolute favorite episode in the series, Not Tomorrow Yet. I've talked a lot about this episode in the past, and this is an extremely controversial and polarizing episode. A long time ago, I made a video about how this is the episode when our group became the villains, and some people agreed. Some people said it was hard to root for our characters after this episode, and some people say that the ends justify the means. And I absolutely love all the conversation and debates surrounding this episode. But one thing is absolutely certain in this episode, our group does something that they've never done before: attack another group first. And no, those bikers stopping Daryl, Abraham, and Sasha on the road doesn't count because that was also in self-defense. And this episode changes the course of the entire rest of the show, for better or worse. I find it very interesting how Morgan is against this attack because he thinks that all life is precious and that no one is ever too far gone, so he starts building a cell. Just an interesting decision, not at all something I'm going to bring up later. This whole episode has stakes that feel very real, and like this is building up to something big, and that's because it is. We see that while not everybody wants to go through with this, they understand that it's the best course of action that they have to take, and in a lot of ways they trust Rick and what he thinks is best. So if he thinks that this is the best course of action, they're gonna take it. This episode is brutal, and in some ways pretty hard to watch. Even our characters hesitate before fully going through with this plan, but as a firefight breaks out, it proves that our group was right and they could take these people on with no casualties. Which is a little strange. This whole build-up to these saviors and this is what happens just seems a little too easy. The next episode, The Same Boat, shows us a different side of the saviors and also the toll that this life and this lifestyle has taken on Carol and Maggie. This is a great episode. Shows us again how smart Carol and Maggie are, and overall I don't really have anything bad to say about it. Twice as Far is guilty of giving a character a spotlight just to kill them. That character being Denise. I've mentioned this a lot now, but The Walking Dead became notorious for doing this around this time in the show, but her death is incredibly shocking and all around tragic. It also sets up a rivalry between Daryl and Dwight, and this definitely continues on, but this is also easily the most intense confrontation and the best scene they have, and it seems to carry the most weight behind it. It again makes the Saviors a pretty menacing force because of how many of them there still are. Now, Carol leaving feels kind of strange and forced. She didn't have any issues with killing or this life in general up until a few episodes ago, and it very much feels like this was needed just for our characters to all leave and go search for her. Maybe people feel differently and this feels natural, but this is also why the reason the episode East is so strange because I just don't buy into this version of Carol. This episode also completely reinforces how disappointing the Rick and Morty union was this season. There was so much build-up. Really friends. Take out their history, and Morgan's really just like Rosita or Eugene in terms of how close he is with Rick.
Spent my money today.
Peace and Black Power, y'all. It's Royal Priestess, and Red Full Fuji. And I've been getting a lot of DMs about Young Pharaoh, about MK Ultra, and about me making videos about both. So, yeah, they got his ass. I'm trying to tell y'all, they got like certain frequencies on the phone, TVs, shit. If you got Wi-Fi routers in your house, you got certain frequencies. They can goddamn really get your ass. There'll be roaches in the cereal. You know, when they staying in an apartment, shit.
Max literally stopped doing all this extra shit and tap in. You didn't go crazy. I still don't know why you signed, nigga. You got things. Nigga, things bigger than damn near everything right now. She wants me. She wants me. She wants me. I really don't like some of y'all niggas, bro. Yes, you, my nigga. I'm talking to you. I don't like you. At all. I don't know why you here. Customer service. Get me straight to the bitch, bro. Customer service. Customer service. Customer service. Bro, I swear to God, there's something in me broke. I'd be a fat nigga. But I stay with a cut, cologne on, and a conversation for a bitch. I stay with a cut, some cologne, and a conversation for a bitch. I'd be a fat.
No, I'm not gonna lie. But in my mom, it's a good right? Next time, just say fuck you, bitch. I say a prayer, I'm thinking God that mom you chat up, mind them soul style. The niggas hell did nuts on me, so I took it down. It's time for your next adventure. Every tier on the tier list. First up, we got S tier. I think I'm gonna go A tier. Honestly, S tier is just not quite good enough to get up into S tier. Definitely one of the most overused tiers. People also just be throwing anything in S tier, so for that reason, I cannot go S tier. Next up, we got A tier. We're going S tier for sure. Most things that go into A tier have an argument for S tier, but people don't overrate them, so A tier is a great category to go into S tier.
There's a limited.
Happy 31st, dear mama.
Men want bitches to like them so bad, but when we get to telling y'all, like, oh, this stuff makes me really uncomfortable. This stuff really creeps me out. Oh, hey, I like flowers. Hey, I like romantic, sweet nothings. Like, hey, beautiful, how's your day go? Y'all get mad and be like, I'm not that type of girl. I don't like flowers. Flowers die. I'm not fucking sing you R&B, bitch. I mean, mad as fuck, bitches don't want you. It's not hard, bro. I'm not playing mind games. I like flowers. I like R&B. I like dates. I like romance. Listen, y'all need to take notes to stop getting so fucking defensive. Y'all behaviors are creepy. Your approach fucking sucks. We don't like it. If you want bitches to like you, why don't you do the things bitches like? What's not clicking, Steven? Don't let these hoes bother me. They take pictures, they say go. Bitch, I'm who they tryna be. That little bitch, you can fuck with me. If nothing beats it. Go holiday. There's a herd. That's 200 pounds over. Men want bitches to like them, so no one was gonna tell me that AOC is single. Te lo digo, ya el maldito no. Now, what a I'm just giving all plates of food. Everybody eating. Talk to me, brother. What's up? Yeah, you know that 100 cheeseburgers. Hey y'all, we right here. Can you talk? Let's see it. So you. Listen, I ain't cutting niggas' heels. Listen. Do you honor? So no one was gonna. What happened to that guy that would sit here with the fruits on his head and the oranges and stuff? Where is he? Gemini. What is he thinking? Yeah.
Alright, bro. I'm the one who in the chat been saying how to get it life on if I should divorce my wife. How long have you got the lead? Alright, bro. You're very successful. Do you think money by matching your exact description. You have a firearm. That's what I match the description for the team. And you have a firearm.
Nobody don't got no friends to be arguing with somebody.
I never argue with nobody, so that's one thing. I mean, I'm still talking to the team. We're the team right now. All right, man. I can say like this, but my leave right now. Get inside. Leave right now. We got to find the witness first. It's no witness. It's no witness tonight. Inside. So if it's the please, excuse me. Inside. I'm claustrophobic, bro. That's what I'm saying. I get a little claustrophobic. I don't got game the college. Yeah. Why you taking my phone though, sir? You trying to be at the thing. How you can just take my phone? I don't think you can just do that, sir. You can just take my phone. Why you taking my phone though, sir? You trying to be at the thing? Yeah, man. Nice and like I be at. Yeah, man. Nice and like I be at.
Right? Wait. We were scared, man. Like, sir, like, we were scared. I'm in jump, such a big fan. What's your favorite one? With you and everything. Yeah. Just anything with you. So adorable. Oh, thank you. I'm never kissed a girl before. Really? Would you be interested in being my cousin? Well, I can't be it right now because I have to keep my lipstick really high. It's okay. Change the world in any way. How would you change it? Why is this my wife?
Tell me again. Tell me again, my baby. Felices son dos, ¿no? Felices son dos.
Hey, yo, this is G. Don't nobody act better than a woman who was once fat as fuck and finally achieved her dream body. Like, yo, not even the fucking president can stop me.
feel like only beautiful women go 50-50 with. Like, if she ugly, I'm gonna pay everything. Think about it. If you go, okay, a beautiful woman go get anything bitch that she want, right? So go out and get it, come back with it, and we can split it. But if you ugly, man, you can't get nothing. You ain't got nothing else. You have nothing else outside. So come back, get your ugly ass in the house, and I'll take care of you. That's why I'll take. Come on. A part of me kind of lie. Niggas go on vacation. Niggas never stop recording shit. Niggas be taking 300 videos, 400 pictures. 300 pictures of drinks. Fuck out of here. I'm one of them niggas. Y'all niggas gonna hate me. Fuck out of here when I go on vacation. Y'all niggas on vacation. Okay? Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm just trying to change the world one nigga at a time. Because you gotta know about these hoes. If you don't know about these hoes, they will crumble you. They will take you down with them. Every time.
Nigga, I lost my mental last year and gained that shit back. Nigga, I lost all my hope, my motivation in myself and gained that shit back. Nigga, I lost my fucking crib, nigga, and gained that shit back. Nigga, I lost money, went broke as a bitch and gained that shit back, nigga. My fucking point being made, nigga, ain't no other grown-ass man or no bitch ever tell me how the fuck to feel about nothing, nigga. Anything I got that shit on my own and gained that shit back, nigga. I'm going away from my dad for 26 years. You know what kept me away from him? My mom told me that my dad said I was a mistake. It kept me away from my father. Every time he's been looking for me since I was a kid. Yeah. He's been looking for him. I finally talked to my dad. He's a good dude. My mom told me my dad has not paid child support since I was a kid. I finally meet him. He has an envelopes full of shit proof showing he's been paying child support. My mom calls me. What you doing, baby? What's going on? I'm at my dad's house. What you doing? She not said we step in minutes. My dad busted through the door and snatched the phone. I was trying to, like, no. Like, hello? Put my son back on the phone. No, it's my son, too. What do you want? Put my son back on the phone. And my dad going in on my mom. And I'm listening to my mom. All that slapping abuse and beating me up, choking me when I'm on the floor, beating me with belts, wrapping anglers around other anglers. My mom turned into a 2-year-old little girl when my dad started talking to her. She talked to me like my entire life. Yelling on the phone, you mad because I left you and I didn't want to be with you no more. And you kept my son away from me as a weapon. Whenever my mom would get pissed off by my dad or my sister's dad, she would say, you will never see your son.
You need a man that will beat people and have a man. Forgive him more.
I ain't gonna lie, auntie, niggas will bust your ass. I'm dead serious. Fuck is you talking about? What's your credit score? It don't even matter. Listen, add me as an authorized user on like 2 of your cars. I'll come over. I ain't that. I got you. I'm beating up 2 of the cats, yo. Yo, Jay.
Knowing that one of these characters that I really cared for was about to die. I remember my heart racing and having like nightmares about this scene afterwards. This song's up there with one of the scariest scenes I can think of, which sounds strange because it's not really that scary, but it's how I felt. And then we get the cliffhanger, otherwise known as the moment that the Walking Dead truly died. This cliffhanger encompassed everything that was wrong with the show. Story beats, disrespecting the audience's emotions and intentions, putting out answers all for the sake of ratings, and after the very next episode, I think most people felt that was the nail on the coffin, and for all intents and purposes, who Negan really killed was you. But just as we had to wait to see who was killed next season, I'm going to wait to explain my full thoughts on the cliffhanger in the next video. So for those of you who still leave comments on the other video and say that it's a good cliffhanger, I'm going to tell you right now that you're wrong, and I'm going to die on it. This season has some very high highs. One of the highest rated episodes, 4 of the top 10 best episodes, 2 very solid storylines that are done really well. There are also far more negatives about this season than any other season that came before it. The biggest downfall with this season comes down to one thing, and that's how it treated its audience like we were stupid. My girlfriend and I now have an inside joke whenever we watch something that's in black and white, and we're like, oh, this must take place in the past since it's black and white. And that stems from this season of the show. They didn't trust that we were smart enough to know the difference between the present day and what was in the past. They killed off Glenn, but didn't actually give us confirmation. Talking about him so much in the episodes afterwards. They didn't have Stephen Yeun on Talking Dead, which they always did with principal cast members that died. It wasn't shocking that he was alive. And the fact that they thought it would be tells me that they think I'm stupid. They didn't want to wrap up the first half of the season with an episode like No Way Out because they didn't trust that I was going to want to see what happens after that. So they gave me a bullshit episode like start to finish, in which basically nothing of importance happens. So that way I'd stick around for more afterwards. And if you didn't like that tactic in the mid-season finale, guess what? They did it again in the actual season finale too.
Should serve me well. It's Abu
When you treat us like we're dumb, it doesn't really make me want to come back for more. It's the sacrifice of art and storytelling for the business end of things, ratings and profits, and this season emphasized that more than ever before. It kind of proves that what ultimately killed the show was its own popularity and how people behind the scenes wanted to capitalize on it. So how can I possibly think this is the best season after that rant? The season came out when I was a senior in high school. At this point, all of my friends were watching the show. We'd have like Sunday night parties like it was the Super Bowl, and I have very fond memories watching this season. I also have a personal preference on the first half of the season with the herd of walkers. Kind of reminds me of the back half of season 4, and that was another portion of the show that I really loved. And I liked the build-up to Negan and how it really felt like something bad and big was coming. The season hits all the right notes for me personally and strikes all the right emotional chords. Whether that be because of the storyline itself or because it reminds me of who I was and where I was at that point in my life. The season has far more problems than any of the others that have come before it. I understand and recognize that, but with my own bias added in, this season is a 10 out of 10. It's the gold standard for me. When I think about this season, I don't think about all the bad things I mentioned. I think about how much I liked both halves. I think back on the memories I have watching it for the first time and how this was my favorite and most enjoyable time watching The Walking Dead. And that rings true to this very day.
A request for help from Murjana, the daughter of Ali Baba, a trader rich beyond measure. What? The daughter of a famed merchant won. It says to meet her outside the gates of Baghdad.
So whenever I talk about this opening episode and subsequently the season 6 finale, I see a lot of people now who look back fondly on the cliffhanger saying, oh, it was really great, it made people want to watch the next episode. Yeah, that was never the problem. The show always made you want to watch the next episode, whether there was a cliffhanger or not. But this new wave of Walking Dead fans of the last years watch the show on Netflix and think of the season finale of season 6 and the season 7 opener as a wonderful two-parter. But the thing is, this wasn't a two-parter. Sure, it feels that way because it's seemingly written as a two-parter, but those of us who watched the show as it came out did not get to just click next episode. The season 6 finale gets a very bad rap because of the cliffhanger, and if you look at all the reviews, all the responses say, oh, it's a great episode, a great cliffhanger, but all the older fans, like myself, are still very hurt by this cliffhanger. And I will always defend my stance that this is a bad cliffhanger. Call me bitter or salty or whatever, but this cliffhanger absolutely killed the show when it first came out and made fans lose faith in the show. Pair this with some other questionable things in season 6, like the Glenn fake-out death, pacing breakup with Morgan's episode, Daryl getting shot in the episode before this, and making us think he was going to be really hurt, just for it to mean absolutely nothing. I mean, he literally never gets any on-screen help for this bullet wound. It just kind of disappears. There were a lot of moments of fabricated stakes or suspense, and the cliffhanger was the worst example of that. While the ratings didn't even the slightest in season 6, they wanted to do something to try and get a bunch of new audience members to watch, and I'll hand it to them. Their gimmick worked. For one episode. The season 7 premiere is the second highest viewed episode in the entire show. Why? Because people wanted to see who Negan killed, but once that question was answered, any new viewers the show was trying to pick up didn't go past this point because they were satisfied with the kills that they saw on screen. Wouldn't a better marketing question going into this season be, how is Rick going to come back from all this? All of the marketing around the season was built around the first episode. And after that was over, it was kind of like, okay, now what? If we had seen Abraham die in the season 6 finale, market the show around Negan's regime and how our group can possibly defeat him, it would have, at the very least, given people a reason to stick around longer. And they could have opened the episode on Glenn's death and give people an even bigger reason to want to buy into how Rick and the group are going to come back from all this. Sure, you can think that this is a good cliffhanger. I don't, and I never will, because I think how the show was handled during this crucial time ultimately led to the loss of even more viewers. Oh, you're wondering what my thoughts are on the deaths, and I've made you wait a few minutes longer? Yeah, imagine that, but on a scale of several months. And several more minutes from when the episode starts, as if you haven't waited long enough. Now we have to rebuild all the stress of that moment, a moment that was executed to perfection the first time around. So let's just redo that scene, but from different angles. I'm going to take a moment to shout out Big Man Abraham.
doesn't ever get the respect he deserves.
Citizens,
Almost like
please note that there is considerable congestion
in
by the
retrospect, it's
Damascus Gate.
incredibly obvious that he would be Negan's pick. He doesn't cower away from him. He all but vocally volunteered to be this death, and he doesn't get nearly enough love or attention from this death, from this sacrifice. It flips his goodbye scene with Eugene because now it's farewell to Abraham and not Eugene like we thought. And that's
Incredible the stories I hear from the Union.
R.I.P. Abraham, you left a very big hole in the show. Nearly as much as you should be. Also, Sasha and Abraham romance too exactly. It wasn't necessary for him to break up with Rosita and then be with Sasha. Abraham could have went to the exact same journey that he went on, but with Rosita. It's not like either one of these couples was particularly budding with chemistry, so why change it? Oh, because Sasha didn't have a storyline. Let's just have her be the love interest too. So now we know who was killed. Let's move on. Oh, no, wait. Daryl has to make the dumbest decision in the show and hit Negan with the arm that just hours earlier he was shot in the shoulder. So now we get the big Glenn's death was a big swing and a mix. We don't blame them for doing it. It was what happened. They wanted to try and be faithful to this was material, and they said that they tried playing around with different storylines if he survived, that it affected too much of the story. I don't know how true that is, but I think that in a way it made so much sense for it to be Glenn's death. The intent was for Glenn's death to be this hugely impactful death that the audience would want to see the downfall of Negan and put us in that place mentally that lusted for revenge. And on paper, I actually don't think that Abraham's death alone would have incited that. I think it had to be a character like Glenn or even Daryl to make us feel a strong hatred for Negan. Imagine if it had been Daryl's would be a TV show instead. And Glenn's death did cause a huge impact on the show, but not the one they were hoping for. To make fun of when the show highlights a character in their death episode or the episode right before their death, they didn't do that for Glenn, who is
You have been up there a while, Enkidu. Do you ever tire?
His final few episodes weren't really anything special. In his final episodes, he didn't get a very big scene with Maggie. He killed people, which was something he actively avoided doing throughout the entire apocalypse, and went out searching for Daryl just to find him and try to leave to go home. In the season 6 finale, Glenn has like 2 lines. In this episode, he had 1 line. So his last proper episode, where he has a lot of screen time, is in the episode The East. But he doesn't particularly have a ton of lines or scenes in that episode either. Because of this, Glenn doesn't really get a complete character arc. And I hate the argument when people say, this is The Walking Dead, anybody can die at any time. You know a show that also totes that same line? Game of Thrones. Yet all the main characters that die in that, at least in the first few seasons, have complete character arcs, and their deaths are for more than just shock value. They actually change the story. The reason why all these deaths in Game of Thrones work is because of how well-paced each episode was. So let's move on to The Walking Dead Season 7's biggest enemy, pacing. Watching this season week to week was an absolute joy. I say this a lot in these videos, but from seasons 4 to 6, every Sunday at my house was like the Super Bowl because there were so many people coming over to watch the episode and talk about it afterwards. And by the end of season 7, there was me, my mom, my dad, and my best friend. From 15 to 20 people every week. This was because most people stopped watching the show because they didn't care and it was too slow. They wanted to see Rick rally the troops and wanted to fight back.
I see our new Abbasiya bureau is well guarded by an alert and active Rafiq.
Bassem, you startled me. I was just enjoying some poetry.
Oh, whose?
The court poet, Sayyida Arif. Her words chirp like the birds of paradise.
Ah, yes. I have read her works. My friend Nihal and I used to sneak into the House of Wisdom when we were young. Hours we spent reading of gods and jinn. I always enjoyed this place.
The House of Wisdom is not what it once was.
Is not our friend Ahmed ibn Musa there? He went to his workshop, as I recall.
Yes. I sent a message for him to come and help set up this bureau, but he never replied. My spies could not contact him. A week has passed, and he cannot be found.
So, one of the famous Banu Musa is missing in the House of Wisdom.
Yes. Venture there and learn his fate.
It shall be done.
I have seen new contracts.
Has pled guilty to counts 1 and 2 on the federal indictment. Brian Thompson's family are in attendance. Count 1 was interstate stalking resulting in death. Prosecutors alleging that Mangione traveled across state lines for the purpose of stalking Brian Thompson, resulting in his death. Right. Count 2 was stalking through the use of interstate facilities, resulting in death. Prosecutors alleged that Mangione used electronic communication systems, including state facilities, to stalk Thompson, resulting in his death. Now, he did make a statement that was very interesting. So shout out to Inner City Press. If you remember when we were covering the 6ix9ine RICO case years ago now at this point, okay, damn near 7 years ago, Inner City Press was in the courtroom doing some of the most sterling reporting on this, and it appears that his breakdown of Luigi actually taking his plea in court is here, and it is pretty crazy. So I'm going to read you everything that he said, and I'm going to let you know some of the new information that's coming out. There's a sketch of him in court. So this is at 10:50 a.m. Karen Friedman Agnifilo, Mark Jacob Kaplan, the defense table here. Their team often seen in Justin Torres. Time to get sweat. At 10:53 a.m., Assistant U.S. Attorney Gentile has arrived. They're shaking hands with Jacob Kaplan, rushes to catch up with the Agnifilos. Let me make sure I pronounce this right. We have a mission to pronounce everything correctly. Okay, and make sure that we're pronouncing this correctly. Okay, Agnifilo. The Agnifilos. Let me see if I can get this ripped. Listen, I just want to make sure I'm saying this right. Agnifilo. Okay, that's how they say it. So the Agnifilos, as they go back into the holding cell to meet with Luigi, 10:54 a.m., the U.S. Marshal with black plastic gloves on is searching the defense table to make sure everything is safe. There's a box of Kleenex there, if necessary. Marshal sets up behind the 4 chairs at the defense table, T-4. 10:58 a.m., Mangione's 3 lawyers have gone back out. They now shake hands not only with the AUSA Gentile, but also AUSA's Jun Xiang, Alexander Messiter, and Thomas John. Right? They're all pulling together. It's kickoff time. 11:03 a.m. Discussions about the 7 lawyers continue. AUSA Gentile clearly speaking for the government. Agnifilo doing most of the defense talk, often coming to Karen Friedman Agnifilo, who nods or adds something. She's the bad cop, it seems, in the New York case. Karen Friedman Agnifilo's many fans. There was a reference to good cop, bad cop roles. Now, the Hopkins has split into 2, with Jacob remaining in defense to Jacob and Nate Wax. T-7. At 11:10 a.m., Luigi Mangione is led in wearing an NBC tan jail suit and behind his back not handcuffed, and the Agnifilos sit on the side of him. Karen Friedman Agnifilo shows him some papers. Karen Friedman Agnifilo at 11:12 a.m. is pointing at particular lines on the pages. Luigi Mangione looks down at it, looks up, and shakes his head. 11:13 a.m., Luigi Mangione signs a piece of paper. All rise, and Judge Garnett comes in, and the counts are introduced. Special Agent Thomas Ford of the FBI is in well behind the AUSAs. AUSA Gentile Mr. Thompson's family is here today in support. Judge Garnett said, "Do you have an application?" Karen Friedman Agnifilo says Mr. Mangione is prepared to plead guilty to the indictment at this time. The judge says counts 1 and 2. Mangione says yes. Judge Garnett says, "Have you taken any medication or alcohol or drugs in the past 2 days?" I said, "Will you stop?" What the? Mangione says, "You took sleeping medication." The judge says, "Will it impact you in this proceeding?" Mangione says, "No." The judge says, "Any doubt in his ability to plead guilty?" F. Agnifilo.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, this game is so fucking gay, bro.
Says no. Judge Garnett says you would be giving up your rights by pleading guilty. You'd be entitled to a speedy and public trial. There's the brackets. Will there still be one in New York State Court despite the Paul Manafort double jeopardy precedent that we wrote about this morning? And I think it might be the move that he's making here is that in double jeopardy you can't be charged and tried for the same crime twice. he's pleading guilty to this in the feds under bare conditions, he might have just swooped away from what would have been more serious state murder charges. That's actually a crazy move. Judge Garnett says you will give up your right to a trial. There will be no appeal as to whether you did the crime. Do you understand? And Jian says yes. Judge says, are you willing to give up your rights? And Jian says yes. Judge Garnett says, do you understand the charges? And Jian says yes. Judge said elements. A U.S. agent said that he traveled interstate with the intent to kill Brian Thompson, resulting in his death. Also, stalking, defense uses the facility of interstate commerce. Judge Garnett said intent to harass would satisfy the statute. A USA, the attorney for the USA, Gentile said it would. Judge Garnett said that the maximum
being member is near.
prison on both counts in 1 and 2, which could be followed by 5 years of supervised release. So a maximum fine of $250,000. So the maximum penalty is life in prison. The fact that he is taking a plea, I would like to think
here for you.
mean that he's not necessarily going to get life. That's the maximum. Right? You see, this person getting 18 years, 25 years. A lot of people have sympathy with Luigi. I'm not going to say whether I do, but Judge Garnett would extract himself $500,000 in total. And you're a US citizen. Judge says yes. Judge Garnett says you may lose the rights of voting rights of public office to serve on a jury or state case. So what's interesting about that, right? Agency President Andrea Thompson, Judge Garnett says your lawyers did not tell you what my sentence would be, and then NC President nor what the result of double jeopardy or the manifold precedent arguments in New York State courts. Justice Carroll, First Department, also appealed either. Judge Garnett said, I understand you have no plea agreement, but rather a pin-and-tell letter with sentencing guideline of estimate to start at 292 months. Has anyone forced you to plead guilty? Would have said no. So 292 months, all right? That's about 24 years, okay? That's the sentencing guidelines. Ain't too bad compared to life without possibility of parole. He's a young guy. So Judge Garnett says, tell me what you did, and now we get into the juicy stuff. He's going to keep it real. He lays everything out, how he did it, what he did, why he did it. This year is crazy. Ready? Judge Garnett said, I'll stay seated. After years of negotiating severe pain in my back and seeing others too,
People, calm yourselves. The fire was small and has been
Allah's
contained.
wrath is upon us.
Most of our books are safe. The danger has passed.
Old man, how did this fire start?
Old man. Fazil Fahim is old. As old as the House of Wisdom, which he commands.
Forgive me, Ustadi. I spoke in haste. Can I help?
No, the fire has been quenched by the Watermaster's Bucket Brigade.
$58 billion. And they hit me back straight away in 1 hour. And he said, I bet.
Who started this fire?
Ruffians, I suppose. Enemies of the Khalifa, to be exact.
What sort of books were they burning?
It is too soon to tell.
Perhaps the caretaker of books would know.
Judge said evidence with emphasis on if the defendant knew Mr. Thompson would be in fear. A USA Gentile said we have video including the shooting on 54th Street and 6th Avenue. Mr. Thompson turned and faced the defender as he fired him again. A USA Gentile said we have evidence of his arrest in Altoona, Pennsylvania. A 9mm gun and a notebook including info about United Health. Eyewitness testimony of the shooting. Judge Garnett said, do you have evidence Mr. Thompson knew what was going on before the second shot? A USA said yes. Judge Garnett said, how do you plead? Mangione said, guilty. Judge said the probation department will want to interview you. If you speak with them, it's important you're truthful and accurate. If you see any mistakes in the report, point them out. And they said, I guess sentencing from December 18th, are you free there? And Karen Friedman, Magnifilo said yes, right? Adjourn. That was it. Shout out to Innocent Press. You can send him money, you can buy his book, you can do all of that good stuff. I definitely recommend you support him. But that shit is crazy, okay? That's crazy. So this is kind of like a little bit more background that it's right. While struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems, like the thousands of people
just fucking smoking.
I am piqued. I still need to find Ahmed and news for it. But I should have owned it.
Every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. However, thankfully, New York law does not appear to permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime. It's also known as the double jeopardy law. It's only the best pickup lines. You're going to need to pick up the commissary after this one. Okay? Absolutely crazy.
Okay, absolutely crazy. So here's CNN have got like a live update set on this. This is the court schedule exactly how it went down. And that's where it went down. He said it. I mean, he said exactly what he thought. He was saying the life sentence is still very likely, despite his guilty plea.
All these toys and books looks like Ahmed's room.
Judge does have the
But
option
where is he?
to decide what they're doing. But at the end of the day, all I'll say is that we see gang members shooting at each other, killing each other all the time, and they're given pretty lenient sentences of 18 years, 25 years, that sort of thing.
Where is Creed? He owes me money.
I don't know. That's the caretaker of books.
Somebody posted guards around the line.
What's the baby area?
What's going on these days?
The reason you can see what drove him to that, and I think that is definitely. Time essentially help everyday Americans take your terms. And you start to find that's what you're doing. And today. You know, it definitely gives a motive that I think a lot of people are sympathetic to. So basically, people saying the future of the state race will depend on the legal side. The states have probably done a lot of work. They're probably still going to try and find a way to prosecute him under a different basis for the murder. It says the defense has filed a motion to dismiss the state charges, arguing against dual prosecution, as we already heard. Mangione hasn't received any concessions in exchange for his guilty plea. He has thrown his hands up. He said, "I did that shit. Is what it is. That is exactly what
The letter says these books
let
are
it be
for Ahmed.
in the judge's hands, basically." And so, yeah, the Manhattan, the New York District Attorney's Office in Manhattan said that they're prepared to litigate the defense motions, and they're basically they remain committed to seeking justice for United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson and his family. It's pretty crazy. So they're saying Mr. Mangione has been treated unfairly from the outset. His lawyer says, bringing up the double jeopardy protections. This has been unfairly treated in every way. He successfully fought off terrorism charges in the death penalty while also fighting prosecutions in two jurisdictions for drug
Diagrams, machine tools, and other oddities.
He's been treated differently from every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. This is quite a smart move. Okay? Crazy. Right? The United States said Thompson's death devastated everyone who knew him and loved him. Sure it did. But yeah, let's see what CNN could have said.
I am looking for Ahmed Ibn Musa. Do you know where I can find him?
I may be able to help you. Follow me. Is this your first visit to the House of Wisdom?
No. A friend and I used to sneak in as kids. We taught ourselves to read in your library.
All young people should follow your worthy example.
The caretakers who chased us out of the stacks every day did not think so.
And what did you study in the House of Wisdom? Follow close to Hamid, please. Now, where was I?
I loved poetry and heroics. My friend preferred pagan gods and dark magic.
Interesting. And did you follow your youthful passion and become a scholar?
When the whole world awaits. No. You might say I am a man on a mission.
Ah, well. What about your friend?
No, she still searches for something. Though what that is, I do not know.
A shame. It's not far now. Hurry. God! Help! I'm under attack!
You lie!
Keep him alive!
deal and to see their loved one to be murdered in
Don't
this
hurt
way.
me.
And now the men
Don't let me into a trap.
standing up in court.
Lay you where you stand.
Spare kindly, Hamid.
Then tell me, where is Ahmad ibn Musa?
Please, sir. I don't know where he is. Truly, I do not.
Then why lead me into an ambush?
He made me do it.
Who is he? Not Ahmad, surely.
I don't know his name, for he always wears a mask.
And what does this masked man want?
He commands me to keep everyone away from the House of Wisdom's dig site. Or else.
Or else what?
He will hurt my head. Like with the others. Please, spare humble Hamid.
Where is this dig site?
It's in the wilderness. Outside of the city. Hey, let me draw you a map.
The map should lead me to the dig site.
In November of 2024, that he traveled, Luigi Mangione telling the judge, the travelers from New York State to Manhattan. So he changed the outside video while he emailed United Healthcare leadership. So this, I have not told you I heard this, I don't remember hearing it. An email to United Healthcare leadership, Luigi Mangione saying that he emailed United Healthcare leadership, posing as an investor. Confirm managing over $15 billion in assets and requesting information at the conference. Previous interactions with insurers, he received an immediate response within an hour, and that's how he learned where money is missing. The morning he messaging him. So this provides more. This is new information, and obviously this all came up during the ED and the FBI's investigation where they were going through his computer.
So we kind of already knew that, right? But yeah, it's really interesting to hear that, Brian Johnson's family were important to Brian. And, just because a lot of people have gripes with the American healthcare system, but I'll be real with you, I don't really have much experience with the American healthcare system. I've got experience with the British healthcare system, really. And, they've got their own problems for different reasons.
Huh. This... Ah!
I had a really bad experience in the UK healthcare system where I had appendicitis. This is probably like 2021 or something. And I didn't get seen for like 25 hours. I nearly died. And it was horrific. And a lot of other really bad stuff happened whilst I was in the hospital, just trying to be taken seriously and seen. Eventually, I was taken so as a grown adult, it was horrific, okay? And it was a horrible experience. It really made me hate the healthcare services. But Luigi took it to a whole level that I don't think people even thought possible. And a lot of people say that American healthcare really does have a lot of these situations where people fall through the cracks. In the UK, we've got the socialised healthcare that is really more like it's badly run and everybody gets it for free, but the level of service is pretty low. In the United States, it's a whole different ballgame where it's like if you're not covered, then you're not going to get the care. If you are covered, you're going to get pretty good care. If you're willing to pay, if you've got money, you'll get whatever you want. If you don't have money, you don't have insurance, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And as he said, he tried to contact them several times about his back, and he didn't get anywhere with it. So, yeah, I'm not condoning it. I don't think that it's a good thing, positive thing, or anything like that. But what I will say is that a lot of people had felt they could relate to the anger that obviously drove Luigi to this situation. Now, I condemn it, I don't condone it, but I do think that it was really good that he's done the right thing and pled guilty, given the family the answers that they need, saved the prosecution a lot of time, a lot of money, saved the public purse. The citizens of the United States and their tax dollars are whole lot of money, and so at the end of the day, he'll probably go back, probably write a book. If he doesn't get life without parole, he'll be back out here doing DJ Vlad interviews in 24 years' time. All right, so we're going to find out a lot more about the situation, and he's probably going to become this sort of like hero deity for the anti-healthcare movement, which is really interesting. But anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next video. Thank you for watching this update. I'll let you guys know if I hear anything more about that. For now, that's out. That's me out. That's me done. Thank you. Bye. This Sammy. He might look like Grandpa, but don't be fooled. Sammy has killed 19 people, and you're probably wondering what prison he's in, or how many life sentences he got. Maybe you're thinking he's on death row waiting for the needle. Or maybe you would assume that an old-school mafia hitman like this is dead himself. Well, you're dead wrong. Because not only is Sammy still alive, he's thriving. In fact, he's got a whole podcast and a YouTube channel. Makes banks, telling stories of the good old days back when he was catching bodies for the mob. Rumor has it he even drives around with a license plate that proudly proclaims how many bodies he caught over his hitman career. This video is the wild story of Sammy the Bull, a mafia hitman with 19 bodies who snitched on John Gotti and made millions bragging. Content warning, this video is about a sensitive topic involving loss of life. We've removed any graphic content to comply with YouTube's guidelines. We aim to provide informative, factual journalism on a tragic event in the public interest that does not dismiss its seriousness. All clips are used under the doctrine of fair use and analysis. Some points made in this video are opinions and theories. I'm not responsible for third-party information. Before we go any further, I just want to let you guys know that there's an uncut version of this video with about 20 minutes of exclusive removed material over on my Patreon. So if you want to see that and my best videos completely uncut with everything I can't show you on YouTube, then head on over to patreon.com/TrapBallRoss. And I've just revamped my whole page over there, so you can kind of see that it's way better formatted right now. I've kind of got this new collections thing together with my best documentaries on like different topics, so it's way easier for you to actually find all the most interesting documentaries that I've done in the past there. I've got whole collections on Chicago gang wars, other gang wars in different American cities, international gang wars, videos about famous criminals, rapper stories, interviews, all kinds of stuff on there. Okay, I think it's way better.
Hey, one of the Sahamin members. I should investigate.
I had today. Don't worry, anyone that's already a member be a member and stay a member forever. Now, I recently actually spoke with Patreon. They told me that my $2 tier is like one of the cheapest. So if you're a member of supporter, I will honor that forever. But me and Patreon, we're super locked in. This is a big part of my content strategy. So for this month, $2 a month, or next month, $5 a month, please join my community. It's going to be lit. Back to the video.
Comes with surprises. Luckily, Uber Eats can
of success. At home, his parents worked long hours in a small dress factory, gave the family stability, trading their labor for an honest living. It wasn't much, but it was honest and modern life. But out the window, Sammy would watch The Connected. Okay, I'm back with another little courthouse update, even though I'm not in the courthouse now. You hopefully saw the last video I uploaded, alright? If you didn't see that video, okay, I'm having a bit of a bad day with this Dirk stuff. I was at the courthouse for Little Dirk's hearing. I got all the information. I was going to split this into 2 videos. The camera overheated. There was wind. I got chased off the block by a security guard. There was a lot. Okay, there was a lot going on. But basically, alright, I'm back here, alright, in my studio. I'm going to be breaking down the next part of what went down in court, okay? I've got the slots in film, so breakouts. I'm having a tough day today, right? But, unfortunately, I'm not having as tough of a day as that. Because it wasn't the best news for him in court today. There were some silver linings, but really it was a great cloud. Okay, so like I normally do with my live courthouse reports, okay, I'm holding a notebook and everything. I filled up the last notebook, right? This is my old notebook. Absolutely full to the brim of David notes. On to notebook number 2 now. And by the time when David goes to trial, we're probably going to be on notebook for 3 or 4. But I'm going to read you everything that I've got from my notes for this second part of the video. So if you saw the last video, you'll know that, you know, Dirk, the judge really wasn't playing ball when it came to limiting the songs that could be played. Specifically, the song Kiss Me Off, which is a pretty self-incriminating song. It was a song that was recorded and released before the murder of Lil Pam, which is the murder for hire, the LA murder that Dirk is on trial for. But it really does, I mean, allegedly, it seemingly does show a lot of intent. Okay, so I broke all of that down in that previous video. In this video, I'm going to move on to the next part, which was essentially a few different motions, but most importantly, it was basically this motion to try and have the cell phone evidence thrown out. If you saw the previous report that I did on this, you'll know that there was essentially, you know, a Lil Durk mobile phone and iPhone that was seized in 2021 when Dirk was the victim of a home invasion. If you want to know more about that home invasion, go and watch any of the many videos I've done, the fall of OTF, the Atlanta secret gang war. Basically, Dirk and OTF were low-key racing hell in Atlanta, allegedly, alright? They're saying King Von's sister got her chain took, there was a shootout at a shopping mall, there was allegedly a bounty on that chain, and they were trying to say that that chain was nearly sold back to some of Dirk's people through Lil Baby's crew, and Lil Baby's crew didn't want to play ball, and everything was just a mess. There was a shooting at the mall. So this home invasion with Lil Durk allegedly was more to do with all the nonsense that he was getting into in Atlanta, rather than the GD gang war back in Chicago, and also completely separate to the Quando, Rondo, Lil Tim, King Von death narrative as well. Dirk had beasts going on all fronts, and then, like, bro, I can tell you about other deadly beasts that Dirk had going on separate to this whole thing. You know, just go and watch the years and years of reporting I've done. But essentially, okay,
Just me or just grocery shopping in every aisle thinking, can I afford this? Where's the store brand? What's left in my account? How are we out of diapers again? If this sounds familiar, you gotta download it. To qualify up to $500 in 5 minutes or less. It's fast cash with no credit check, interest, or late. And it helps you stop stressing and finish your shopping. Get out of your head and download Dave today.
I'm going to tell you specifically in this video about this phone. So Dirk's phone was taken from him after this home invasion at his house. People entered his home. He claimed that India grabbed a gun, was going to shoot at the people, dropped the gun. He picked up the phone. He claimed to the cops that he fired in the air as the home invaders were fleeing. Now, look, I respect that, and I think that you should be able to defend your home. You should be able to defend your life, your safety, all that kind of thing. But he probably said the wrong thing when it came to the law enforcement, because him firing his gun into the air as the home invaders were fleeing, unfortunately did give them probable cause to believe that maybe something wasn't quite right about the story. They initially had a warrant where they could basically search the home for anything the home invaders might have left behind while fleeing, but then when Dirk told them that he fired into the air, they said they believe there might have been some reckless conduct that went on. They then got a search warrant for the whole home. They were able to take things from the home, which included Dirk's phone, and eventually, after I believe about 5 weeks, they were able to get a warrant for an extraction of the information on that phone. Now, that was the Georgia State Bureau of Investigation, the GBI. Like, the FBI is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the GBI is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They're like the FBI for Georgia. They were able to do an extraction on Dirk's phone, but because the phone had been turned off before they took it, once it got turned back on, there's a thing called like the first opening, I can't remember the exact term for it, but it's basically like the first unlock extraction, which means that when you turn your phone on, if it's not been unlocked for the first time, there's limited information you can get off that phone. So they were only able to get like images that were on that phone, screenshots that were saved on that phone, metadata for those images, but they weren't able to get all of the messages. Now, unfortunately for Dirk, that phone has some very damning stuff. It had apparently screenshots of messages where they're talking about the alleged killer of King Von being released on bail and attempts to find his address. We found out in full those messages, the metadata said that the screenshot of those messages that was not coming from the phone was days after Lil Tim was released on bail. There was allegedly screenshots of a concert flyer for Quando Rondo's concert in Waycross, Georgia, May the 1st, which there has been no shot afterwards. There's nothing killed after that. Apparently also screenshots of messages that seem to infer that they were discussing that shooting after it happened, all within days of these things happening. So the Georgia Bureau of Investigation got access to the phone, and they kept hold of that phone until today, basically. And Despite trying to get the phone back, Dirk never got the phone back. Then in June 2026, feds were able to basically
I know.
write a new search warrant looking for information on that phone. They were given that search warrant, they would run independent extractions from that phone, the same information was there as well. Dirk had basically been saying that he had had his rights violated by that phone being taken, by that phone being kept hold of so many times, and by that phone being now used for a different purpose than what it was taken for. So let's get to the notes of the court now that you've got the context for all that, and I'll tell you exactly what went down, and essentially why this was held Dirk. So he had a motion to suppress that evidence for that phone and the information on the phone not to be used. He wanted the contents of the phone to be suppressed. The defense said when the phone came into possession in June 2026, the phone was still in its first unlock phase, so the data was limited to, they described it as thumbnails with metadata. Now, what's interesting is thumbnails is like an interesting way of just describing like a low quality image, but it sounds like they had enough quality on those images to like actually be able to work out what was going on.
Why does the
In
fool of
those
us
images,
gotta travel with so many
it's not like a really low resolution thumbnail, it sounds like a real clear image where they can see that there's a conversation about low temperatures, right? So what's interesting is Dirk's defense, they were trying to say, well, in light of these damning images, because it's with metadata, we have the conversations, we have the full context of what those images are, who took those images, who took those screenshots, who sent them to Dirk. You don't even know what Dirk sent to them, they didn't say this. I inferred that what they were getting at with this was that potentially, in absence of the context of the messages, they can say, oh, someone sent Dirk this stuff, he didn't have nothing to do with it, he could have told them not to spy. But here's the thing, as well as I understand, Dirk and them, they're not handing out the passcode so they can get full access to that phone. They're leaving it as it is, they've got the metadata, so they're trying to get the metadata thrown out, because there's no context, but they're not willing to give the scope so that the state can get the context. Now, here's my opinion, major that perhaps the context of those messages probably not good for Dirk, so they want to suppress this. Now, they said it's not fair to infer that Dirk wanted to kill the victim just based on these images, we don't know the context of them. Now, they said the government only requested, it's better than the feds that were prosecuting this type of one from my case, they only requested that data a month ago, and they said that, you know, basically they said that this is for the same reason that the courts severed the different cases. That didn't quite make sense to me. They basically said, we defend these prejudicial exhibits if they're going to be taken out of context. And bear in mind, this phone was seized before was killed in LA month. They basically said that this offence is due process. Now, the prosecution said the prosecution did a really good job. The last time the prosecution often had very little bit. This time they were super duper on point. The prosecution was today. Okay? So the prosecution gave some background on what they had, and this was not great for them. They said that the government and the FBI requested extraction data from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. So they said, first off, right, the extraction of the phone was created by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in 2021. It was a celebrate extraction, which is like a method of extraction that was heard in the David hearings. They basically get a whole bunch of raw data from the phone, and then they can interpret it, create a report, and work out what was on the phone. This has been produced to the defense. That's what the prosecution said. They said the defense got all of this, they know what we got from that phone. They said the phone itself, nobody has been able to unlock the phone, get into the phone, or get hold of the phone. It sounds like the phone is still in the possession of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I could have that wrong, but it sounds like the phone is still in possession of the Georgia authorities. And they said the phone was in its pre-first unlock stage. It said the extraction software can only get a limited set of data from this. They said the GBI did an extraction, it's called a BFU extraction, I think it was called. And they said that type of extraction is limited in the amount of information they can.
If you're home and you know just how expensive it is to be a household kit, hopefully if you take this 50 minutes to sign up, you can earn 3.74% APY on your savings each month, so your money grows faster. Plus, you get pain-free daily for now. I'm spending on groceries. My savings are still working for me in the next month.
this goes to, look, I'm not a lawyer, okay, but this goes to weight, not admissibility. And they said that the physical phone is there. The physical phone is there, they have the phone. They wrote a search warrant for a full extraction of the phone, but as it currently stands, they've not been able to get access to everything on the phone. And remember that, because that's going to be important later. The prosecution said if the defense gave them a passcode, they could unlock the phone and examine everything. They said that the defense can inspect the BMW extraction. Is it BMW or BFW extraction that's basically being offered to them if they want to walk them through, the information that's in there. They said, look, we'll happily sit down with you and walk you through what we found on the phone. If you guys want to give us some context to what's on the phone, be my guest. Or you can give us access to the whole phone if you're saying that the context will change it. But the prosecution said that the fact that these images are on Dirk's phone at all, regardless of the context, is by its nature incriminating. They basically said that the images on the phone that belongs to Dirk are incriminating yourself. The screenshots discussing trying to get Lil Tim's address with metadata pinpointed to be days after Lil Tim's case. The screenshots related to Pondo Rondo's shows was within days of the shooting that happened after the show. And the judge basically kind of gave his thoughts on it. They said, look, the judge was sort of feeling what the prosecution was saying. So the judge basically said, look, the government has the right to get that information off the phone.
I don't understand.
Just
The
because
best
it's 5
theory
years,
is
it's
that
been sat
Dirk
there,
Gallagher.
because they have probable
Why
cause
did
of
Dr.
Dirk
Hassan
today.
should lead me to
The
a
phone sat there, and now the feds are saying, oh, someone's been murdered. Can we check out what's on the phone? He said that's fair and square. He basically said, look, now they have the extraction, now they have the phone. It's done, it is what it is. They said the defense can examine the phone if they like. They said we can put this evidence, up to trial. He even said that, look, if the defense need more time to look at what was found on that phone because they think it's so late, we can put this evidence at the very end of the trial so they have more time to try and go over it and decide how they want to approach it, which I thought was very, very forgiving and lenient, really, to offer them that, to say, well, to do you a favour, we'll put this at the end, but he didn't indicate that he was willing to have it thrown out. So that was really interesting. So after that, they said, look, the government can basically put this information forward and the defence can question it, but they can't exclude it. So we're not running the exclusion. That's not how it's going to go. And the judge asked the defence, what is the good faith exception? What is your argument in good faith that you can exclude this? Because they got warrants fair and square. What is your actual argument as to why this should be included? Because they were properly done warrants. They didn't. Just because it looks bad and it took 45 years and it was a loose end you guys forgot about, it seemed like they did this properly. So the defence replied, they said the cops only authorised to check the devices. Originally, they were only authorised to look at evidence of the perpetrators of the home invasion left behind. Now the judge came back, they said, well, the GBI house warrant, it did allow any seizure for property within Dirk's property. So basically, after they established that Dirk had shot into the air recklessly, they had a warrant to search the house, they had a warrant to seize things from the house to aid in their investigation. They seized the phone. They probably thought that the phone had evidence as to why Dirk might be getting his home invaded, why he might have shot in the air recklessly, why a group of people might have come face to face inside Lil Dirk's house and had guns drawn. So the prosecution will kind of come back to that. The judge would basically say that, look, that was allowed fair and square because Dirk admitted he shot in the air. The defence said, well, the terms of the warrant didn't allow seizure of the phone. They said the cops went beyond the scope of the warrant to search the house. And there were some interesting examples given, I'll give you in a minute. But before we get to that, the prosecution clapped back. They said that the government believes that the base of the warrant allowed the investigators to seize the phone fair and square based on Dirk's reckless conduct. They said they did have probable cause to take the phone and search the property. They said the cops did the right thing. They did a fair two-step process. They first seized the phone, and they got the warrant to search the phone step by step, and that was, I believe, 5 weeks in between. They said the GBI acted in good faith and independently of them, so did the FBI 4 years later. And so the defence kind of clapped back. They said, oh, well, that's not fair. You can't go beyond what's in a warrant. And I'll be honest, it's a bit of a note. Drew Findlay looks a little bit bored at this point. He was kind of spinning around in his chair. There were moments where Drew looked really locked in.
And then there were other moments where he looked a little bit bored, like he wasn't really, not that he wasn't paying attention, but it was almost like he kind of knew how this was going to go. Or, to be honest, I feel like, in my opinion, like when certain issues are brought up, it feels to me like you can kind of tell how the judge is going to rule by just the way he starts talking. Like, from the get-go, from the first couple of sentences on this topic, it was like pretty
I need
obvious
to
by the way
find
he
a
was
way
talking
to Dr.
that he
Hassan's
wasn't
office.
gonna block this evidence from being shown. And it almost felt a little bit like there were times where people were going on and on and on and on, trying to argue, and it's sort of like you can see the judge has made up his mind on this, and people want to have their grandstand moment, and obviously people wait their whole lives to be lawyers in big cases like this, so I get it, but it's like there was like big old speeches being made, and you could tell the judge was just looking like, you can wrap it up, and I'll just tell you no at the end of it. So
Shein. Shopping online.
Drew looked a little bit like going through emotions here, like probably looking a little bit frustrated that he can already tell he's a veteran of this stuff, that phone ain't getting thrown out. So the defense basically said there's something called the plain view doctrine. They said if the cops see something incriminating in plain view in the phone, they can take it, but it has to be kind of like relevant to the potential crime. They basically said if they see a grip of cocaine in the phone, they can take it, but mobile phone, anyone's a mobile phone, kind of sees everything. You can't just say, oh, you know, Ross's lip balm. I'm doing a search of Ross's home for a shooting that's gone down, and we see the lip balm. Let's take the lip balm. There's no reason for us to take the lip balm. And she gave an example and said, well, if the phone's there and it pings off, and you see a text message that says, what's the bricks of cocaine, then maybe. Now, the judge kind of interrupted that and basically said, look, I get the point you're making, but, like, what about the attenuation? He said, let me just get the right page. What's actually the relevance of this? And the defense basically went back, they said, look, they took 5 weeks to get the phone warrant. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. If the government has permission, it's well and good, but you can't just keep possessions forever. Time should be limited. They said you have to return or destroy an item or it eventually violates their Fourth Amendment rights. They said this is unconstitutional, and you can't have a general warrant to just take everything for any reason. Now, the prosecution clapped back, and they said on the topic of attenuation, they said, look, the GBI was investigating the shootout, but the facts didn't add up. Dirk shooting into the air recklessly didn't add up with what they thought was going on. So,
some scholars from the House of Wisdom got burned trying to save the books. We need that room for the patients.
No, that's Dr. Hassan's private laboratory. It's locked. No one must go inside.
So we just leave the burned victims outside? Will someone answer me?
Please, use your indoor voice. You're upsetting the patients.
Dr. Hassan keeps his laboratory locked up.
Arguably, it kind of made sense, because it's like, oh, they took the phone and they didn't look at it for 5 weeks, or they didn't look at it for 5 years. It's like, well, they're doing things properly. They might have been looking into other aspects in the time that it took to look through that phone. So the things that they were trying to pull up as a defense weren't really working for them. And they basically just reiterated that just because it took 5 weeks to get the phone warrant doesn't stop it being done in good faith. They did it fair and square. They said the GBI acted in good faith. The FBI obtained the same information years later in good faith for different reasons that were good. And they said to punish the FBI when they have nothing to do with the GBI seizure of the phone doesn't make sense. And the judge basically said, look, I'll take this under submission. I will decide, but you should assume that I'm going to admit this evidence. And this was kind of got a little bit spicy because Doug started looking for a female lawyer. So now can I respond to that? And the judge cut her off, said, no, you may not. That's it. No one said what? No. Ain't no more going back and forth about this. So the judge was getting pretty spicy at certain points with Doug's team. And I remember last time that we were in court, really the judge was getting pretty fiery. He was getting on the case of the prosecution. It wasn't as harsh to Doug's team as it was to the prosecution last time. And I think the judge, honestly, is completely fair. I think last time the prosecution were making mistakes they shouldn't have. They learned their lesson. This time they had their eyes dotted, their T's crossed. Everything was in order. And Doug's team, they filed all these motions that were a little bit far-reaching, and the judge really wasn't going for it. So they basically went on to say this was very, very, very damning. Okay? I think a lot of people have maybe missed out on this, or they might have time to pick up on this. I'm going to tell you this right now. The judge said
The FBI can continue to try and crack the phone, and if they crack the phone and get all the information off of it, he said, then we can decide what to do with that. It sounded like he would be willing to allow all of that information to be put forward if they do crack everything that's in the phone. And that's really bad news for Dirk, because he's already trying to get it thrown out based on this limited metadata. If the feds, they are pretty good at this stuff, if the feds can get into everything, and the judge is going to say, hey, let it run, that's going to be really bad news for Dirk, and he's not getting another delay trial. So bad. Anyway, alright, let's continue. So, from there, okay, they basically said that, look, he's gonna make an official ruling on that later on, but he's like, you can assume that I'm gonna allow that evidence to be put through. You can kind of tell from the moment he started talking, he made his mind up. And the judge is very fair, he's extremely well versed in all different types of case law, and, he is not taking any bullshit. It's, I've got to say, like, even in the David case, but this case too, like, I found it so interesting to follow, because it does just feel like you're just seeing people at the top of their game in the flesh. I've read about so many court cases and rulings, but to actually see a judge that's been doing this for years, taking in case law, firing on all cylinders, you've got Brian Steele getting up there, firing off shots, really on point, one of the best lawyers in the country, Drew Findlay, and then the prosecution, and frankly, they had a bad time last time I saw them, but this time they were on point. They had good answers to everything. The prosecution did a really, really good job today. I was very, very impressed. And it was like they took a mulligan on the last full day, and this time they had it moving. So very, very interesting to observe. So after this, there was a motion for excluding any specific detective. I won't say their name, but I'm sure I'll give you their name. But they basically said.
Zero error. Sending generation. More creativity from the 3.0 series is redefining AI stories.
This would, I can't lie to you, Drew Findlay got to present this part. I always find it very interesting. Same with the David case. It's interesting which lawyers get up to present different things. Now, Brian Steele's probably the most boring in that court. He's like celebrity lawyer. He's Mr. Law. Okay, it's actually impressive. Like, when Brian Steele looks at the courtroom, it's like straight aura. I can't lie. Okay, Dirk's whole team is very, very impressive. Obviously, the female lawyer that he's got, she's a little bit more low-key. And then Drew Findlay, he's more like the sage. He's kind of older, he's got a longer hair, he's kind of like a little bit more chilled out. Brian Steele's more like straight cut professional. Drew Findlay's almost like the oracle of law. That's the way I'm going to put it, right? He's like the legal oracle. And so when he got up for an opportunity to talk, it was very interesting. Really take notice of what Drew had to say. Now, I noticed a couple of genius moves that Drew played. That, to be honest, they didn't really work. Actually, no, they might have. Honestly, they might have worked. Just like how I saw Blair Burke in the David trial, be very smart about the words she was using, the placement of words, the sentence structure. I ain't gonna lie, I saw Drew Findlay pull some super slick moves in that courtroom. So he got up there, and this was all on a motion to exclude a certain detective from Chicago, I believe, that they don't want to testify. And they basically made Drew Findlay got up there, and low-key, without saying it, made a bargain to basically say, if that detective is allowed, so if you guys withdraw that detective, then we'll withdraw our artistic music, drill music expert. Alright? They said both the names, I won't say the names, but yeah. So the judge basically butted in and said, well, look, most likely I'm going to allow both of them to be used, but you can make your argument. So Drew Findlay starts arguing, he says they basically believe that this detective was added to make this a Chicago gang case. He said, look, you've done this after the vicar Chicago murder was severed from the LA murder. He said, you've been making this, and this is genius. If this was intentional, this is genius. They said, you've been trying to make this case OTF and GD related to the Chicago gangs. And I'm thinking, OTF BDs, right? OTF Black Disciples, they're beefing with the GDs, the Gangster Disciples. The vicar murder, they were having a GD Stefan Beck killed. And they're talking about Dirk has bounties on any GD in Chicago. Why is he saying BD? Well, this was smart. In a seed that was going to sprout later on. This, I'm going to lie, Drew Findlay, this is genius. It didn't work. with his ingenious. He planned it down. And if he can do this in trial, if any more like this is the type of thing that when I saw Blair Burke do it against David, she would plant just like a little something, she'd say something in a certain way, and then when they responded, she was able to clap back and it's like, oh, you laid the trap. So, Drew Phillips said this has been OTF and GD related.
Yeah, can you give me the big wind up? And literally everyone because COVID took it for so long and everyone was so possible. So after that, the prosecution came back and they said, look, on August 18th, Lindsay joined a big, long conspiracy. They said he's trying to remove every point before and after he participated in it. But he joined the conspiracy as he found it, and the trial will determine if it was a conspiracy and if Lindsay participated. And again, it was like, Ray, you kind of like, you inferred from a lot of what you just said that it was a conspiracy and you joined it, but only for a day. Like, oh, I was only in the conspiracy for a day. Like, So the judge says, look, it's clear the government seems to think the conspiracy and OTF are all the same thing. And they said, yeah, it's like, the judge basically was like, look, the conspiracy can continue long after the murder. He can join the conspiracy if he found it, and the conspiracy can continue onwards, like, in perpetuity until we call you. The prosecution said, look, statements from the co-conspirator were giving updates on the conspiracy and furtherance of the conspiracy, like leaning towards, the message about, the cops are asking questions, blood's ready to snitch soon. Like, you all in the group chat furthering the conspiracy, talking about who's going to snitch, and talking about they can't break us. And so the judge said, look, I'm going to take this on submission, I'm going to look at the statements and decide if they're relevant to the conspiracy. And he did rule on that. And it was a little bit like, if you was done otherwise, and you went back in there afterwards, you'd be like, yo, what's up with your lawyer? Like, given the conspiracy so much weight that it's even real, acknowledging the reality of the conspiracy was like low-key, contrary, and it was like, I felt like Brian's still shooting daggers at the guy. But that's just why I could misinterpret it, right? So anyway, that's basically the meat and potatoes of everything that went down, and we got a few updates. So they basically said next week they're going to be doing jury selection. There's a lot of jurors that they're trying to get through. They're summoning 80 jurors. Usually it's 40, but they're going to get through a lot of people. They're going to probably disqualify a lot of people. I should get my spots together. Feeling nice. I feel like
Time exists to help everyday Americans take it. You get paid on your terms. So, and your people start to fight. That's what you're going to put out today.
It's heavy up. Do you know what your developers have installed?
Some things are worth protecting. Your devices are among them. Learn more at internet website aikido.dev/10 p.m.
Skin's been awful. It's been a while. I've been eating good and sleeping good as well. But anyway, they basically said 80 jurors have been summoned. It's usually 40, but they've got a lot of people to get through. The judge and the government and the defense, they'll be able to basically go over the indictment. They'll basically introduce the lawyers and the defendants. They'll put the jurors under oath. They'll swear them in. They'll give them all a questionnaire. Basically, questionnaires determine if any of the jurors are unqualified. They're going to try and have I think 24 jurors total. So there's ones if some of them drop out, they got spares. And they basically said 50 to 80 of 50 of 80 will actually be in the court physically. And then they'll basically both sides will get 30 minutes to ask the jurors questions. And then they'll basically get opening statements that will be an hour each once the trial starts. And they said that could be one lawyer speaking for an hour, or it could be all split up. Drew could talk for 20 minutes, Brian could talk for 20 minutes, etc. And basically, in spite of the fact that this was going to be the last hearing, apparently there's going to be another hearing next week, pre-trial, to follow up. And then the last thing that they talked about was jury anonymity. So the judge basically said, look, I'm going to be limiting the names of the jury. None of the defendants can have the names of any jury members, but the counsel can have them. He said that the protective order that names can't be shared with the client stands. They said that the government wants the names to be kept from the lawyers of the defendants. And the judge was really interesting. He said, look, I've just done a really serious gang case against the gang Florencia 13, and said that basically that was a way more vicious case with way nastier shit in it. And we ran it the same way, and we still didn't keep the names of the jurors away from the defense lawyers, and basically said that, look, nothing in this case has got anywhere near as much violence as that, and there was no problems, there was no threats to the jurors. And he said, look, there's been no evidence to suggest OTF or Dirk are a danger to the general public or lay people or jurors. Really, it's the vicious gang beef between gangsters and people involved in this. So after it all wrapped up, Dirk smiled, he hugged his lawyer. They basically confirmed there would be another court day in the next week or so, and that's everything. So it wasn't a great day for Dirk, but it wasn't a humongous L. I would say that the prosecution definitely had their I's dotted and their T's crossed much more than last time that we saw them.
They were taking things very seriously. I think a lot of people were huffing the copium after the last time that Lil Durk got this massive W purely because it's just like, oh, it's a W, he's going to beat this now. But this is kind of definitely a harsh reminder that, like, this isn't an OTF judge. This is a judge that's very fair. You know, that week the government hadn't come with the best arguments Durk had. This week it seemed like the government had decent arguments. Durk's team didn't have the best arguments. Really, the judge was being very fair, basically said, I want to get all the evidence out on the table and let the jury decide. So that's everything that I've got. Okay, I hope you found that a good update. I'll keep you guys updated if I hear anything more. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys trusting me to report on this. I'll see you guys in the next video. I'm out.
Did you know Ethan Kenway was supposed to play a much larger role in Assassin's Creed Rogue? Or perhaps Connor and Aveline were going to be a love interest? Or maybe even Ezio was supposed to travel back in time to fight the dinosaurs? Okay, maybe not that last one. Well, in this video, I want to explore cut ideas and content that did not make it into the respective Assassin's Creed game. Now, when I was researching for this video, I was honestly baffled by how many amazing things were removed from the game. And I think you guys will be too. I'm not focusing on these pieces of cut content to regret franchise, but rather to find interest in the concepts that were not included. With 13 mainline games, there's definitely bound to be a lot of unused or removed stuff, whether it's from leaks, development, or just early concepts. I'll be sure not to include speculative information or anything of that sort. The cut content in this video are things that are confirmed, removed, or changed. I could have added so much more in this video, but most of the other cut content are minor changes. Notice, and also not 100% confirmed. Oh, and this video will contain spoilers, so do bear that in mind. Anyway, without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's just begin by exploring the content in Assassin's Creed Rogue. Now, I had to go through an 8-year-old interview to find some of this information, but it was worth it in the end. Now, first off, I'm a pretty big fan of some of the locations in the game, whether it's the River Valley or perhaps the Sleepy Hollow. But did you know that there was a second major city that was cut entirely from Assassin's Creed Rogue? Now, despite me spending a fair amount of time exploring the world of Rogue, there always did seem to be an air of incompleteness. Of course, this could just be because it was designed to complement Unity rather than to stand on its own. So during an interview back in 2015 with Richard Fares, who was the lead writer for Assassin's Creed Rogue, he mentioned that an important location was removed from the final version of the game. This removed location was intended to be a very important area where assassins gathered, and Shay, who of course we know is a protagonist, would visit this specific location twice, first as an assassin, and then later as a Templar returning there to cause chaos. The exact details of this location remain undisclosed for confidentiality reasons with the higher-ups at Ubisoft.
There was an environment that was actually cut because of production issues. We were planning to have 2 sequences of the game there, including the opening sequence, and then you would return as a Templar again to face the Brotherhood.
So this forces us to ask the question, what exactly was this removed location? Well, given the historical and geographical context of Assassin's Creed Rogue, Quebec comes out as a likely candidate for this cut content. You see, in the 18th century, Quebec was a prominent and notable city, yet it's conspicuously absent from the American series of the franchise, which included lesser-known colonial locations, like New Orleans and Port-au-Prince. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but the North Atlantic map in Assassin's Creed Rogue features 2 exits, one leading presumably to New York, and the other towards the St. Lawrence River, hinting at a pathway to Quebec. Now, realistically, Quebec being a stronghold for assassins does make sense historically, as the French who allied with the assassins in the game were prominent there. Including Quebec could have led to some pretty interesting storylines, like a pretty important mission set in the Plains of Abraham during the 7 Years' War. This could have included Shay in an assassination mission to take out Louis-Joseph de Montcalm, whilst Liam would assassinate a figure such as James Wolfe. The removal of this supposed city being Quebec is likely due to budget and resource limitations at Ubisoft Sophia, who developed the game. They were probably more focused on Assassin's Creed Unity, which may have affected the development of Rogue. I mean, that could explain why it just reused every asset from Black Flag. This piece of cut content is one of those situations that makes you wonder what could have been. This means what story could have taken place there, or how important this removed city would be. Originally, the plan for Assassin's Creed Rogue was for Shay to work on 1 or 2 in-depth missions with every assassin from the Brotherhood before his eventual betrayal to becoming a Templar. These missions were not basic training sequences like we saw in the final game, but instead missions to deepen Shay's relationship with each assassin and make his eventual betrayal a lot more emotional.
Detroit style buffalo chicken pizza. This is literally one of my favorite things ever. Just look at this pizza. Piled high with buffalo chicken, celery, blue cheese, one of my favorite things ever. Spinach artichoke dip from Mainstay by Mark Murphy. Look at how creamy and cheesy this is. This is my favorite spinach artichoke dip. It actually tastes like heaven. It is that good. Next up is my favorite sandwich. It is the Fried Chicken Deluxe by Marcus Samuelson.
And impactful. However, due to time constraints and programming challenges, this idea was removed and reduced to the current set of training missions that we see in the final version of the game.
Originally, we wanted to have Shay work at least on 1 or 2 missions with every assassin from the Brotherhood.
Not just like these little tiny training sequences.
Yes, exactly. Like we wanted to have like full missions with these characters, just to develop their relationship a little more. In terms of gameplay, what we wanted to show was sort of to foreshadow like what these people do, like because each of them were experts in a different field, and we really wanted to show that to the player. Once you became a Templar, the idea was that you would almost be afraid of them even more because you would have seen them in action before.
Another piece of cut content from Rogue is that originally there was an idea to explore a period in Shay's life immediately after betraying the Brotherhood, where he would be living in New York, feeling destroyed, possibly drunk and getting into brawls. This concept would see Shay completely distraught and unable to accept what just happened to him and the fact that he had just turned his back on Achilles. Sadly, this story beat was intended to show his struggle to accept what had happened. However, this was not pursued, as it couldn't be made interesting in terms of gameplay.
At some point, we thought about having a beat in the story where Shay would, right after he betrayed the Brotherhood, while he was being nursed back in New York, we wanted to have, like, maybe have him live a couple of years where he would start working with Templars right away. The original vision I had for this is that, like, he would be like this destroyed. He would probably be drunk all the time, getting into brawls, and just being, like, completely unable to accept what just happened to him. And the fact that he had to turn his back, like he was forced to turn his back on Achilles.
During development of Assassin's Creed Rogue, there were plans to make Rogue have a much longer section of the game with Shay as an assassin. However, to maintain a balance and ensure that the Templar part of the game did not get too short, this idea was cut entirely from development.
If we would have made the assassin part too long, then it would have felt more like an Assassin's Creed game, where the Templar part would be like maybe, I don't know, 1/3 or 1/4 of the game. And we really wanted to have the switch quickly enough in the story.
Now that part got me thinking. Based on that interview clip, it seems like Rogue could have been a much more developed and fleshed out game. That's why I always say Assassin's Creed Rogue is a game of wasted potential. Perhaps if the assassin part of the game was longer, it would have resonated with me a lot more. But unfortunately, it's just a case of what if. This one is more unused content rather than cut content. It's more of a concept that was thought of by the lead writer of Assassin's Creed Rogue during development, and that has to do with Haytham Kenway and his limited usage. So initially there was a possibility of using Haytham Kenway more extensively in the game's story. However, due to the story established in the Forsaken novel, which highlights Haytham's life, they faced limitations. The novel discusses Haytham leaving America and returning much later, creating a timeline gap that they couldn't touch without contradicting the established law. Therefore, they decided not to use Haytham as the main character for Assassin's Creed Rogue. Instead, he was portrayed as almost a secondary mentor to Shay, allowing them to introduce other characters like Monroe and maintain narrative consistency with the existing Assassin's Creed lore.
In AC3, when you start playing, you play Haytham for a while, and then you sort of get to sort of set up the order, or at least reorganize the order into a more structured organization in the colonies. And then Forsaken starts, and basically Haytham leaves America and comes back like in 57, 58. So there is like a big gap there that we couldn't touch unless we made Forsaken non-canon, and this is not something we wanted to do.
This piece of cut content is one that I feel might disappoint quite a fair amount of people, and that is Connor from Assassin's Creed 3 and Aveline from Liberation was supposed to have been a love interest. This scrap concept is a pretty fascinating glimpse into the what could have been of Assassin's Creed, because there is a lot of them. So doing a Q&A session relating to the DLC of Assassin's Creed 3 that took place all the way back in 2013, Ubisoft creative director at the time, Mark Alexis Cole, was asked the question if we were going to see Aveline play some sort of role in Connor, and surprisingly he answered stating that Aveline in the early pre-production of the DLC was going to have a love interest with Connor, but that idea was then removed, simply because both characters' motivations and personalities did not align together well, so they dropped it entirely. You know, fun fact, that exact Q&A session is not on the internet anymore, so I had to use a website called the Wayback Machine to go back in time to find a link to this Q&A. It took some time digging for it, but I eventually found it. Now, going back to that potential relationship, am I the only one that finds this to be a missed opportunity for quite a few reasons? The one was both Aveline and Connor operate in different settings, with Connor in the American
Splice mobile video editor. Edit videos like a pro with endless stunning features. Soundtrack your videos with songs from your iTunes or the Splice library. Use speedrun to crank up the action, Hollywood style. Or take things real slow and smooth. Splice, the app that lets you make cool videos in seconds.
Oh my God!
Alanis and Aveline in the southern United States, both characters fight against oppression and share similar values, which, personally, I feel like it's the perfect love interest. But of course, this decision to remove this idea makes you wonder what interesting story elements and depths this romance could have brought to the series. Not all ideas thought up by developers end up in the final game, so this was one of those what-if moments. Let's delve into something a little more recent, and that is a piece of cut content from Assassin's Creed Mirage. So first I have to give credit to Slider V2, who I'm sure a lot of you know. He's a reputable modder and YouTuber. I'll leave a link to his channel in the description. So quite literally 3 days after Mirage was released, Slider V2 managed to discover an unused post-credit scene in the bars of the game. Now this will not contain any Mirage spoilers, so you don't need to worry about that. This scene that was data mined not only hints at an important shift in the series' storyline, but also points to the future direction of the Assassin's Creed universe. I'll play it for you now, and then after I'll analyze and explain what a lot of it means.
Hey, you there?
I'm here.
I just filed my report. Did you see? Precursor GM confirmed.
Are you serious?
Yeah, watch the playback. Scrubbed at the end.
Damn. 3 years of doing this. I've never even seen a memory ghost.
It's a rare find. Don't beat yourself up. But this 9th century DNA, it's a gold mine. You said it was collected by William Guns.
I was just reading the data file. Is that what I said?
Double check, because that's a name attached to a lot of interesting settlements.
Why does that sound familiar?
Did you skip the history seminars?
Obviously not. It's mandatory.
Assassin Medal. One of the last before the Great Shift. Don't remember?
The shift was the 21st century. Ancient history. What?
If you just pretend to do your job.
Lay off.
I'm serious.
Look, I'm getting a coffee. You want one?
Yeah. Can't say no to that.
Alright. Meet you there.
Now before I do talk about what just happened, you are able to download this cutscene as a mod and have it play out in the game. I'll leave a link to it in the description if you're interested. So the cutscene you just saw points to Assassin's Creed Hex, a name that was previously referred to as Assassin's Creed Neo. This suggests that what's revealed in this scene might play a pretty important role in upcoming games, which of course does excite a lot of people, especially regarding a major shift in the overall modern day story. In this data mine cutscene, a modern radio antenna appears in a desert setting from the 9th century in Assassin's Creed Mirage. Of course, for one, that's just out of place, isn't it? This strangeness makes you wonder about the game's true time frame. The audio features a conversation between two people called Animus Operators, who talk about genetic memories that make up the story of Mirage. Surprisingly, Surprisingly, they seem to be from a time much later than us, even referring to the 21st century as ancient in history, which just sounds like time travel to me. Of course, this twist is even more deeper with the mention of William Mars, who we know is a key figure in current Assassin's Creed games. He's described as an assassin mentor, one of the last recorded shift, a term used to describe a crucial event from the 21st century, which of course during that scene is now a thing of the past. This conversation suggests that this scene is set a long time after us. Now, Ubisoft have not exactly confirmed that this is authentic, but I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, there's no way somebody can develop a cutscene like that with voice actors. And also, slightly into the person they find it is pretty reputable. So if it is true, this scene would be a very bold and unexpected turn in the story. It kind of reminds me of the pandemic for Assassin's Creed 3, which involved a space journey from Desmond. I'll talk more about that at the end of the video. Now, the reason for this data mine modern day cutscene is not clear. Did Ubisoft take the story in a completely different direction, but did this cutscene reveal too much information about the franchise way too soon? So that's why it was not in the game entirely. If anything, that just leaves us with more questions and answers, especially about what the quote-unquote great shift is and who the characters are. But I decided to use it about to what we do know is that the upcoming Assassin's Creed games are expected to follow a open-ended story, especially with the introduction of Assassin's Creed Unity. This platform aims to make the storytelling more coherent, unlike the somewhat fragmented narrative of previous games. Shifting the modern day of Assassin's Creed to the future honestly could just refresh the series in my opinion, bringing in new mysteries about what happened between now and the future time. The three main locations in Assassin's Creed 3 are Boston, New York, and of course the Frontier. However, there's one important location that was cut from the final game, and that was the city of Philadelphia. For those familiar with the city, this absence in a game that's quite literally centered on the Revolutionary War is quite confusing. The decision to not include Philadelphia in Assassin's Creed 3 was not very likely. According to Alex Hutchinson, the game's creative director, Philadelphia was
Niggas going dark, bitch.
world exploration. The city, known for its structured grid layout, the legacy of Pennsylvania's first governor, William Penn, and modeled after European cities, was initially seen as an exciting addition. It was about to be the
Just upload your photo and create your own video in anywhere you can pull it off.
first city in Assassin's Creed designed on a grid system, offering a unique architectural style compared to the organically involved cityscapes of previous games. However, due to development, the team faced issues with incorporating Philadelphia's design into the game. Hutchinson pointed out that the city's grid pattern, the flatness, and the wide streets were challenging for an open-world game like Assassin's Creed 3. These aspects, which I'm pretty sure are true to history and authentically important, did not fit well with the game's core elements of top-down style. Broad streets and lack of tall buildings would have made the free running and navigation less exciting for players. Now, what's interesting is that despite the removal of Philadelphia in the game, the city's influence isn't completely missing from the game. Important events still take place in the city, maintaining its role in the revolution. We might not be able to explore Philadelphia and New York, Boston, and New York, but the city's historical essence is still part of the game's story. Do you remember this character from Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Well, if you don't, his name is Tiburon, and his role in Black Flag was being a mutant personal bodyguard of Governor Torres. Although he was not showcased as a Templar, his unwavering loyalty to Governor Torres made him a valuable asset to the Order. Now, interestingly, he actually had a completely different role in Black Flag. Darby McDermott back in 2013 said this: Tiburon had a slightly bigger role, but the boss fight with him in Sequence 2 was too easy to exploit. Of course, referring to removing the original plan with him. In this original plan, it was supposed to be Edward and Tiburon engaging in a fight at the end of Sequence 2, which would end with Edward Kenway being defeated. Gave the reasons that actual fight between the two was cut and development. However, what's interesting is that in the Black Flag novel, a fight actually takes place, and Edward Kenway's final lines to Tiburon still refers to it. Assassin's Creed Victory. I honestly could have made an entirely new video just focusing on this part of the video, but I decided why not just stay here. So during the year of 2014, there was a lot of news coming out from nowhere that featured screenshots and the 7 million video that was only seen by content employees. Now we know a game like Assassin's Creed Codename Red is just a code name and a placeholder for what the eventual name would be. The same is said for Assassin's Creed Victory. This was the placeholder name for Assassin's Creed Syndicate, but that's not what the focus is here. The screenshots and description of Victory is nothing like what we saw in the final game of Syndicate. So what happened to the dark and gritty needs of Victory? Why did the game look quite different? The original Assassin's Creed Victory concept seemed more appealing, especially in terms of its dark and gritty tone, which is better suited to the Victorian London setting. real-life history, Victorian London is not exactly considered bright to be clear. The setting of the final game that we got with Civica is more near the ending of the Industrial Revolution, which is an era where we slowly saw the introduction of machines powered by steam engines doing jobs that used to be done by children and workers. So if anything, real-life Victorian London was dark and gritty. Assassin's Creed Victory was originally supposed to feature a sole protagonist instead of what we have now with Evie and Jacob. That sole protagonist became Samuel McVeigh, and he had a pretty cool outfit. Sadly, his outfit was never released in the game. However, they did transfer his outfit to a character named George Westhouse, who is a person we see at the start, so we're very briefly never should forget on some strange reason. One of the most striking differences in these early concepts was the depiction of the assassins themselves. Unlike the final game, which focused on the Friedmans, the initial idea for Victory hinted at a brotherhood of assassins already established in London. Take the image, for example. It depicts a group of assassins, indicating the key theme of the game. Now, this differs from the final game, which primarily featured a duo of assassins which of course we know are the Frighteners. The original plan might have included a large group of assassins already present in London, rather than just the character Henry Green as seen in the final version. I personally find this approach much more appealing. In the image, there's a woman in red standing behind an early version of Jacob. Now, honestly, she might be the other main character in Evie, but it's not certain. On the far right, there's another female character which could have also been an early Evie, so it's not determined as to who is actually who. We also saw artwork that was created during very early development that showcases a much darker tone of Victorian London. In fact, these pictures are so dark that there were even public hangings taking place and executions. And also, there were even theories that Assassin's Creed Victory would take place during a later time period in Victorian London and not what we currently have in Syndicate. Now, this particular piece of content is one of the more interesting ones related to Assassin's Creed Victory, and that was early concepts for the idea of underwater exploration in the River Thames. Kind of similar to Black Flag Voyages. This does sound quite interesting, especially knowing how polluted the waters of Victorian London were. It could offer some sort of challenging environment for exploration and missions. Of course, this idea was cut entirely from development, most likely due to the technical challenges or story considerations. There was even quite a lot more customization for Jacob's character. These images explain all the design choices that were actually implemented into the final game. We also saw images of what appeared to be Jacob in the outfit that was later given to George Westhouse in the final game, and also what appears to be a gang member, specifically one of the Rooks. It's pretty evident that his outfit is a lot different to what we have in the final game, which personally looks a lot better than what we currently have. It seems more fitting for where the game is set. I don't believe the Rooks in the final game even had Thomas. Now, this next piece of early development artwork will give the idea of the darker and grittier tone of Victorian London. Clothing shown appears to be from a later era, suggesting that gangs weren't as prominent initially. The game might have planned to include gangs as a gameplay element similar to the themes of Cordyceps from the SL series of Assassin's Creed. It seems that as some quickly development, gangs might have been a more important part of the game, even more the option of full exposure to the entire body language of the especially highlighting social issues that were not fully explored in the final game. So yeah, the transition from the game changing to Assassin's Creed Victory to Syndicate showcases a shift not just in the game's name, but also in its thematic focus, character dynamics, and even story potential. Seeing Syndicate is a relatively decent game in its own right, it makes you wonder, based on these early concepts of Victory, that the game could have perhaps been a lot more dark and different. During a data mine of Assassin's Creed 2, the model Slider V2 managed to data mine a early model of Sean Hastings. In fact, it discovered an unusual model that appears to be the same as what an early concept art may look like. Now, I'll be honest, I'm so glad that this unusual model was not the final face art for Sean, because he looks like he belonged in the movie Shaun of the Dead, which, ironically, the main character is also named Sean. This looks like the off-brand Wellstone Raider. For my British people watching, I know you know what I'm talking about then. I can't admit the details are much more apparent, but he looks much older and less bearded. Anyway, Slider V2 managed to put together the ugly space model and implement it into the cutscene in Assassin's Creed 2. So what are your thoughts on this? Does he suit this look? Of course, since we're so used to seeing the show we all know, it is definitely a bit odd. We also got unused character models of both Leonardo da Vinci and Mario Auditore, which are showcased as models. In Assassin's Creed 2, only Ezio Auditore was a character that we saw slightly get older. And speaking of Ezio, he also had an unused character model, but it's not to do with his facial features, but instead his hair and clothing. I'm kind of glad they did not go with the symmetry classic because all the colors that Ezio wore in the front of the Assassin's Creed 2 is much more easier on the eye with a more simplistic color approach. The last piece of content that's related to unused character models is a bit different. In Wilds, an unused character model of Viola de Baxi, who's identified as Vieri's sister, can be found. She was initially planned to be featured in an extra mission, similar to what we saw in the Christina missions in Brotherhood, but this content was ultimately not included in the final game. Now, thanks to the brilliance of Slider V2, was able to determine information related to the mission itself. So the mission starts off with Ezio talking to a mercenary of some sort, and then after that, Ezio was supposed to find Viola, hail her, and then supposedly beat up or kill her personal guards. But here's the thing that caught me off guard, and that is there was also a romance scene related to this mission between Ezio and Viola, where the mission I just discussed would end with Ezio sparing her and then following up with a kiss. Now, I know Ezio is a stud, but that's just so random, and if anything, I'm kind of glad this mission was not in the final game. During one of the gameplay showcases at E3 of Assassin's Creed Origins, there were locations to the east of the Nile, and one of them was an area marked as Heliopolis Dome. However, in the final game, this area was completely removed from the game. In fact, if you try to go to where it's supposed to be, it's just an empty desert area. Now, just a very brief history lesson for you. Domes in ancient Egypt were pretty straightforward. They operated like city-states, each with its own capital led by a number, all under the rule of the pharaoh. It's strange that Heliopolis was removed from the final game, because at one point during the story, Apollodorus himself said he was the nomarch of Heliopolis at one point. The fact that Heliopolis is talked about during the story shows that this area was once part of the game and was removed for unknown reasons. Now, this is strange because Heliopolis was the important city like ancient Egypt. In fact, there were famous figures like Homer, Pythagoras, Plato, and Orpheus that frequently visited the city. In fact, it's not just Heliopolis, because if you played Origins, you would have found the whole East Campus of Bernard in general is showcased as just empty desert, both in exploration and concept. I think there's only one city there. However, in reality, the East Bank of the Nile is as vibrant and lively as the West Bank. Present-day Cairo, which doesn't exist in the game's time period, is actually located east of Giza. This showcase in the final game is by art. It is understandable that Ubisoft might not have wanted to invest a lot of time and resources into an area that doesn't play a major role in the story. However, this is a bit contradicting, considering the mountains in the East Bank of the Nile are quite detailed, and in reality do not exist at all. Now, what Ubisoft should have done with this empty desert is at least add a few obscure locations, or perhaps a small town, because at least this would not involve investing a lot of time and resources. It just would have made the gameplay more immersive and realistic, instead of looking at a massive empty desert space when in reality there were things there. During an E3 2013 gameplay showcase for Assassin's Creed Black Flag, the mission Do Not Go Gently was showcased, but it was showcased quite a bit differently than what we saw in the final game. The E3 gameplay showcases a version of Black Flag that feels more authentic. Every generation is more part of the world, blending in crowds rather than standing out. We can see him sitting on benches talking to people, and even flirting with this woman. We can also see him blending with groups sitting on the floor, and even drinking the rum with them. Then this blending with Ezio and it's night and day. In those games, we see them just stand there in the crowd and not interact with anyone or anything. So the E3 gameplay for Black Flag was a massive upgrade. However, as what would think Ubisoft initially show us, there will be consequences. And unfortunately, the consequence of this upgraded crowd blending was not implemented into the final version of Black Flag. In the E3 demo, we even had the ability to crouch whenever you weren't hiding in a bush, which wasn't the case in the final game. And just in general, the interactions during blending seemed more realistic in the demo compared to what we had with the final thing. The groups of NPCs were not just random groups, but instead these NPCs are engaging in conversations, playing games, and just doing other activities. So it makes you wonder, why was this advanced crowd blending and crouching outside the bushes cut entirely from the game? To me, it just makes no sense for it to be removed, because for one, it's not like they had to develop it, because we quite literally saw it in the gameplay demo, and for two, it's not resource heavy. I guess Ubisoft did not want to improve their own games. Now, staying on the topic of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, did you know that the hook blade from Assassin's